Besides this is obviously going to be, if you want to know what really happened, you need to watch this. This is the only place you're going to get this type of interview or
I don't really know what this is, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, Judge. I'm not guilty. I'm innocent.
We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Matthew L. Moore, not guilty of murder, as he stands charged in count 1 of the indictment.
Boom, boom, boom. Hello, beautiful people. How are we? Hope you're all well out there in wherever you're from. Wherever you're from, UK, Australia, US, wherever you are. Hope you're all well. It's lovely to see you all. As always, that chatty's in the house. As always, hello to you. Robin G's in the house. Hello to you, my darling. Hope you're well. This is a very interesting stream today. It's been a bit hectic already this morning. But here we are. We're still here. How are we? How are you, Robin? Sassy, hello, my darling. How are you, Sass? Nice to see you. Mexi, how are you, my darling? Nice to see you as always, Mexi. I haven't spoken to you in a while. Or Hot Mama, how are you? Josie, hello, you. How are you doing, my darling? Obviously, if you want to support the channel, never required, but always appreciated. There you go. Good morning. There you are, old darling Deb. How are you? Deb's on fire as always. How are you, my darling? Happy days. Here we go. Nice thumbnail. Cheers, Aaron. How are you doing, fella? Hope you're well. Hippie chick, how are you? Hope you're well as well. What do you mean you can't see me? What's going on? What's going on? I'm here. I'm here, Deb. What's going on? What's going on? Look at that. Look at that. Look at the desk. Whoop. Up and down. Hey. Hey. Look at that. How cool is that? Look at that. Oh, we're right at the bottom. That's why I'm from the top to the bottom. Look at that. What we think is she go 25 years probably, but just a caveat, Aaron, she's not on till 1:30 Eastern. So she won't be on till a bit later on today. So just in case people are staying for it, she won't be on till later on. Les, good morning to you, Les. How are you? Sassy, good morning to you. Nice head. That's what she said. Oi, oi. Hey, hey. How are you? You have the camera the way I do with Teams. I just wanted to show you the new desk. My new desk. Look at that. I can go up and down, up and down. Deb, hello to you. There you go, Josie. I'm here, way down there. Top of your bonds. There you go. You can all see me now. It moves. Thank you, Sassy. Mic stand. Yes, so the mic stand is on the table. This one's a bit broke. I can't make it stable, but it's all good though. Did you enjoy it? Yeah, I did. Everyone did. It was gorgeous. It was gorgeous. It was really nice. Thank you. Viv, hello, my darling. How are you? In Blue Delan. I know. Thank you. And if you like my new Auto Corner Happy Day show, the launch. The launch of Happy Days. Happy Days are here again. Joe, I was thinking earlier on, right? Now I can do this, right? So I can go, let me go back up now for a minute. I can go back up, right? But I can go up with it. Hang on. Oop, not too far. Hang on. I'm trying to find a link for Eden's hearing. I can't get into Zoom, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can't get into it. The link I have doesn't work, so wouldn't let me get into it. So now, hey Dana, how we doing, fella? So now, you know when we're singing, we could do duets and stuff. I could be like, you're standing when I'm singing. You know, happy days are here again. And if Dana's in the other room, da 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 da. These days are happy, happy days. Oh, I'm blurry. So you can do it. I can dance now. When I go, put your hands up in the air. Wave it like you just don't care. Or, as Judge White says, put your legs up in. Oh, fuck. I can't do that one. We won't be doing that one. I can't do that one. I can't do that one. Fuck, that fucking hurt. I can't do that one. I can only do the arms in the air, right? Remind me of that, please. Disco lights. We could do disco lights. We certainly can. We could. Can you imagine? So, and you've done that. Yeah, I feel great. I feel great. I won't lie to you. I feel great. I feel like I'm over COVID. I feel like I'm over it. So, don't pull myself. I know my fucking groin all of a sudden. I think I'm over COVID. And I'm having fun again. And do you know what? I also know that things will only get better. They will only get better. What's that song? Who sings that? Thanks to you and you. Oh. And things can only get better. Can only get better. Better. So, this is a new stream, new beginnings, new everything. I want to spend a little bit of time talking to you about it because it is going to be different. I am looking to do 3 hours a day streaming with a caveat. Caviar. Is it caviar? Has anyone tried caviar before? I've never tried caviar before. It's fish, isn't it? New chair? Yeah, go new chair. So, muscle, yeah, not the one that you want to pull. It's not the one you want to pull. I wish I could pull that more often, that muscle. We will be doing trials because some people are saying they're sad, like we won't be doing trials again and stuff like that. We will be doing trials. I'm just not going to do daily, all the time trials. I'm not going to put that pressure on me. I felt ill, people. I got really ill, I think. So I'm not going to go to that stage again. If you see me get to that stage, tell me to get offline. So I want to do a little bit more like fun stuff. Also, we're way behind. There's so many things I want to show today about hearings that we've missed, about sentencings. I know some of you probably seen them, but I've still not seen them. Hello, Lucky Lou. I'm very much better. Thank you, my darling. I want to cover lots more stuff. But in order to do that, we've got to start from scratch a little bit. That's why I want to do the show, the Happy Day show. I want it to be happy. It's not going to be for everybody. It's not going to be everyone's cup of tea. But you know what? The one thing that I got away from the last probably month and a half, 2 months, was I wasn't laughing enough. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't happy. And if I'm not happy, then how the fuck are you guys supposed to be happy? Hello, Christine. Christine Fortunato. How are you, my darling? How are you? Lanco, so yeah, that's the one. That's one I want to be yanked a bit more on. So yeah, I am in a good spot. I'm in a good place. I had an injection today. Not injection, took blood from me today. So I'm still being tested for lots of different stuff. I believe I'm being pushed for the sleep apnea test, which is good. Till Boy's Odd. I can't find a link for it. I can't find a link for it, Till the Boys. It's audio only though, do you know what I mean? So it'll only be like 2 minutes, I think, but I can't find the audio for it. Good morning, Danielle. How are you, my darling? But I'm also thinking every fucker's doing it. So I know the Glera is. I think Mike Jerks is. I believe Melly Little's doing it. I think there's. I can't find a link. So I just fuck it. There's plenty of people to watch it with. So yeah, via Zoom. Yeah, I can't. The code won't work for me on Zoom. It won't work for me on Zoom. But whatever. I mean, we'll find out what's going on afterwards. So it's all good. No, it's all good, Heather. Honestly, please don't. It's all good, Heather. It's all good. Let the others do it. Oh, hang on. It's all good. Lady Law. We're talking about sex bombs. Here she is, a lady. I've not seen Lady Law for ages. Not spoken to Lady Law for ages. Fine. I've not spoken to her in ages. How are you doing, beautiful? Last time I spoke to you, we were fighting against somebody. Or you were, or I was, I don't remember. No worries. Thank you, Heather. Hey. Gary, how are you, fella? Sorry again about the loss in your family. So I hope you're well, my friend. Hope you're well. Glera does have it on. The Glera, I think Mike Jerks, and I know Mel Little has it on because it just had hers on there. New setup it is. Hey, Lady Law, look at this. Like, I'm gonna be doing this all day. Look at this. Hang on. Oh, just the way you like it, up and down. Yeah. My desk is up and down. It's like I go up and down now. So, happy days. Good. Yeah, fine. So, look at fucking. I gotta go up now. So, this is my problem, right? I start coming in, talking about something, and I get distracted. And I play games now. No, on a serious note, like, hang on. The way we like it. That's the way I like it. All that. Oops. This is the top bit. That's it. That's it. And then we go back down. Slide to the left. Is that to the right or to the right? Get back on down. Boom, 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 boom. I did not see that, Lucky. I did not see. There's a lot of stuff I want to go through today, so we'll go through that. Let me. Yeah, the new show, Les. I will explain the new show. Sorry, I got distracted. Lady Law kept sending me dick pics. Not dick boo pics, sorry. Right. Here we go. Let me get back down to the bottom. There we are. So, yeah, look, I was just saying, right, that the last couple of months, you know, not sleeping, sleep up. I don't know if it's sleep apnea, low. There's lots of stuff it could be. So I've not been myself. So having a break for a week was really good for me. But I also realized I can't stream like, you know, 12-hour days or 8-hour days. You know, I can, but sporadically. I can't do it all the time. I'm getting old. So that's why I want to do the Happy Day show. Oh, shit. The Happy Day show. Not a happy ending show, because you know what that means, but the Happy Day show. That's why I want to do. Thank you, Lou. Look you, Lou. Daft's lost the dick pic job. I think what you look healthier. Appearance, you look healthier and happier. I'm happy because I realised that. You know what? The one thing I realised is I can't please everybody. I think I was trying to please everybody the last few months, and you know, I've realised I can't please everyone. With my streams, every time we lost members or lost subscribers, I took it personally that I wasn't doing enough, or I wasn't, you know, I'm trying to make everyone else happy. It doesn't work like that. If I'm not happy, then how do I get you guys happy? You know, so I just got to do what I do. And what I want to do more than anything is make everybody laugh and make them happy. I want it to be a happy place. But also I want to cover stuff. I want to cover the news, and I do want to cover trials, but I want to be picky with our trials. Not every trial. We don't have to jump in 2 feet first to every trial that's going on. Like this morning now, Turtle Boy's on, his hearing's on. Well, we got Mary Little, The Glera, Mike Jerks, probably Brian LTL, and there's like 4 or 5 people streaming it. Why do I need to stream it? I don't need to. I'll watch it, and if we see a clip of it tomorrow, we might watch a bit tomorrow or something. I don't need to cover everything that everybody wants to see. And that's a realization I made as we're going on. I'm still a work in progress, I'm hard on myself. But we'll get there, we'll get there. Today's going to be a long day, actually, because we got this morning, which we'll cover some sentencing stuff and whatever. And then we got Sarah Boon later on at 1:30 Eastern. So I'll cover that. So we're going to go straight through. So when I said that we're going to just do like a 3, I'm trying to make it like a 3-hour show. So people know, right? It's a 3-hour show. And basically, so if you're covering a trial, I'm still not sure how it's going to work. But I want to be able to zoom stuff. I want to be able to skip stuff. I want to be known as that channel where you can come along, doesn't matter if you're a little bit late, and we'll zoom through breaks and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? So there's no pressure on us to be like, oh, we got to start on time. The only one I think I'll probably start on time is Karen Reid, because everyone wants that one. But apart from that, I think we just go with the flow, and we'll catch up with it. Do you know what I mean? And I think there's more and more people that we try to be a little bit more different then, because not everyone can watch. Like I use Hot Mama Josie as an example. She's in Arizona. She can't watch at 9 o'clock Eastern because it's 6 o'clock for her. So who cares if we start at like 11 o'clock Eastern? Well, I'm starting at 9, but we start the trial about 11. Do you know what I mean? Whatever. Chill. It just means we can zoom through lunch and stuff and through breaks. I much prefer that. I much prefer to have a couple of hours front end in it, just going, fuck it, let's talk shit. And then, yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We might change it. We don't know. But anyway, I just want to do something different. So, no worries. You listen to the TV trial. It won't be the thing. It's only the thing today, isn't it? So it's not going to be anything today. On what I've been told anyway. So, but we'll see. Today's perfect start, 9 a.m. But this is what I mean. 7 a.m. But this is the thing, though, Joe's. Like, people messaging me. I want to talk shit. I want to talk shit at the start. I want to cover other stuff. I don't want to be bored. I don't want to be sat here all the time. Just, I don't know, whatever. We'll go with flow. There might be trials we start at on time or whatever. I don't know. But all I can say to you is strap in. It's going to be a little bit of a bumpy ride. It's not going to be for everybody, and that's absolutely fine. I think we need to stop pleasing. I say we need to stop pleasing everybody all the time. And we'll just do what we can do. And you guys are a big part of that as well. So don't think it's just me, it's you as well. I know we joke about you girls cheating on me all the time. I hope everybody realizes it's a joke. I know you guys do, but other people I think do take it quite seriously. I feel offended if you go somewhere else and watch it. I'm like, no, I can give a fuck. I'll promote it. Like I say, go watch Turtle Boy's on. I don't believe he's on yet, but he will be on. Glera, Mel, whoever you want to watch it. We are going to be doing different things today. We got Sarah Boon at 1:30 Eastern, but we'll watch a few other stuff at the start today. But I'm excited. I can't wait. So this week, I think we've got Ashley Benfield on tomorrow. So that's going to be on tomorrow as well, 1:30 Eastern. We got, I think, Laurie Shaver. Is she on Thursday? I think she's on Thursday. And then we got Friday. I might take Friday off. Whoa. Do you mean I need to make more time off? Do you mean? So we'll see. Then next week, my plan is this, people. Stream Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Then I'm going away for a week. Fuck. I'm going away. I'm going to see some friends. What the fuck? So I'll be away. I think Thursday I'll be traveling. Friday I probably will stream from my hotel room. But on my phone, we'll probably just have a touch of base. Then Monday and Tuesday, I'm hoping to vlog for the first time. And by that, I'm going to be in London, mate. I'm going to be in London town. So we'll be in London. So hopefully, I know some of you like the old royal stuff. So I'll show you Buckingham Palace and all that. So I'm not sure if I can do it live or if I can do it after the fact. So we'll see. Hang on. All right, okay. So I might not be on. Do you know what I mean? On Wednesday. Oh shit, the Queen. I said royal family, the King. I should say, shouldn't I? Shit, sorry. Then Wednesday I'll be traveling, and then Thursday, Friday we'll probably do a show based on some of that stuff if I can't do it live. So anyway, there's a lot of different things. I'm talking shit now. So thank you everybody. Thank you for the kind words, by the way. But yeah. Okay, there's that. Right. So Tilboy is, for those that want to listen to it, it is now live. They're in court. If you do want to listen to it, go listen to it now. Now's the time. Right. So my day has gone out the pot a little bit here because I did want to show. I thought Sarah Boon was on at 9:00. If I'm being honest, if I could be completely honest with you, but I did not realize it was 1:30 until too late. Too late is a way. Hang on. Let me see what we're going to do. So there's a few things I want to see. I know some of you probably seen it, but I have not seen it yet. I sort of know what the verdicts were or the sentences were, but I want to see it live. Where is it gone? I need to go into Court TV. Okay. So for Laurie Shaver, right? This is obviously one we covered. So I'm sure most of you have seen this, but I want to see it. Dildos, no dildos here. See a bit, Gary. Right, so present. This is not well done by me today because I'm a week behind everybody. I'm so behind. Right. This was the. Hey Keith, how you doing, Keith? How you doing, fella? Hope you're well, my friend. Bye, Gary. Good morning. Hello to you, Sarah. P. How are you, my darling? So this is Laurie Shaver. Remember the buried in the backyard murder trial? Buried her husband, accused. The daughter says she did it. The mother got found guilty. Then tried to blame the ex-boyfriend. So I've not seen the verdict. I've seen the verdict's guilty. I think she's probably got life, but I don't know. I want to watch it and see what happens here. So here we go. I hope you haven't seen this before.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We're present in case number 2020 CF 2361, State of Florida versus Laurie Shaver. With the parties present, please identify themselves for the record.
Nick Camuccio on behalf of the state.
Rich Buxman for the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver.
Laurie Filmer, previously known as Laurie Shaver.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. All right, and we are here for sentencing today. All right, please proceed.
Here I do have a copy of the score sheet.
Just remember, though, this is from last week, people, right? So you might be thinking, fucking hell, I've seen this before. Yeah, you'll probably have. This is from last week. I'm just not caught up, but hang on. I can speed it up a little bit now. Right, I gotta get used to this because I've changed settings around. So this is from last week, okay? So let's do it.
I reviewed it.
All right, any objections to the score sheet, Mr. Wiggs?
No, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, there are a couple of victim impact statements, and one of the victim's family members would like to give a statement.
Certainly. Please come up to the podium. Please state.
I've changed it so my laptop's on this side now. We used to be on this side. Hey, also, I'm going to eat a biscuit. Not a cookie. I'm going to eat a biscuit. I'm also going to teach you more about UK-based stuff. This is a biscuit. It's got some cream inside. There you go. Let me change this as well then, because I need to change that to there. Baby Delan in the background. It is. Thank you, Viv, again. Right, here we go, everybody.
Your name for the record.
Brian Douglas Shaver.
All right, please proceed, sir.
All right, dear Judge, the senseless and tragic murder of Michael Douglas Shaver has left an irreparable void in all of our lives. The devastating loss has not only taken away a beloved family member, but also deeply impacted his two innocent children. Michael Shaver was a son, a brother, a father, an uncle, and a friend. He was a kind, loving, and humorous soul. He cherished his family and friends more than anything. Despite the challenges he faced, he always found a way to connect with those he loved. However, his life was tragically cut short at the young age of 33. Laurie Shaver's manipulative and narcissistic behavior isolated Michael from his family and friends, depriving us of a chance to be part of his life. Her actions not only led to his tragic death, but also perpetuated a harmful narrative that tarnished his memory and caused further pain to his loved ones, especially his children. Her actions did not stop the day she took his life and buried him within sight in her backyard. She continued to make choices that would impact both Michael's memory and the people around him for years to come, from stealing his identity, impersonating his likeliness, marrying a new husband over his body, and putting the weight of a terrible tragedy on the shoulders of his daughter, having her to maintain that lie for years. Laurie Shaver's actions not only ended Michael's life, but also stole his future. She deprived him of the chance to live life to its fullest, raise his children, spend time with his family, experience personal growth. For the past 9 years, she has walked free, while we have endured the pain of his absence and relived the events through the investigation. She has witnessed the growth of his children, all while shaping their perspective of him with lies and distortions. These stolen years can never be returned, and the void left in our lives is immeasurable. The impact of Laurie Shaver's actions will forever scar our family. We mourn the loss of Michael and grieve for his children, who has been robbed of their father's love and guidance. The loss of Michael is a wound that will never fully heal. While justice may offer some solace, it cannot restore the life that was stolen or mend the broken hearts left behind. Judge, we thank you for your time and consideration as you make this sentencing judgment regarding the heinous crime against Michael Douglas Shaver from the Shaver family. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Your Honor, I do have two other statements from friends of Mr. Shaver. First being Randolph Bean. To whom it may concern, and all
Object to the hearsay statement during sentencing hearing.
hearsay is admissible in sentencing, Judge.
Overruled. Please proceed.
To whom it may concern, and all who may have need to view it. This document is an impact statement against Laurie Shaver, who murdered her husband, Mike Shaver. Forgive me if it's too blunt or angry as I cut through my own anger to most clearly express my points. I beg your tolerance in this not being the typical statement going on at length about how much I miss my friend. I'm that annoying OCD guy that can't turn his mind off, notices everything and annoys everyone over details without trying to. I'm also the guy that's almost impossible to impress, so my feeling of Mike's merit is a rare thing for me to award anyone or thing. I can assure you I'm a lot nicer to talk to than read serious statements written by. Please bear with me as this document is at least now far shorter than the original 63 pages it started as. First, the victim himself, Mike Shaver. I knew and worked with him as a member of a very elite unlimited class air racing team for the most highly modified P-51 Mustang in history. Through that, I came to know that Mike had been a working commercial pilot at the start of a career, flying local commuter flights in a turboprop aircraft. This requires the rating, the hours, and also know of both piston and gas turbine engines to qualify for the job. He obtained his rating initially with financial help from his parents. At Laurie's insistence and to separate from friends and family so as to control him, she demanded they move to Florida. He did so and was unable to find regional work as a pilot and thus took a job maintaining monorails at Disney. There he was noted as a great and reliable worker. Maintaining his interest in aviation, he volunteered for the PM race team. While not a certified AP, he is allowed under FAA rules to work on experimental class of aircraft. I saw and worked with him on things as diverse as a complete rewire of aircraft, rebuilding landing gear, custom constructing a carbon fiber canopy to reduce drag, and of course, internal work on the Rolls-Royce Griffin engine. This Mustang is only the third one so modified, and the other two were destroyed while racing. As a machine, he worked on literally the most advanced unlimited class racer ever built. Yet, He was not some ignorant flunky stuck with a dead-end job as a mechanic just out from under the shade tree of skill. I say this to illustrate that he was incredibly intelligent. At our last races, Mike, myself, and one other discussed forming a team for the IF1 class known as the entry level to air racing. Mike, given his small stature, would have also been the pilot. He had agreed to pursue the idea of friendship and shared tasks impressed me that he was an incredibly intelligent and funny person. You couldn't meet a nicer guy. I enjoyed getting to know him and look forward to the future friendship and plans we shared, all now shattered and gone. As to him being a person and parent, I can say that I've never met a man so worried about the welfare of his children. He endured all, including being murdered in hopes of protecting them. As a result, he was a badly battered husband, always bearing the brunt of Laurie's outbursts and physical attacks. The court had only one instance to work with, and a bad one at that. Just after the event, I asked Mike why he went to jail when she attacked and overwhelmed him. The photos clearly showed him with bleeding head trauma, torn clothing, and disoriented look. His statement to me was, the police showed up and I told them that she had threatened all of us with her gun. I was scared she would hurt the kids, so I tried to take it away from her. She hit me repeatedly in the head with the gun, ripped off my pocket trying to get the truck keys, and broke a bunch of other stuff too. The police listened to her and seemed to think I was abusing her and told us that they had to arrest somebody, as it was a domestic violence case. I thought it would be best to protect the kids by not having their mother go to jail, so I agreed to be arrested. It was noted in the trial he had moved into a room at the hangar without explanation. He did so to remain close to the children as possible. Literally everyone on our team urged him to leave her ASAP, but he realized that domestic violence arrest would easily put the kids back in her care. Based on that, he tried to create a peace with her and moved back in. When I asked why, which nobody else did, he told me, I want to be there to protect my kids. If he had any failing, it was in self-preservation. You can't survive for yourself. You can't be there for anyone else. That's why I say I've never seen a man more dedicated to his children than Mike. If spirits exist after this life, I'm sure his is gutted at the lies and brainwashing used on his daughter. Those of us who know...
But she seems unbothered. She's just like, get on with it, bud. Get on with it. I don't give a fuck. Just get on with it. She literally feels or seems unbothered by everything that's going on right now. I mean, she's been found guilty of murder. She's facing life without the possibility of parole, potentially. And in Florida, life's life, isn't it? And she couldn't give a fuck. Or unless she's pretending, masking it. She's going to be the big one. I don't know, but she just hasn't got any emotion. You know, just blasé, don't give a fuck. Just get on with it. I mean, to be fair, this guy is getting on a bit, like, with 1.5 speed. He said 63 pages originally. Fuck. Anyway.
Them all 100% know the things stated she claimed to have done so were impossible simply based on her tiny size at the time. He was a smart, funny, caring, and wonderful man. The world is truly a worse place without him in it. I think of him often, and the pain and frustration of his murder leaves me angry every time. Time has not lessened the pain. Since Mike's murder, an openly diverse group of his friends have reached out and found each other. For example, his long-term middle and high school girlfriend described how hurt she was that Laurie stole him away from her. She wasn't angry at him, in fact, maintaining that he was an awesome guy and she wished she had never lost him. Even then, she feared for his safety and she was proven right. So many of
the fuck are you smiling and fucking shaking your head for? Fucking hell.
You will never hear from miss him. Mike himself was very guarded, but the small amount of information he admitted proved yet again Laurie cares for nobody and will do whatever it takes, including murder, to please herself. I implore and demand you impose the harshest sentence that can be constructed. Punish her for the murder and the roundabout chaos and pain she caused all around her. It isn't about my personal feelings of loss. Those compose only a tiny part of the reason for the harsh sentence. It's about repeating the mistakes of so many legal system failures I have seen. Mike, a good man, was done so very wrong, and all the other abused husbands with no place to turn for help, you were their only chance. Randolph Bean. Also have a statement from a Scott Skrzycki.
It's just for the record, same objection as to the hearsay and the opinion testimony at this
point. Overruled.
Your Honor, Laurie Shaver has demonstrated multiple times her lack of remorse or resentment pertaining to the crimes she has committed. Laurie has willingly and without one single ounce of guilt damaged her children mentally by influencing them through instruction and uttering false statements since she murdered Michael in a feeble attempt to mask her crimes. Laurie assumed Michael's online identity, posing as Michael, to myself, his other friends, and family to gain additional privilege of prolonged freedom, lengthening the time before she was able to be held accountable for her crimes. We will never get Michael back, and her family will never get his children's innocence back. Laurie's inhuman, ruthless, and savage actions, and especially her lack of any repentance, indicate that she will never change. If the time and place ever come where Laurie will be returned to society, that she deliberately and knowingly tried to deceive and attempt to falsify her innocence, I fully expect she will again incite bedlam and turmoil with whomever she associates with. She expects life to be a one-way street for her and in her favor. She has proven that when things do not go her way, there is no limit to the actions she is willing to take. I humbly and respectfully ask the court to impose the harshest sentence that is possible. Thank you, Scott Skrzycki. Your Honor, I do want to say that there have been various references within these victim impact statements and also in the...
Yeah, Laurie Shaver. It's from last week, it is. But I'm just catching up now. So, Laurie Shaver, you're right, Sasmas.
Pre-sentence investigation that talk about the fact that Miss Shaver, now Miss Filmer, has shown a total lack of remorse for her actions. I want to be clear that as far as any statements about that lack of remorse, especially from the PSI and the statements that I made, have nothing whatsoever to do with her expressing her innocence, maintaining her innocence, asking for a trial, asking for the jury to determine what the facts of this case are. That would be completely inappropriate and not an appropriate thing for the court to take into consideration for sentencing. When I talk about her lack of remorse, I refer to the actions that she took after her killing of her husband and all the actions that she took to help cover that up. That includes lying to friends and family members, acting as if Michael Shaver was still alive, knowing full well what she had done. And those lies and manipulation extended not only to friends and family members of Michael Shaver, but his own children. That is, when I discuss her lack of remorse, that is what I am discussing. And that is something permissible for the court to consider her actions leading up to her arrest. Ms. Shaver is quite possibly the most manipulative defendant I have ever had charged with murder, and the extent that she went to cover her tracks deserve the harshest penalty, and I ask for life in prison on this case.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, Judge. I'll just briefly summarize some of the evidence, ask the court to consider such evidence that the court heard before it throughout the trial. I point out to the court that Ms. Shaver was not convicted of an accessory, as the state may allude to, but we heard evidence in this manner. There was digital evidence that was presented by the state. In advance of trial, I'd moved to exclude the digital data, inasmuch as Facebook did not have any connective links as to the evidence, could not be linked to an IP address, a user, a location, or a device. Likewise, there was no business record certificate offered by the state to authenticate the records. Instead, they just simply declared the records did not exist at this time. Despite that, the court allowed such evidence. Likewise, there was, aside from a lack of a connective link between Laurie Shaver and any physical evidence, which seemed to be the body of the state's case, there was a couple cards that were testified to. Defense counsel moved to exclude that, claiming that there was no handwriting analysis that had been conducted, and I think that's Proctor, that was in my motion, and nobody that could testify as to the authentication of the handwriting. That was read into evidence by a witness, wasn't simply ushered into evidence, but was read into evidence. And that had no connective link offered during the trial to Laurie Shaver. Likewise, there was reference to a sale of guns. Not one single gun that the state elicited testimony about had any actual involvement in the crime itself. I filed a pretrial motion on that to exclude it, and I think the relevant case was a case, I believe it was Agathis, that should be excluded. The case was appealed and reversed on that same basis itself. There was a gun that was actually entered into evidence by the state. The expert claiming that it had no connective link. It was just the type of gun. It had characteristics of the gun. No different than taking a picture of a white man or a black person leaving the scene of a crime and say he was this color. That was the connective link that the state relied upon. It had no probative value in this matter, simply offered as prejudicial impact. Court will remember there was no connective link between the gravesite and Laurie Shaver. There was no DNA. There was no any clothing, anything that had a connective link to Laurie Shaver in the form of DNA, hair samples, or anything in that matter. The state, you may recall, tried to downplay this. I think it was Mr. Buxman questioning the witness, saying, well, you're not surprised that there's no link between that, given the degraded condition of the straps that were found in the grave. Ignoring the fact that possibly there was no connective link, being there was never at any time any DNA or evidence on those straps. The same way with the tarp. There was a blue tarp. Reminded the court that I brought out on cross-examination, the state did not take it upon themselves to do any kind of forensic analysis to see who, if anybody, had purchased that tarp, nor did they do any DNA analysis on that tarp to see if it had been drug across the ground or how it got to the gravesite. I would bring that to the attention of the court. There was also testimony, unrefuted, from the medical examiner that there were buccal swabs connected to Michael Shaver, which indicated that there had been some force or trauma at a point post death or after the death of Michael Shaver. It was testified in the court, heard testimony that that the boyfriend at that time, Mr. Townsend, had, they believe, removed the body only to return it later. There was no evidence that Laurie Shaver had moved the body, and that could not be accounted for. That was brought out on evidence. It was likewise objected to throughout the trial continuously as to the form of the introduction by the state. I brought to the attention of the court that the state entirely relied on circumstantial claims of evidence. And that would be, it was always everything the state declared was going to be a timeline link, anything that came into evidence, whether it was the gun, whether it was the sale of guns, whatever it was, that would be their claim. I presented to the court a case, Smith versus Carlisle, which went back through the history of circumstantial evidence and reinstated a case called Volcker. And there the Supreme Court had declared if the state's going to rely on circumstantial evidence, there must be a foundation for that evidence that's not subject to any other reasonable interpretation except that of guilt. At no time did the state throughout this trial, not one single time did they establish any foundation upon which these circumstantial claims were based. And that instead they argued to the jury in their closing it was just a totality of these circumstances that they could hang their verdict upon. Now, we understand there's a minimum mandatory of 25 years in this case, Judge, and the court can impose a life sentence in this case. Based on the evidence, the undisputed facts is I've just brought to the attention of the court, we'd ask for the minimum mandatory of 25 years be imposed against Laurie Shaver. That would be our recommendation to the court at this stage. And Ms. Shaver, I know in the PSI, she had sent the court a letter as to her feelings, impressions, and her sentiment about the matter. I presume it's made a part of the record for the purposes of the sentencing, and I presume that the court has reviewed that as well.
I have reviewed the letter, Mr. Wiggs.
Thank you, Judge.
Is there anything further?
I sympathize with the family that's here. I know they have heartfelt feelings about it and emotions. It's not testimony in the sense that it's offered anything to establish the state's case. And I am sympathetic as to the scenario that they found themselves. The court would be reminded, though, and also in this case, that there was evidence of physical abuse by Mr. Shaver. And there was nothing that really contradicted that in this trial. I bring that to the attention of the court as well. And I think all these facts would justify at least the minimum mandatory imposition.
All right. Does your client wish to address the court?
Do you need 1 second? You said it in your letter. I won't say anything. Okay. No, she doesn't, Judge.
Is there anything further?
Nothing further from the defense.
Anything further from the state?
No, sir.
Please present your client for sentencing.
Shaver.
All right. Laurie Shaver Filmer, in case number 2020 CF 2361, having been found guilty by a jury of your peers of the offense of murder in the second degree with a firearm and having been adjudicated guilty of the offense of murder in the second degree with a firearm, the court hereby sentences you to a term of life in the Florida Department of Corrections. Standard fines, fees, and costs will be assessed. Mandatory court costs will be assessed. You will have 30 days to appeal. Do you wish to have appellate counsel appointed?
Yes, Judge. And I've prepared motions for the court. At this stage, I filed 2 notices of appeal. The state, the clerk sent one prematurely to the DCA, and it got returned. I advised them that the state had inadvertently sent it in advance of the sentencing. So that was returned yesterday. I filed was dated or identified as a second notice of appeal, and I've sent the clerk a letter, wait to the sentencing to send this. I've likewise filed with the court a motion for appointment of declare the defendant indigent for costs and to request that the public defender's office be appointed. The JAC has received the pleading. They said they have no input on the matter, and they've been noticed for the hearing as well.
All right. State have any objection?
No.
Okay. Well, court will appoint appellate counsel for Miss Laurie Shaver Filmer.
Very well.
All right. Do you have a proposed order?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I have a proposed order.
Madam Clerk has an order, Mr. Wiggs, so we'll use the order that Madam Clerk has prepared. Is there anything further from the state?
Just real briefly, as a matter, when you refer to the standard costs, that would include the $100 cost of prosecution.
Yes, $100 cost of prosecution will be imposed.
Thanks, sir.
Judge, one thing, and I know it's not binding on DOC, but the court can state in an input that as to placement, Ms. Filmer at this stage has requested that the court recommend placement at the Gadsden facility in North Florida for family visitation at this stage.
State have any objection?
No, that's completely up to the Department of Corrections.
And again, that is up to the discretion of the Department of Corrections. The court can merely make a recommendation, and it is so recommended that Ms. Laurie Shaver Filmer be housed at Gadsden.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Is there anything further from the parties?
Nothing.
Okay, life. I don't remember much of it. Do people remember this trial? I remember when he was reading back there about the no DNA, no stuff. I was like, whoa, I don't remember some of this stuff. I don't remember how we felt at the time. Did we all think they was guilty? I don't remember. Interesting. Yeah, there's a bit there that I didn't really remember. Yes, Dylan. Okay. Anyway. There's that. The other one that we all watched together, but I don't know the verdict or anything for, is, well, a few. I'm not going to play. I'll play there. Okay, I'll play that one afterwards. Hang on. Here we go. This one now. Oh, that's the daughter of Mr. Kildan. Yes, there we are. Yeah. I'm with you. I just saw they all sort of. This is what I mean. They all merge into one for me at the minute. That's why I want to concentrate on one. That's it. Yeah, I do remember now. I think we all said, I don't remember what. But anyway, she's there. Wolf, okay. Right, this one, Leilani Simon. I promise you, right, every day we're not going to be doing all this, but I need to catch up with stuff. These are things I need to catch up on. So, and we cover these trials together. So I've got 2 more of these to do, and then we'll do other stuff. But yeah, here we go. Sasma says, guilty, guilty, guilty. Bum, boop, boop, boop. I saw on Twitter about, there's nothing really about Turleboy. Just says, Turleboy's hearing, this is the problem with Superior Court rotating judge systems. Every time you're before a new judge, you have to go back and tell him, her, what happened in this case. The case should have one judge specially designed. I did not know that. There's different judges. Did not know that, which is interesting. It should be just one judge, because that's a mess if not. Oh, pump it up. You gotta pump it up. Right. Lots of rules. What's rules? I don't know what rules are. Right. Let's go. Leilani Simon. Leilani Simon. Let me boost it for Deb. Boosted. All right. Oh, pump it up.
How are you?
You gotta pump it up.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. This is not like the trial in the sense that I don't have a bunch of questions prepared for you at this point, okay?
Yes, sir.
This is your opportunity to tell the judge what Quinton meant to you and how this has all impacted you, and I suppose your family more generally. So,
no joke, this has been played at 1.5. And this guy is so slow, it's been played at 1.5.
Have you thought about what you would like to say to the judge about Quinton?
Quinton was like a little brother to me. Quinton meant a lot. Just seeing him smile every day, waking up next to him, he would stay at the house a lot. Missing him every day, not waking up to see Quinton, not being able to go get Quinton no more. It's a lot. My family loved him a lot. I missed him walking around the house with cheese in his hand saying bubbles. I miss him just lighting up the room. I miss looking at his little bow legs just run across the kitchen. So he gets justice.
Let me ask you this. This is not something that we've talked about before, but it does occur to me to ask you the question.
Mm-hmm.
If Leilani had just come to you and your family and said, look, I can't handle all 3 of these children. Will you take this one? What do you think your mom would have said to that?
My mom would have took Quinton in a heartbeat. There would have been no hesitation. Quinton, it was like he was blood to us. It was a connection with Quinton. It was a connection with all the kids. But Quinton, my mom would have never said no or nothing. She would have just took him in a heartbeat if she could have.
One moment, please. Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, sir.
Thank you very much.
Now, if you don't remember, this guy was a guy that I think everybody loved because he was just a story time with this guy. It was just like he would just go on or off on one about all stuff. He was an honest witness, I think.
The evidence you shall give the court on the issue pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
So help me God.
Have a seat, please.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Simon.
Good, how are you doing today? Mr. Simon, you understand why we're here, correct? Yeah. and I've asked you to come forward and speak in mitigation about your sister Leilani.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We're not here to argue with the verdict. The verdict's been rendered, but we are here to try and basically tell the court about Leilani. And so you've asked to speak.
Mm-hmm.
And is there anything you'd like to tell the court before the court imposes a sentence, Paul?
So growing up, Leilani is my closest sibling. Growing up, she was always there for me whenever I needed her. Whenever I needed advice about anything, didn't matter what it was, she would always give it to me to the best of her ability. So, I mean, I love her. She's my sister. You know, I love Quinton. That's my nephew. You know, I love him just like he was my own blood. But at the end of the day, I'm not going to sit here and live in the past when all I have is days ahead of me. And I'm going to keep moving forward.
Okay. And with Leilani, whenever you lived in the house when this was going on, correct? How was she with the children at that point in time?
She was always pretty fair to them. I never saw her hit them. She would yell at them. But, I mean, everybody gets frustrated. So,
right.
I never really saw her hit them. You know, when Quinton and Zane and Sky, when they were all outside, she was out there watching them, making sure that none of them got too close to the pool. At a certain point, Zane would finally put his feet into the pool without throwing a tantrum, you know. So I never saw no abuse, never saw no bruises, besides from, like, you know, maybe Quinton running through the house and falling. I mean, can't help that. He was bow-legged. I mean, he can barely walk as it was.
You were close to Quinton, weren't you?
I was. He would come up to me and put his arms over my legs, and I'd just sit there and bounce him. 20, 30 minutes later, still going. You know, he'd wear me out. He'd beat me up.
Well, that being said, do you have an eye towards what you think the court should do with Leilani? I mean, the court's limited to either life with or without parole. And what are you here asking the court to do with Leilani's sentence?
In my opinion, she needs to spend time in prison, but at the same time, she's still extremely young. And regardless of how it looks, at the end of the day, she's still my sister. And I feel like even though she was convicted of what she was convicted of, she still deserves a chance, even if it's later in her life, to have an opportunity to live her life still.
And that's what you're asking for, correct? Is life with parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. I just wanted to be clear, okay?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything else you wanted to tell the court about your sister?
Just I love you, sister. I hope you make it through it.
And Mr. Dean might have some questions for you, Paul, okay?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Simon, you may step down.
Let's see, Kimberly Hill, Judge.
Hill.
Yeah, that's interesting because I was trying to look it up now because I know it's 3 children, 3 different dads, I believe, but like she's the mother, so she's Quinton's still blood unless it was. I don't get it. I found that very funny as well. I find it very funny because she was the mother, so it is blood.
The evidence you shall give the court on the issue pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, ma'am.
State your name, please, ma'am.
My name is Kimberly Hill.
Okay, and Ms. Hill, how do you know Ms. Leilani Simon?
Me and Leilani met when we were young, 15, 16. I was 15, she was 16.
Ms. Hill, I can tell you're on a stop. I'm going to ask you to scoot up a little bit to the mic.
Is this better?
That is much better.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to speak up. They're recording everything we say and do.
I completely understand.
All right.
We met when I was 15 and she was 16. We met through a mutual friend. We were both very young, before kids. And she was so kind. I was very clueless and dumb at 15. I came from a very sheltered home, and she could have taken advantage of me very easily, but she didn't. Instead, she showed me everything. I mean, she showed me all around Savannah. She showed me how to act and how to talk, and in a setting that it was very awkward as a kid. She really helped me through all of that, and she was very kind to me. Like I said, she had the opportunity to take advantage of me, and she didn't. We were friends for a couple of years, and I was away for about 2 years, a year and a half or so we didn't really get to talk that much. And by the time I reconnected, she had her first baby, and we would hang out quite often. She was always concerned about him. Always, every time I saw her, whether it was the first child or after the second child, it was always, I'm going to be better. I'm going to do better. I'm doing better. I'm working towards something better. She always made an effort, and you could tell that she cared, even if she made the wrong decisions.
And you understand why we're here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's your most recent interaction on Miss Simon?
About 6 months to a year prior to everything that had happened, I did distance myself just because I could tell we were going in different directions in life.
You can be honest. What did you mean by that?
She was hanging around the wrong crowd, from what I presumed, and I was going to college. I was getting my degree. I was working in a very professional setting, and I just didn't have time to go all the way out. It was very far where I was living. I was in Savannah. I can't remember where it was, but it was about an hour and a half near Waynesboro. It was pretty far. So it was just very difficult to see her, and I also didn't want to get caught up in anything just in case. I wasn't aware of anything, but I didn't want to be aware of anything if there was.
And that was probably, if not correct, 2021, early 2022?
Like late 2020, early 2021 is probably around the last time that we had hung out.
All right. Have you reconnected with her since then, since this all transpired, or no?
No, sir.
So basically your experience was as teenagers for the most part?
From 15 to 2021.
Okay. So for about 5 years.
Yes, sir.
Just trying to nail it down.
Of course.
And you understand what we're here for, but that's the person you remember, is that
Yes, sir.
kind, gentle soul.
Even though everything happened, it wouldn't be right for me to not come here and speak on what I experienced.
And that's all the questions I have. Is there anything further you'd like to add?
I hope you're doing okay.
And Mr. D might have some questions for you. Okay. Thank you. Just give me 1 second.
No questions.
All right, Ms. Hill, you may step down.
Thank you.
Thomas Howell's next, Judge.
Mr. Howell?
The evidence you shall give the court on the issue pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Good afternoon, Judge.
State your name, please, sir.
Thomas Howell.
Okay. Mr. Howell, how are you related to Miss Simon?
I am Leilani's stepfather.
Okay. And how long have you been her stepfather?
Well, about going on 12 years.
So not like 2 years ago.
No,
or 3
sir.
years ago. So it's been a while.
Yes, sir.
All right. So you helped raise her, right?
So, yes.
Okay. And you're married to Billy Joe, just to be clear, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Danny and Leilani and Quinton and Zane and Sky were all living with y'all in October of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that point in time, either you and Billy Joe were working or you were at home, right?
Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, how long would y'all be gone when you were out working?
Well, at that time, I was working in Anderson, South Carolina. And so some weekends I'd have to work weekends. So I just stayed there the whole week. The other weekends, when I did only work, we work usually our standard hours is 4 10s. So I'd come home on the weekends and then go back Monday morning.
So it was normally like 4 on, 3 off.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then that's what I was trying to get to. So it's you'd be gone for 4 days and back for 3 days.
Yes, sir. Monday through Thursday. I come back Thursday night.
Right. So, and you understand we're here for sentencing today, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you also understand the sentencing is limited. I mean, it's either going to be life with parole or life without parole, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm asking you to tell the court what you'd like to tell the court about Leilani in fashioning that sentence.
Well, Leilani was very smart. In school, she could pretty much take a test and not study for it and pass it. I mean, that's how smart she was. And like I say, when you're not on drugs, you're a totally different person. And Leilani just got into drugs, and it just, I guess maybe you could say, made her somebody different. And pretty much all I'm asking is that she have a chance one day to come out in the world and I understand, but nobody knows what happened to that youngin'. Nothing's been proven what happened to her, to him. And I just would ask her one day she'd be able to walk amongst us. I mean, I probably won't be here. I mean, I'm up in age, but that she'd at least be given one more chance in life instead of just putting her away and throwing away the key.
Anything further you want to add, Mr. Howell?
No, sir.
Mr. Dean might have some questions for you.
All right.
Okay.
Sir, I have no questions for you.
All right.
You will sit down, Mr. Howell.
Thank you.
Next is Jackie Madden, Judge.
Jackie Madden.
Whoa, that was a bit like Sarah Boon's a half one. People asking.
The evidence you shall give the court on the issue pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
And Ms. Madden, once you have a seat, would you spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Right, where I'm at with this, right, is this, right? It's she obviously did it. So this is for me. There was never a question that she wasn't guilty. She was 100% guilty. 1:30 Eastern. It'll be 6:30 my time. I'm not always an advocate of I think people can change to a certain extent, but from what I remember from this case, she's still they went a month in a landfill trying to find this baby, trying to find Quinton. She would not admit to it and stuff. I think if you are able to admit to it and stuff, you should get life with, potentially the opportunity to rehabilitate and, get parole. But the fact that she never admitted to it, I just, let it drag on. I just think for me, life's life on this one, which is tough to say because she's still quite young. But I think if everybody, I'm trying to set a word in a way, there's no justification for murdering anybody. No justification whatsoever. But there's a ways of doing it. I don't believe that if you're going to lead a story and not admit to it for months upon end, then I think you deserve life in prison. If you, however, have made a mistake and you willingly cooperated, I think you deserve the opportunity to rehabilitate. And from what I remember from this person, she did not cooperate one bit. From what I remember. On this one. I'm not like that with every case whatsoever. I am not. I think every case is different. But this one, I think to take a child, murder a child, dump it in a dumpster, and then lead a merry dance for months. I think that is, for me, just too much. But all right. Anyway,
That's Jackie, Jackie, Madden, Madden.
All right. Ms. Healy.
Thank you, Miss Madden. How do you know Miss Simon, Miss Madden?
Biologically, I'm her aunt, but I raised her about half of her life. I love her like she's my own daughter.
And what years did you raise her?
From 2002, gosh, till she was about 9, and then she went to live with her mom, and then again when she was 11.
Until about when?
That was a little better than a year, and then she went back to stay with her mom.
And during that time frame, tell me what you remember about her.
Oh gosh. I've written it all out. I don't know if it's appropriate to read it now or later.
That's completely up to you. Whatever you got to say it now.
This is the easiest. Obviously, I have a different relationship with Leilani. I know a different Leilani than what is depicted, than what is splattered all over everywhere. My husband and I raised Leilani for about half of her life. Her younger brother was with us the majority of his life. We are blessed to have her in our lives. Because she was in our lives full time, we were able to see a Leilani that has not been depicted over the last 2 years. Leilani was happy, full of life, still is. Unfortunately, she's not able to show it right now. She has the biggest, beautiful smile. She's beautiful inside and out. We watched her protect her younger brother. Gosh, she protected Paul like there's no tomorrow. She would protect him against others, whatever that took. She helped him with school. She was happy to help interpret him when needed. He had speech difficulties, and sometimes was difficult to understand, but being just a little better than a year apart, she could sometimes understand, and she had better language skills than he did. She did very well in school. She attended a Montessori school for her younger elementary school years, which requires independent learning, responsibility for a student's coursework. It requires the ability to make decisions about how one completes their weekly assigned work. Her progress was similar to that of her classmates. Her teachers rarely had concerns with her academic abilities. As a teenager in middle school, she experienced bullying. Although this was concerning, she still excelled. She was proud to be successful in school and took ownership of her responsibilities as a student. Does all of this mean that she was a perfect student? Absolutely not. Does it mean that she didn't make mistakes as a young adult, as a teenager, as a child? No, it does not. We all do. We've all gone through that. We know what it's like to be a child. We know what it's like to make mistakes. We do it as adults all the way up until the time we pass away. She was independent. She did her chores without being directed to. She was responsible. She eagerly fixed dinner if her mom worked late, and I did experience that, so it's not hearsay. She could follow directions, both written and oral, if needed to prepare a meal. She was a good cook, and she loved it. I've watched her and my sister come together and have the best time doing so. They'd laugh, be silly, and have fun. The end product was a great meal. It was never a chore or work for her. She was always eager and sometimes sheepish or reserved to learn new things. She loved to help others. My mom, her grandmother, always needed help around the house. She would go help her often, several days a week. There was a 40 to 45 minute drive one way, but that didn't matter to her. Sometimes my mom gave her gas money, but not always. Leilani would go regardless. She loves her Mima. The grandsons, however, they're just too busy. They had their own lives. They rarely went over there. So this helped increase my mother's and Leilani's bond, as Leilani had the most time with my parents. Now we get to Leilani as a mom, and this is what I saw. I didn't see her every day. It was on occasion. But this is what I saw every time I saw her. Leilani loved and displayed love for all three of her children equally. I never saw her treat any of them differently. I never saw her discipline them by means other than verbal redirection. They, the children, were never hit, grabbed, shoved, hollered at, talked down to or about, called names. They were never disciplined by any derogatory means. The children were clean within reason. They're boys. Boys are dirty. They do it quickly. Boys climb. They fall down, and sometimes they fall up. They play hard and sometimes rough. All these things make for dirty boys who often have boo-boos, owies, and bruises. I've raised 3 of them, so I'm very well versed in that. They weren't filthy in a manner upon which they appeared uncared for or abused. The boys were healthy in appearance. I never saw them malnourished or starving. Quinton, though, with his beautiful soul, beautiful smile, and lovable legs, loved food. He always tried anything new without hesitation and liked most of it. He was a happy child, and he loved to eat, and it was never because he was unfed. That boy just loved to eat. I speak a lot of the boys because I had the most time with them. We only had 5 months with their sister due to this tragedy. The little I saw of her with her mom, she was completely in love with her. She was so proud to be her mom. She was proud of and loved all 3 of her children equally. She never treated any of them differently, even when they had extra challenges. The oldest definitely had extra challenges and could be a little difficult to take care of sometimes. Of course, she had experience with that too, because so does Paul. He was diagnosed with autism when he was a young child. So we had lots of challenges there. There's a lot of conversation in and out of the courts displaying Leilani as a monster who mistreated and neglected her children, especially Quinton. I never saw neglect, but she would pass off some of their care on to others from time to time. The children never resisted going to or with their mom. They loved her and loved being with her. Regardless of what the media and testimony says, I have seen the children go into hysterics upon drop-off at the babysitter's house. This happened the day after Sky was born. We were instructed to take the kids over there. When we did, immediately I pulled up in the driveway and both children went to crying. No, 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 they said. No, and cried the entire time as I dropped them off. It broke my heart. Literally broke my heart that I had to leave them there knowing that this was not the place they wanted to be. And we don't have a long-term relationship with these children. They see them every day. We don't. We see them 3-4 times a year, and that's it. But they didn't want to stay there. They wanted to go back home with us. The last time I saw Quinton,
There's some tissues if you need them, Miss Madden.
the last time was as Miss Carter's daughter. I don't remember which one it was when I dropped him off. She was taking Quinton into the house. He was the last one to go in, and he was just looking at me crying with his hands out, wanting not to come back with us. That is the biggest heartbreak I will live with the rest of my life. This is important because it helps to show that all is not as has been depicted. All of this may seem that I'm biased or expressing or portraying Leilani as a completely different person than she is perceived to be. I'm not biased. I will tell you when you're doing wrong. Ask my sister. We have fought battle after battle after battle over the years over Leilani and Paul. You see, I did not get to see a Leilani who used drugs. I've heard she did, but I never saw any evidence of it. My experiences of time with Leilani only showed the Leilani I knew from the time she was a baby, as a toddler, as a child, as a preteen, as a teen, as my daughter, and as a mom. None of which was abnormal. It was all the normal things you would have growing up in life. I've already described these experiences, and they did not ever show a Leilani who was unworthy or a drug user. When Leilani moved in with her mom, my love for her never changed. I still saw her as my daughter. Sadly, for me, I chose to simply be an aunt. I chose to let my sister and her mom, chose to let my sister be her mom, not by blood, but by love, care, support, bond, and everything a mom is supposed to be. I knew I had to do this, otherwise Leilani would not get to truly form that bond that she and my sister needed, wanted, and were blessed to form. This was the kind of bond, a beautiful bond, that I saw with Leilani and her own children. I do wish, though, that I had maintained a better bond with her that showed her how much I loved her, because I do. Fast forward to October 5th, 2022. This date and the events and news to follow completely cripples my heart. I searched and searched for a way to describe my feelings about the loss of our precious, loving, beautiful Quinton. After a while, I finally figured it out. I was crippled, completely crippled. Crippled with fear of what was to come, anxiety, uncertainty, lack of understanding and comprehension of how such a thing could happen in our family. After all, as they say, this is what you see in the movies. Hurt, sorrow, dismay, anger. I was and am angry at the fact that drugs caused the tragedy to happen in our family. Drugs took Quinton and Leilani from us. Quinton will forever be in my heart, my thoughts, and loved by me, but his life, his body, his love will never be seen or fulfilled due to the influence of drugs. As for Leilani, her life will never be the same. Angry that even though Leilani and Danny were both present in the room with Quinton and the other two children, only Leilani was charged and convicted with the murder of our precious little Quinton. Angry that there's no evidence provided by the prosecution or otherwise presented during the trial that 100% proves that she was the one who murdered and disposed of Quinton's body. Angry that they both, Leilani and Danny, provided a setting that was dangerous for the children. They both used drugs. They both were under the influence on October 4th and 5th. Both parents, whom had altered abilities to provide proper care for these three children. Drugs led to two parents with altered abilities to function with clear and responsible behavior, rational decision-making, that caused the death and loss of our Quinton. Angry that drugs took away Quinton, his siblings, and Leilani from our lives, from our family. Therefore, the only way to simplify the way my head and heart could process this into a single definition was, it's crippled. This will never go away. Now, all of this said, do I think there should be consequences for Leilani? Absolutely, yes. I do feel that she needs counseling. I do feel that she needs to complete a long-term multi-step drug rehab program. I do feel that she needs to complete multiple parenting classes. I've seen the difference that counseling and parenting classes have made for my sister. I know this isn't about my sister, but my sister affects Leilani. My sister, is definitely a better person, a better judge of character, and decision maker.
I'll do another poll. My bad. I'm so sorry. My bad. With and without. Sorry, people. I'll do it. This isn't the cult. No, this is not the cult lady. That was Chloe. Hang on, let me check it. Chloe Driver. Bear with me, Josie. Chloe Driver was a cult lady. Now, she was somebody I have empathy for, Chloe Driver. She's 100% somebody I have empathy for. I hope she gets the right support and stuff like that. She was found guilty with insanity, I believe it is. But by all accounts, she won't get the support she needs. This woman was the woman that got drugged up the night before. And so she's got 3 kids. Her and her husband, or boyfriend at the time, were working. She wouldn't get up. And couldn't tolerate Quinton, her baby, and for whatever reason killed him, drove 1.5 miles or something like that, and dumped him into a dumpster. And then the dumpster went to a field. Basically, they spent about a month or 6 weeks trying to find this child while she was on TV going, "Oh, give me Quinton back, and she killed him. So yeah, this is the one that she was drugged up. Another last excuse. This is the one I don't feel very much empathy for her, to be quite honest with you. She might have been a great kid, but you kill a child and dump him, and it's the whole longevity afterwards. It's the time afterwards where you put it on an act. Driver, the one Josie's talking about, the cult one, I got empathy there. I definitely have empathy there. This one I got 0 empathy for. This is a place where I would say life is life, but this is actually one I would fairly easily give a death penalty to, and I'm not somebody that is pro death penalty, because I think you've got to be right, but this one is, she's 100% guilty. So right, let's go back to sorry.
I struggle to say
I will do another poll now. Hang on.
jail time for Leilani because my heart struggles.
Thank you.
My heart struggles to accept this as reality for my child, my daughter, my niece, my nephew. My love is never ending for her and her children, including Quinton. The loss of a child is the worst hurt anyone can ever feel. My own daughter, born August 2nd, 1989, at 3 months premature, weighing 1 pound 14 ounces, died on December 25th, 1989. She was born with chronic lung disease, which gave us limited time with her. I've never in my life felt such a loss, such hurt. I bring that up because my heart hurts for Leilani, as she will surpass the feelings I endured as a result in the manner which she lost her son. This will be a permanent imprisonment for her. It'll never go away. It'll eat at her the rest of her life. Whether she is responsible for this or Danny is responsible for this, it doesn't matter. She has lost her son. She has lost her 3 children. No matter if the other 2 are alive or not, she has lost them. And she will never be able to get over that ever. This will torture her for the rest of her life. As a Christian, I have to forgive her, and I wholeheartedly do. It is not because I'm a Christian, it's because I do. Does that mean I can forget? Absolutely not. Does it mean it won't hurt? No. Does that mean it changes the situation and the blame? Absolutely not. I do blame her and Danny. Only the two of them know what happened that night. The horror that resulted lies on both of them. One is just as guilty as the other, and both should suffer the consequences. The Leilani that I described in here, the Leilani that I know, is not the Leilani that would take the life of her son, that would do this horrible thing.
Miss Madden, just to perfect the record, you kept saying your sister. I want to be clear. You're talking about Miss Howell, correct?
I am, yes.
Right. And you understand the judge is bound by only two sentences, okay? It can only be life without parole or life with parole. And to be clear on that as well, you're asking the court to impose a life with parole sentence, correct?
Parole would be great, but it would also be good if these other things that I mentioned, the counseling, that I know it's not required. I know, but I'm going to say it anyway. It would be great if these things could happen, because that will help her. It will help to make her a better person. It will help to take this out of her life. I know prison is coming. That doesn't mean that there's not access to these things. And without these things, it's the likelihood of it changing is limited.
That's all the questions I have. Miss Madden, Mr. Dean might have some questions for you, okay?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may sit down, Miss Madden.
Next, we have Billy Joe.
I can wee my cup here. I don't need to go to the toilet. I was a little bit. Come on, let's get on with it now. With this one, I know it's a thing, but come on. I'm not normally that but let's skip it a little bit here then.
If you would, ma'am, state your name and spell it for the court reporter.
Billy Joe Howell. It's Billy, Billie, Joe, J-O,
Oh,
Howell,
mother.
H-O-W-E-L-L.
A mother.
And you are Miss Simon's mother, correct?
Yes.
And you understand what we're here for today, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
And I've asked you to come forward and, if you wanted to make a statement on Leilani's behalf. Did I not?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you understand the court is the only sentence in the state of Georgia on a murder conviction is either life with or life without parole. You understand that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But you still having a chance to address the court and say what's on your mind. Would you like to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you can either speak naturally, or I can ask you questions, or you can read from a prepared statement if you'd like to, Ms. Howell. Which do you prefer? Not trying to put you on the spot, but you were unsure before.
I am still unsure.
Okay.
I know drugs has taken and had a huge impact on our entire lives. Even as Leilani's childhood, I failed her as a mom. I allowed addiction to take over my life at a young age. And you and your brother were just babies. And you lived with my sister. And I made sure you were okay. And through those times, it was still really hard on you because you wanted your mom. Just like I know they're going to want their mom. When you come to live with me, I'd already changed my life. And I'd been working really hard. But I had changed my addiction from drugs to work. And I still neglected your needs, your emotional needs. I still wasn't there for you. to be your mom. My decisions have played an impact on things that have happened in your life. And there's absolutely nothing I can do to take it away. But I'm working every day, Leilani, every day between counseling and parenting classes and taking other classes because I want to be better. Because I have to believe that it's still not too late and that we still have a chance, regardless of what it looks like. Quinton and the other children changed my life even more. And I was so afraid for you that I never let you fail. I always just scooped right in and fixed everything, which wasn't good for you. It didn't allow you to grow and to be able to make good decisions for yourself. I do take accountability today. Because I should have been a better mom and a better grandma. I should have seen something. You deserved better, and so do your children, all three of them. We might not be able to bring Quinton back, but he needs to come home, and we're all going to hold him one last time. I just want to make it better, Leilani, and I don't know how. All I can do is be here for you and answer every phone call. Talk to you and be there. Listen, really listen. I'm really listening. I love you and we're going to get through it because I raised you to know that I love you unconditionally. And today I do not put conditions on that because I love you. I love you. I love you, Leilani. To know that I love you unconditionally. And today I do not put conditions on that. Because I love you.
Right, I know it's sentencing and stuff like that, but like, I'm not sure how weird this is when he's just leaning in on him. Do you know what I mean? I just think it's a bit weird. That's just me personally. I mean, I know, but I just find it a little bit weird. But right, lean on me. I know it's a song. Lean on me when you're alone. I'll take you to. I'll help you carry on. But like that's just. I don't know. He's a grown man. I mean, each to their own. Each to their own. Boy.
I love you, Leilani.
Let me ask some questions. Did you ever see, we heard a lot of this during the trial. Was there ever any of this favoritism towards Zane or Sky, or Quinton was the outcast?
No, sir. Never.
Okay. And did you ever see Leilani maltreat or withhold food from Quinton?
Never.
Okay. And you understand the sentence is what?
Yes,
can be life without or life with. And do you think that Leilani is so far gone she should get a life without parole sentence?
No, I don't. Because I wasn't so far gone. I'm not, and I refuse to let somebody make me believe that I am. I may be too late for a lot of things, but I'm here today. I'm here.
So you're asking the court to impose a life with parole sentence, correct?
Yes.
Anything else you want to say before Mr. Dean asks you some questions?
No, sir.
That's all the questions I got, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hilliard.
I'm sympathetic to the mother because no mother wants to go through that. Do you know what I mean? So I'm sympathetic to her, but
You're her mom.
Yes.
Since day one, you have, and I mean day one of the investigation, when Quinton being reported missing,
Yes.
you have been there for her.
Yes.
You were out of town when it happened, but you came back quickly.
Yes.
You have talked to her a lot, right?
Yes.
But before she was ever arrested and since she's been jailed, right?
Yes.
Is she, you understand the jury has now convicted her of murdering Quinton with intent to kill him. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
12 neutral, unbiased citizens taking a cold look at the evidence and said that is what happened here, beyond a reasonable doubt. You get that, right?
Yes, sir.
In all of the conversations you've had with her, has she ever taken responsibility for doing that?
No, she hasn't. But she has taken responsibility for her drug use.
I know that you've taught her to take responsibility for her actions, because when she says in the news interview, if it comes out that I'm responsible, I'll take responsibility. And she said that separately another time to the police. And I believe that that is coming from your upbringing of her. Do you think that's fair?
Yes, sir, I do.
Has she ever actually done it in this case, though?
No, she hasn't.
She hasn't admitted to you that she killed Quinton.
No, she hasn't.
She hasn't told you how.
No, sir.
She's said things to you about, well, I just don't remember, and I'm not sure, and I'm trying to piece it together, and things like that, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you understand that the evidence has just not been consistent with that kind of claim? Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
That, evidence shows that she made this very calculated drive to the dumpsters, scattered rice cereal in her car, drafted a text message to Danny about what she was supposedly doing on that trip, getting Oragel, told a bunch of lies about it to the police, right?
Yes, sir. I watched the trial.
And none of that is consistent with her just not knowing what happened. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. But even still, despite all the conversations you've had, and despite you being her mother, the person that she had to confide in, she hasn't even taken responsibility privately in confidence to you.
No, she hasn't.
Is that frustrating to you?
Yes, it is.
Do you wish she would just come out and admit to you as her mother? What
Yes. Yes, I do.
One moment, please.
hello, Unicorn. How are you, my
I have
darling?
no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Mr. Hilliard.
I'm a little confused, Ms. Howell, because being convicted of something doesn't necessarily mean you did it, does it?
No,
Okay.
it doesn't.
So if you're convicted of something you didn't do and you don't admit to it, it doesn't mean you did it. I mean, just because you're convicted of it.
That's correct.
So being convicted of something is not the same thing as admitting something you actually did now, is it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you can be convicted of something you didn't do, right?
Yes, sir.
You can be acquitted of something you did do, right?
Yes, sir.
And there's all manner of things in between, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's all the questions I got.
Anything further, Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Howell, you may sit here.
I'm well, thanks, Unicorn. Nice to see you back, Unicorn. How are you, my lovely? And Heather does not like this family. To Heather, they aren't family. Heather hates she and Lee. Ooh. I have sympathy for most mothers. I should have said earlier on. Not saying this mother. Right, let's go to the sentences. About 2 minutes left.
Do you understand that? So,
Here we go.
okay, Ms. Simon. Ms. Simon, we've come to the place where you have the opportunity to testify if you choose to do so. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still have the right to testify, and you also have the right not to testify? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
No one can make you testify.
Yes, ma'am.
And whether or not you testify or make a statement is solely your choice, not your attorney's choice, but your choice.
Right.
Do you also understand that if you choose to testify and you take the stand, then the state will have an opportunity to ask you questions as well?
Yes.
And you understand that we are at the point where there's evidence in aggravation and mitigation, and all of this I will consider in determining the sentence today. Do you understand that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Simon, do you wish to testify?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. You have a seat.
The fuck, I gotta find that video now. Yeah, we got Unicorn at 6:30 UK time, 1:30 Eastern. Sarah Boon sent us in on. So, she's not next, Unicorn. She'll be, sorry, Heather. She MILF the judge. She will be at some point. She'll be at, so for about 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes. Potty mouth, where are you? Hey, potty mouth, we love you. Okay. I think I got it here, I think. Let me boom boom. The zoom zoom. Boom boom boom. Everybody say boom boom. Boom boom. We'll see. Yeah, Leilani, I will give Leilani Simon. What's the poll say? Poll says life without parole, 79%. 10% of 80%, sorry. I would give her life without parole. Personally, knowing what I know, I would give her life without parole for this one. And I'm a hard. Hey, it's hard for me to say that. It's hard for me to say that. But yeah. But I would have. This is the first case I can hand on heart say I probably would have given the death penalty for. I'm shocked I even say that. Right, here we go. Let's get back. Let's get on it. Hey, let's get on it. Yeah, let's get on it. Oh, yeah, let's get on it. I am normally on the kinder side, but I can't forgive her for killing a young child, drugged up, taking him. I wasn't just killing him. He took Quinton to the fucking dumpster and then fucking dumped him in a dumpster and let people for like over a month look for him at the dump site like he's a piece of trash. I can't forget. Like, there's different scenarios that if it have happened, if she'd have killed him in the house and then phoned the ambulance, police, and stuff like that, then yes, I could go with life without parole. But not when you've done all that. Not when you've done all that. I can't. She knew what she was doing in the end, and I can't forgive her for that. I can't. Thank you, everybody. I'm standing up right now. Please stand up. Look, I'm standing up. Na 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 na. Hey. Goodbye. Na 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 na. Na na na. I quite like him standing up. Hey, big spender. Boom, 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 boom. Spend a little time with me. I can sing. Like that. I did squat. I squatted about 20 times just now. My legs are fucked. Right, let's go to it. I got gym tomorrow as well.
It's family members. The judge is now issuing her sentence. So let's get you back inside that courtroom.
The one thing that I will say before pronouncing sentence is clearly little Quinton Simon's life and death impacted many, many individuals, but also the community at large. Leilani Marie Simon, the court sentences you as follows. Count 1, malice murder, felony, life with the possibility of parole. Count 2, felony murder, vacated by operation of law. Count 3, felony murder is vacated by operation of law. Count 4, concealing the death of another, 10 years consecutive to count 1. Count 5, false report of a crime is a misdemeanor, 12 months concurrent to count 4. Count 6, making a false statement, 5 years concurrent with count 4. Count 7, making a false statement, concurrent with count 4, 5 years. Count 8, false statement, 5 years consecutive with, concurrent with count 4. Count 9, making a false statement, 5 years concurrent with count 4. Count 10 merges into count 9. Count 11, 5 years concurrent with count 4. Count 12, making a false statement, 5 years concurrent with count 4. Delia, did I get count 11?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Count 13, making a false statement, 5 years concurrent with count 4. Count 14 merges into count 13. Count 15, 5 years concurrent with count 4. Count 16, making a false statement, 5 years concurrent with count 4. Count 17 merges into 16. Count 18, 5 years to serve concurrent with count 4. And false statements, making a false statement, count 19 concurrent with count 4. That is 5 years as well. Is there any issue that the state wants to point out with the sentence and the merger of the counts?
Was count 4, the 10 years to serve on count 4, is that consecutive to count 1?
It is consecutive to count 1.
And may I presume that the court is not imposing any fines?
No. Okay. Mr. Hilliard?
So just to make sure, life plus 10 is the operative sentence?
Life plus 10.
Life with pump. And I guess we should do the state appeal as well. So.
Okay. And with that, Ms. Simon, you are hereby notified that under the law of Georgia, you are entitled to appeal the guilty verdict of the court. And if you decide to do so, you must file your appeal within 30 days of this date. You're also informed that you have the right to retain a lawyer of your own choice to represent you on your post-trial motions and appeals to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia. If you cannot afford a lawyer, the court will appoint one for you. You are entitled to and will be given a transcript of all pretrial, trial, and post-trial matters without cost to you if you cannot afford a transcript. You may file a motion for a new trial, or you may appeal your case directly to the appropriate appellate court of Georgia for review. I'm signing the statement of appeal. I will hand this down to the clerk. If you'll please hand that to Mr. Hilliard.
With the assistance of counsel, Ms. Simon has acknowledged in writing her statement of appeal rights.
And the habeas statement is as follows. You are advised that the statute of limitations for habeas corpus in this state is 4 years in the case of felonies and 1 year in the case of misdemeanors. The statute begins to run from the date the conviction becomes final. All right. May there be peace somehow.
Nothing further from the defense, Judge.
Thank you very much. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Nothing from the state, nothing from the defense.
No,
All right. This concludes this matter.
We'll see what Court TV says. So yeah, I think life in Georgia is 30 years. 30 years, and then you get the opportunity to put yourself forward for parole. But obviously she's going to serve 30 years plus 10 years. If that's the case, so that's 40 years before she can go on to parole. So 40 years. Okay, hang on. See what they say in Court TV.
We are adjourned.
Simon, after she is sentenced to essentially what's going to turn out to be 40 years before she's eligible for parole. And as we've said a number of times.
So there you go. Why do we need Court TV when I'm here? I looked it up. So it's interesting. In Georgia, pre-2006, if you would have been, if this had been in 2006 or before then, the life sentence in Georgia is 14 years before you're eligible for parole. But after 2006, it's now 30 years. And she's got 8 years of parole eligibility. So I think after 38 years is when she'd be left out. Plus the 10, that's 48 potentially. But yeah, there's 40 years there. No, sorry, I'm wrong. 38. But so actually it's the 40 because, yeah. So it's 40 years. So interested. But will she get, is there anything capped? Like, in lots of states is 85%. In Texas is something like 50% time served, stuff like that. So I'm not sure. But yeah, 40 years. So there you go. There you go. Hang on. Incoming. Oh, that's lovely. I'll share this. This is from Potty Mouth. Potty Mouth sent me this. I don't know how old she is now. I don't know. Hang on, Potty Mouth. Let me share this with everybody. Everybody. Present. That's Quinton. Leilani guilty in all counts. There you go. Rest in peace, Quinton. Man. Right. Next one is another one we covered. Lasagna and garlic bread, Gary. Nice. I think I'm having a bacon sandwich, I think. Bacon sarnie, I think. We've got some fresh bread here, so I think that's what I'm having. Everybody, yeah. Rock your body, yeah. Everybody, rock your body, right. Right, let me get to the other one. No, I don't think they can do. If they gave the 236 days, it would have been, I think, more than one person and stuff like that. So I think this is why it's all concurrent and stuff now. It's so complicated, isn't it? Every state's different as well. Every state is different. Rocket body, yeah. Everybody, rock your body, right. Right, so this one, if you remember this one, people, this is the one. This is the one where, if you remember her, Susan Lawrence. This is Susan Lawrence. Hang on, let me just see if I could do this as well. So Susan Lawrence was the woman who was being berated by people, and she shot her neighbor to death while she was trying to bang the door down, type of thing. I think this was a bit mixed, bit controversial. Some people felt he was not guilty because she's defending herself. Others like, no, slam dunk guilty. So yeah. I don't know what much for Christmas, but I want you. I don't want a lot for Christmas. Not sure if that one's all right or not. Let me put it on another one. I saw the wrong one, that's why. Because you're the one I want, girl. You're the one I need, girl. Another one I want. Hey, yeah. Bam, 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 bam. Because you're the one I want, girl. And you're the one I need, girl. And you're the one I know. Bam, 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 bam. Thank you. That's what we'll use. Let me do it. Right. 22 Leilani was 22. So she'd be 40, 62 minus time served, minus the like 85% if they do it and stuff like that. So she'd probably be more like 55, but she's out. I remember this where they go. If it was ever deserved of land to me, this is it. I said death penalty, Unicorn. I said I would have given this one the death penalty, and I'm a pussy. I would never normally go for death penalty for anything, but that one, I think I would go death penalty. Peeps, it's 201 here, and I have, oh no. While you be watching my bacon sandwich in a bit, think of Den's like a rugby player. Not till Looney Booney finishes. Well, that could be a long one. That could be a long one, Viv, because, you know, we think it's going to be a few hours at least, I think. Right, so this one, I'm skipping everything, just going straight into Susan Lawrence. Susan Lawrence. Her statement, and then the, what do you call it? So she's been sentenced now. This Susan Lawrence been sentenced now. Bodie will speak. She has to speak. She won't be able to not speak. I go all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night. Here we go. Look at this, the launch of, thank you everybody for being here for the launch of Happy Day Show. The Alternate Corner Happy Day Show. Thank you for being here, people. The first ever show, which is nothing like I thought it would be. I thought it would be more other stuff, but we got to catch up. So we got to catch up. Yes, we got to catch up. Yes, we got to catch up. Yes, we got to catch up. Ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Da-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm stripping. Ba-da-ba-da. Bam, bam. The Killer Bees did it. They got TB's throwback Happy Days. I heard on Twitter that Mark and everybody, the defense had a very tough time with the judge. The judge chewed them out several times. YouTube, my YouTube Premium trial run out today. Oh, a trial. I know. The YouTube Premium is simply the best, better than all the rest. I could dance, you know. Better than anyone, better than I can tell. I've not got all day like everyone here. They did, and the LG was there too. Oh, was she here? Okay, I'll catch up with her all later now. But I'm too much of a cheapo to spend, I know, but I have to spend this. I know. I see my money go out every month. I'm like, oh, that's for that, that's for that. I'm like, oh, I've got to cancel it, but I can't, because imagine if I cancel my premium, you'd have ads, and you'd have more ads. So, yeah. Right, here we go. Susan Lawrence. Right, here we go. Because stop that poll. So most of us are wrong. 10% were right. So here we go then. Be my hero. Hey Dana, have you seen Dana? Hang on, Dana. Have you seen the other background? My new background, Dana. Let me take my new background off. There it is, Dana. There it is. There it is, Dana. There it is. Hey, 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 Dana. Dana's a speedo man. Dana loves speedos. Dana Dennis. Oh. I need to watch it. Go and watch Resist the Silence from last night. I'm about 20 minutes into it with Jen, the wonderful Jen. Are those the Crush Daddies? There may be trouble ahead, Heather Taylor. I need to watch the show from last night, so please go and watch it. Jennifer was on there. Jennifer Donald, she's an amazing speaker. So there you go. Right, let's watch it. We put Dana and Dennis to sleep for a bit and watch this. This is about. Oh, hang on. Before I do it, let me put it on for Deb. Boost on for Deb. It's on. And let's see the speed. 1.5. There you go. So we've got about half an hour of this. Because you're the one I want, boy. Because you're the one I need, boy. All right.
Surgery on my right knee.
Hello, Terry. How are you, my darling?
I ended up having multiple replacements, and then a catastrophic failure due to an allergy. I went back to have another knee replacement, and I was burned during surgery. And so I had gotten very ill, and my knee literally goes backwards. I had a laminectomy of my lumbar spine from the accident in 2019. I was back-ended at a stoplight, and there was a horrible complication. My dura from my spinal cord actually healed onto my actual spine. So when they went to do the correction, give it a little more space, the dura tore. I was leaking cerebral spinal fluid, and he had to do an actual spinal cord repair. They didn't know if I would walk again from that. I've also had left with nerve damage to my lower legs and feet and have diminished feeling and numbness. And I've fallen twice because of this. And I fell the first time in 2019 and had sustained internal injuries. I had bruised my lung, and I had gotten a ganglion cyst on my right wrist. The second fall was November 2022. I fell because I walked into a bathroom, the light was supposed to come on, and it never came on. And there was a toilet paper roll with the actual cylinder inside. And so it rolled out from under my foot, and I fell backwards. And I had torn my rotator cuff and muscles in my left shoulder. The 2019 accident also impacted my cervical spine, and I lost feeling in my hands and had to have therapy. I had horrible migraines, terrible neck pain, and was going through all this. And so I also have cataracts in both eyes, and the one on my left is progressing faster. So it looks like I'm going through Vaseline on a lens. And I have some heart issues and high blood pressure. And there's a reason why I'm telling you all this. I have carpal tunnel in both hands and muscle loss and diminished gripping capabilities. The first time I encountered Miss Owens was February of 2022. I was about 7 weeks after the neck fusion, and she basically attacked me. And she threw the sign at me, and I thought, what is going on here? I didn't expect to be confronted like that. And I had a huge red scar on my neck at that point in time. And she's screaming at me, and she keeps coming closer and closer and closer. I'm backing up. And then she's trying to rip the cell phone out of my hands. Finally, I had to, say, you're trespassing. You really need to leave. And she picks up.
Now, this is how Erin Hack feels. This is how Erin Hack feels. This is literally Erin Hack when she walks to a desk. Normal desk for Erin. She's like that. And they gotta get it. So first, they gotta get cushions. They got more cushions for her, just so she can. Hey. She's like, get me more cushions. I need more cushions, Erin Hack here. She's got 20 cushions underneath her. Look at her. Here she comes. She's getting back to normal. Oh, Erin Hack. We're nearly there, people. We're nearly there. Oh, and that's it. Back to normal. That's quite good, though. I'm a bit tired now, though. I won't lie. Have you seen the Peter Kay? I have. He's legendary. I love him. I know many people say, you just like Peter Kay, you are? I was like, what? Funny? He goes, no, it's fat. I'm like, oh, you bastards. Terry Martins, thank you so much, Terry. Thank you, my darling. Who gave him? We got Mads, David Cornish, Stacey Q, Lily Rose, and Courtney Regan. Okay, there you go. They're all gifted them. A lot, yeah. Some of them used to be Mads, David Cornish, and Stacey Q. They were here a lot. Lily Rose, I'm not sure. Courtney Regan, I'm not sure. But lots of local people getting it, which I like. Sorry, I'm behind again. No, don't be sorry, Nicole. We love it when you come from behind. Oi, oi, that's what she said. Delan, if you don't get off your short queen's back, don't get off our short queen's back. She knows I'm joking. I love Erin Hack. In one hell of a good, but I'm in a good mood because we just started a new show. We started a new show. The Happy Day show by the Alton on a corner. So we're going for it. We're going to do things differently. We're going to do it together. Some people won't like it. Some people will love it. So as I say, we're going to lose some people. We're going to get new people. So it is what it is. And Erin is definitely a big part of that. I always got room for Erin because she's so tiny. You can just fit in the corner. Thanks, Terry. Yes, generous. Thank you, Yaya. It's all good. Thank you, my darling. It's in a week's time, so it's all good. That's what she said. He's got a manly voice, of Seth has. I feel like a woman next to Seth. He's got proper man's voice. What are you explaining? Explaining what? What am I explaining now? What am I explaining? 3-ish. 3 fish. I don't know what's going on. 3-ish? 3 fish? Anyway, right. Let's get back to this one again then. See what she says.
The sign, she says, "What, this fucking trespassing sign," and throws it at me. This is where she hit me. And I still have a red mark where she hit me. I've never ever dealt with someone who was that violent that quickly. And so I was terrified of this woman, literally terrified. I've never had anyone, the first time I've met them, throw something at me and get so physically abusive. And sorry. People are saying I wasn't afraid. I wasn't afraid. I was horrified. And when she was banging on that door, it was just so loud in the house. I could not hear what she was screaming. And then I found out the children, who said they were right there, actually were around the corner of the apartment, over 100 feet away. How could they hear anything? So I don't understand. And the prosecutors knew the children lied. They found the children in the lies. They said I threw skates and I hit them. That never happened. The prosecutor knows that didn't happen. That's why the charges were dropped. I've just been flummoxed about this whole case. I don't understand. I understand I have PTSD. This woman kept coming after me. I had approached her because I was watering my plants. And she's going, "Oh, there's a crazy old white lady." And I'm like, you can't just go around saying.
So no, Ferris Deb has been sentenced on Thursday. We got Ashley Benefield tomorrow, and we got Ferris on Thursday. The Ferris wheel. So yeah, we got a big week. This is why most of this week's going to be about sentencing and stuff, because they're all coming up this week. So
someone's crazy. I mean, it was insanity. So I went to say something to her, and she verbally attacked me again. She's like, "You've been calling my kids racist names and stuff." And I said, "No, ma'am, I have not." And she kept getting angrier and angrier. The more I said no, the angrier she got. So finally I said, I was terrified. I mean, she went from a very relaxed position to a position here. I could see her neck veins starting to bulge. Her pulse is really getting, fast. And I'm thinking, she's going to beat the hell out of me right here in the street. So I said, "Listen, I'm sorry. If that's what you think I said, I'm very sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. I didn't say it, but I'm sorry." I went to walk away, and she's following 1 foot behind me the whole time to my apartment till I slammed the door in the face. Again, never had anyone do anything that aberrant in my life. It's like I said, it's been a nightmare. Then Detective Spitz says that Isaac had come, was one of the 3 children. I told him no, but he still put it in the report that this child was there. The child was never there. I have never spoken in my life to Isaac. I just haven't. I knew him by his association with his mother. Never spoke to the other little girl, and never spoke to the little boy Titus. Israel, I did speak to. He has been unbelievably rude, and it was a few days before Christmas 2022, and he was trespassing, and I'm like, you need to leave, you're trespassing. And so he turns to me, he says, you're old, you're white, you're all alone, nobody cares about you, you're worthless. And I'm like, oh my God, I didn't expect this from a 9-year-old child. And so I finally said, you know what, we come into this world alone, we leave this world alone, get used to being alone. And he left. And next thing I know, she comes back and she's screaming and banging on my door. I'm like, what in the world is going on? You can't talk to my child that way. I said, ma'am, you need to leave. And so she was banging and banging. She breaks the door frame. She broke it so much that she bent the actual strike plate. And I couldn't lock the door and I couldn't open the door correctly. I was like, if she's going to do that to my door frame and break a metal piece, what is she going to do to me? I also have from that same fall when I was on the toilet paper, I have an aneurysm on my left kidney artery. I'm not supposed to be getting excited. I'm not supposed to have high blood pressure. This woman is terrorizing me. I mean, she is absolutely terrorizing me. If she hits me, she will kill me. Literally, she will kill me. I will bleed out internally. I will exsanguinate. So was I terrified? Absolutely. And just as far as the kids saying I said racial slurs to them, it never happened. I just never said them. I have never talked to London. I have never talked to Calix, Jareth, or I can't remember the kid's name, but Isaac was the other one. I have never spoken to him. Isaac, I knew. The other 3, I would never have known they even lived in my neighborhood. As far as the child, Israel's concerned, he said I called him a slave. I have never called anyone a slave in my life. Not an adult, not a child, just something I wouldn't do. And to say that I called him the N-word is ridiculous. I've never called anyone the N-word. And I don't know where he's getting this from. I don't understand. I was married to a non-white man. He was actually Middle Eastern, brown skin, and someone had called him a sand nigger and a camel jockey. And I was highly offended. And I would never do that to a child, ever. And I sang professionally in New York. I did jazz and the blues. I sang for Charles Gamble, Ernie Susser, and I had voice coach Jim Gassett, who had people in Dreamgirls, Miss Saigon, Les Mis. And I sang with Larry Woodard from the Metropolitan Opera. Larry is black. Charles is black. Our pianist was black. Most of the girls who sang the blues and did jazz were all black. I never had a problem with a black person in my life. This is not about race. And I actually love children. I have taught horseback riding lessons, dressage and hunter equitation. I've taught swimming at summer camp. I was a big sister for Big Brothers Big Sisters. And if it wasn't for having cancer, I had uterine and ovarian cancer in my 30s, I would have had my children. And it's one of the reasons why I had issues with the gentleman I was with, because he wanted to have another child, and I felt I was stopping him. That said, I would like to make a statement to AJ's mom, children, and friends. It is with heavy heart and great remorse I write this letter to you. First and foremost, I am so sorry that I took AJ's life. I never intended to kill her. The night I shot that gun, I was confused as to why she was screaming and pounding on my door. I had an idea that Israel told her I had hit him. I could not understand why she was so angry. And she truly scared me. Now that I know he told her I hit him, I am just profoundly sad. Not only did a mother die, but a daughter and a sister. I think of your family's loss and know how hard it is to lose someone you love. Not being able to see that person, look at that person, or just talk to that person is such an empty feeling. I so wish I could go back and change things so that she was still here. I would trade my life so that she could be here, if it were possible. I know that you have all suffered from her loss, and I have prayed for you and your family during this time so that you can, that God could help you. Nothing I can do will change the outcome. I can only tell you I have cried and I feel horrible for my actions. Please accept my humble and sincere apology for this tragedy.
Thank you. So, defense, have anything else they'd like to add?
Not for witnesses, Judge, no.
Okay. Any arguments you'd like to make as to what the appropriate sentence should be?
Yes, sir. Briefly, and I filed a motion for downward departure. Does the
Yes,
court have you seen it? Do you need a copy of it?
I've read it. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to go down through the various grounds, and I think this would apply to paragraphs 3A, 3B, and 3E specifically. So just briefly, Judge, we heard from Dr. Castillo. I mean, obviously she testified that Susan Lawrence suffers from chronic PTSD that's not related to substance abuse or addiction, and she's very amenable to treatment in regards to medication and therapy. Ms. Lawrence has had a hard life, and all the traumatic experiences that she has dealt with leading up to this incident affected her capacity to appreciate the criminal nature of her conduct due to the chronic PTSD. In regards to 3C, we heard testimony during the trial from the state's own witnesses that, unfortunately, Ms. Owens did come to Susan Lawrence's home that night, and multiple state witnesses testified that she was banging on the door and the sliding glass door aggressively. Susan Lawrence has absolutely no prior criminal record whatsoever, and by all accounts from the witness testimony here today, she was a productive member of society and has been almost her entire life. She fired one single shot through a door. So it's the defense's position that this was committed in an unsophisticated manner, for which she has shown remorse. I think throughout the trial testimony regarding the letter that Susan had wrote to the children during her interviews, as well as the statement that she has made here today, I think it's clear that she shows remorse for what happened. Based on all the testimony, we would ask the court to depart from the sentencing guidelines and sentence her to, I think it's 538 days credit time served and probation so that she can get the mental health treatment that she needs as a condition of that. That's all that I have, Judge.
So your recommendation is probation?
Yes, sir.
Credit of 538 days?
That's correct, Judge.
Is there any, from the state, is there any mandatory minimum fines, fees, sentences that apply?
No mandatory minimums, Your Honor.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, in regards to the downward departure arguments made by defense counsel, one, the claim that the defendant requires specialized treatment and is amenable to treatment. The state would argue that the defendant's PTSD diagnosis was not the cause of this shooting. We've heard testimony today, and it seems that the area of the defendant's social functioning that has been affected by her purported PTSD the most is her ability to form close relationships. That's not the type of behavior involved in this case. The defendant's worst period of PTSD symptoms were when she was in her 20s. That's about 40 years ago. The defendant has only reported seeking help for PTSD twice in her life that we know of, one in the 80s and one approximately 5 years before this incident. But there's no treatment notes. Just a 4-page document is the only information we have. The defendant, we've heard that she's quit treatment, that she does distrust providers, that she has not stayed with any type of treatment that she's had in the past. And so there's not a reasonable possibility that such treatment will be successful. There's also mental health treatment that is accessible to inmates in the Department of Corrections. And when the defendant made her statement, she listed many things, many problems, including 25 knee surgeries, and a host of other medical problems, but I believe the only mention of PTSD was the statement that I know I have PTSD. So, Your Honor, again, PTSD was not the driving force in this case. It is not a basis for a downward departure. Number two, whether the defendant had the capacity to appreciate the criminal nature of the conduct involved in this case or confirm her conduct to the requirements of the law, and whether or not that was substantially impaired. Your Honor, the defendant had the full capacity to understand what was going on the night of the incident. The defendant took pictures. She took cell phone videos of what was going on leading up to the incident. She knew what was happening. She confronted the children about what was happening. She called 911 and talked about what was happening. She talked about her statements to police about what was going on in the apartment, about being in the bathroom, washing her hands, going to the kitchen, getting the gun, returning and shooting Miss Owens through a locked door. And she claimed she all did it in self-defense. This was not an instance where her nature or her ability to appreciate the criminal nature of the conduct was impaired, nor was her ability to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law were impaired. Again, that is not a basis for downward departure in this case. As to the victim was initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker, again, this is not a situation where Ajik Owens just walked over to the defendant's apartment for no reason. There's a history of the defendant having issues with the children and Miss Owens responding to those issues. The night of this incident followed that exact same pattern, and the course of events were set in place by the defendant engaging with the children. In the defendant's interview, she admitted she told the children on the night of the incident, "Go get your mom, I don't care." Again, Ajik Owens did not walk over to the defendant's apartment with a gun, a knife, or a weapon. She was not trying to break into the house. She was not the initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker. That is not a basis for a downward departure either. Was this offense committed in an unsophisticated manner, isolated incident? Defendant has shown remorse. As to being sophisticated, Your Honor, I point out the defendant had access to 2 guns that night, a .22 caliber and a .380 caliber. She went and retrieved the larger caliber weapon in this case, not the .22. She grabbed the .380. And this was not an incident where the defendant did not know what was going on and fired a bunch of sporadic shots in fear. The defendant fired one aimed shot at the door that struck and killed Miss Owens. And again, this is not as well.
I can't cope. How are you doing today? I know you hate my voice and my songs, so I made this just for you, Compo, better known Compo. Thank you to Robin G for making that name called Paul for thee. Donna Joe, hello Donna. I presume you're way behind where we are right now. But yeah, I don't know. I lost interest in that one. She's in the right place. I'm surprised she's going to get out after 40 years, but you know. Hello, Spacey Stacy. Hello, my darling. How are you? Hope I hope you made the appointment already for the Up My Bum, No Harm Done. It's been great. Right. Toss the book, toss anything at you. I know what you like. Right, here we go. Bit more to go on this one.
The shooting may have been a one-time event. Again, this was a pattern of behavior involving the children and the defendant and Miss Owens in this case. Your Honor, there is no basis for a downward departure in this case. The defendant has failed to prove that there is a valid legal ground to support a downward departure. Based on the totality of the circumstances, the court should not depart. The defendant took the life of Audrika Owens, a 35-year-old mother who was her neighbor, and Miss Owens was a mother of 4. The interests of justice are best served by sentencing the defendant to 30 years in the Department of Corrections, which is the maximum sentence in this case. So in addition to 30 years in the Department of Corrections, the state would also ask for $100 cost of prosecution.
Anything else?
No, Judge, I just need to make a couple objections for the record.
Sure.
On the score sheet.
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I just want to object to adding the 18 additional points on the score sheet for the firearm. Just in case this becomes an issue with the case law down the line. She's already charged and convicted of manslaughter by use of a firearm, which in and of itself enhances it to a first-degree felony. So adding the 18 additional points, I think would be improper. So I wanted to object to that. And then also there was a PSI done in this case.
Where is that? Where is that at?
On the
Neil, wake up, Neil. It's time to get up, Neil. Come on. Time to get up and make those donuts. Get off your ass, Neil, and make those donuts, buddy. Before I forget, I also need to show you this. I'll get back to that in a second. Where's it gone? Where's it gone? Just want to wish good luck to Gary Titus, cousin Gary, who has been on this stream a few times on the phone. He's having his knee operation today, so he's in hospital right now. He's having his second knee done, and he's in his Karen Reed, free Karen Reed t-shirt, and we wish him all the best. So Gary, my cousin, wish you all the best. He's from Canton, and he's a good dude. I can't wait to meet him when I'm out there. He's got a lot of history about that. Also, he's the DJ. He's the quiz night guy in Canton. So good luck to you, my brother, and hopefully it goes well. Hey, Gary, thank you so much for being a member for 5 months. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you for that. I appreciate you. Thank you, my friend. Pizza ordered. Everybody's feeling bad. Everyone's feeling like eating bad food today. It's all good. That's what we're here for. We're bad people. Just a brief update. I just saw that Sassy had said it, and then I saw that Twitter Boy got his phone back. And Morris's email and text will be forthcoming to the defense team. So regardless of Judge Krupp's crankiness today, a very good day for the defense, according to Rich Vetstein there. Right. Here we go then. Hey, Robin G's back in the house. Let's get back to this again. So Sassy, this was a trial about this woman shooting and killing her neighbor. So that's what we're here for. She was saying it's self-defense. So this is the lady here. She was saying it's self-defense. But obviously, wrong one. Oops, wrong one.
score sheet, I think it's on the second.
This one. Oh, I still can't get used to stuff here. I'm drawing on the wrong fucking things. Anyway, she's found guilty, and now she's going for sentencing. So yeah.
Page.
I believe so, Judge.
She's been sentenced already. We're just catching up.
18 points.
We believe that the 18 points is validly added. There was a finding made by the jury in this case, and I also have a case. I've given defense counsel a copy. I have a copy for the court. It's out the 5th DCA, Lewis v. State, 952 Southern 2nd 1271 from 2007, which I believe is on point in this case. And states that in a situation like this, 18 points for use of a firearm is allowed on the approach, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. All right. That was for a manslaughter by firearm offense.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The offense in the case is a manslaughter by firearm.
I believe so, Your Honor, because it was reclassified to a first-degree felony based on the evidence, the undisputed evidence that the defendant used a firearm.
It says in the first line, it's manslaughter with a firearm. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
Rhetorical question in that regard.
Okay, I apologize.
What's this defense position on this case?
Judge, I'll only note that if you look at on the second page, it's kind of close to the bottom in the paragraph where it says, the court also noted that it's not essential that the weapon used during the charged felony is a firearm in order for reclassification under section 775.087 subsection 1. But in this case specifically, it's the firearm that requires it to be hands to a first degree felony. So that's why I wanted to make that objection for the record.
All right. I'll overrule the objection based on the Lewis case.
Yes, sir. And then I believe there was a PSI done in this case. I think the court
Yes,
has
ma'am.
a copy of it. I'm
I've
not sure
looked at
if the court has looked at it and relied on it. The only objection I wanted to make to the PSI, there were a few letters that were included by the probation officer that were typed. They were not authenticated, not sworn. So I would just ask the court to disregard those letters.
Okay. I would just, it's in the PSI, whatever's in the PSI I've looked at. I don't generally look at letters and other things that are in PSI, and I didn't put any weight on them in this case. The reason I do that is because I think I've pretty consistently over the last 17 years sentenced the same, pretty much on the nature of the offense, whatever the person's prior record might be, and whatever I think they may do in the future. I think that's pretty much how I do it. If I start looking at letters from friends, well, the problem is that I may give a break to someone because they have friends, and someone who doesn't have friends doesn't get that break. So I simply never do that. I sentence everyone pretty much the same, I think, over that period of time. I do find that the defense has produced evidence that she would qualify for departure because she has for a mental disorder. I think they found, I find they've proven she has PTSD, which is a recognized mental disorder, and is unrelated to substance abuse or addiction, and that she is amenable to treatment. So I do find she would qualify for that departure. On your second one, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of the conduct, I don't find there was sufficient evidence to prove that departure. There was no indication that she ever did not understand what she was doing, or that shooting at a person would be against the law, or that she couldn't conform with the law in any way. As a matter of fact, she seemed to be, prior to the shooting, calling the police. So it didn't appear to be any situation where her capacity was impaired in any way. I don't find there's evidence that the victim was the initiator, willing participant, aggressor, or provoker of the incident. Otherwise, although she was knocking loudly in this case, there was no real attempt to get in the residence. She kept asking her to come outside. So I don't find that that departure ground has been met. Despite the existence of one legitimate departure reason, even if she did qualify for the other two departure reasons, I would not depart in this case, because I find that the aggravated nature of this case and this offense and the harm inflicted outweighs the mitigation or the departure when I weigh the totality of the whole case. So I find that the seriousness of the offense outweighs any legal departures that could be applied in this case. I'm primarily looking at the harm inflicted upon not only the victim, who of course lost her life, but her family. She has 4 children, all of whom were present during the offense or somewhere in the general vicinity, or at least home. It certainly will have a traumatic impact on their lives for the rest of their lives. They'll live their whole lives without their mother, which I think is a very significant harm inflicted upon them by Ms. Lawrence. When I look at the nature of the offense, I find that the shooting was completely unnecessary in this case. Ms. Lawrence was behind the door was locked. She told law enforcement they were en route. She knew they were en route. She was in a relatively safe position. For some reason, she went into her room and found a gun. She could have stayed in the room and put another locked door between her and Miss Owens, but she came back out, put herself in front of the door. And at the time she fired the gun through the door, she was safe. Miss Owens was simply, although she was clearly banging loudly and was probably very angry over the whole situation, it appears to be she was mostly demanding that Miss Lawrence come outside, which would indicate she had no indication of coming inside the house. So when Miss Lawrence fired the gun through the door, she did so knowing a person was directly on the other side of the door. And she knew that person wasn't a burglar, she wasn't a robber, she wasn't a rapist. She knew she was probably upset about the interaction with the kids, but she'd had arguments with her before and no real harm came other than, I guess, a sign was thrown at her, paper sign. And that's when she decided to shoot. I find that the shooting, when I listened to every aspect of the trial and every aspect of sentencing here, it's the facts don't rise to a murder charge, but they are very aggravated manslaughter. Because this case, the shooting was based, I find, more on anger than fear. I think that's pretty well established in this case. So when I weigh it out, and believe me, I find that, she's a victim of child sex abuse was a significant mitigating factor. And she has no criminal record, which is also a significant factor. However, we also have a tremendous harm inflicted upon this family and the victim's family. So what I'm going to do in this case is she be adjudicated guilty of manslaughter with a firearm, in order to serve 25 years in the Department of Corrections. With credit for 538 days. It's $100 cost of prosecution, $100 fine, court cost. Good luck to you, ma'am. You have 30 days to appeal. Is the defense requesting the appointment of public defender for purposes of appeal?
Yes, sir. Just a few more things I want to put on the record.
Yes,
there
ma'am.
was never an offer by the state. The state had asked us to make any reasonable offers. Ms. Lawrence chose not to do that, just for the record. We
Okay.
also did not file a stand your ground motion for strategic purposes. And that was also discussed with Ms. Lawrence as well. Just wanted to put that on the record. That's it, Judge.
I will appoint the public defender for purposes of appeal. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Wow, okay. There you go. So 25 years. Oh, baby, baby. There you go. 25, the maximum was 30 years. So he didn't go max, he went 25 years instead. He could have gone, a lot lenient as well. I'm not sure. I would have probably sat in the 15 to 20 year bracket on that one, purely because of the mitigating circumstances. I think that 30 being the max. I think that there was a history of her being attacked by that family. So yeah, I don't know. But she's deservedly right, being found guilty, in my opinion. Just she's gonna be dying in prison, I think. I think she's 55, 56. Hey, Dennis, look at my background, Dennis. Look at my back. Dennis made it. Hey, congratulations, Mark, as well to you. So congratulations being an uncle. It's the best role ever because you can spoil them and you can hand them back at the end of the night. So I love it. Hello to the Sweeneys as well. So right, there's that. Right, we have got an hour and a half, I think. An hour and a half, I think, before let me just Sarah Boon. Let me just double check. Beep 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 beep. Right. Do do do. Ba 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 ba. Still scheduled for 1:30. Okay, this is that. So yeah, now 1:40 before we start that. Hang on, let me just pull that away. Right, there you go. Good morning, Daffodil. Hello, how are you? No worries at all, Sassy. See you later. Are you kidding me? She was 56 when it happened. So she's 56 when it happened. So I think when she was sentenced, she was like 59, 60. She's about 56 when it all happened, if I remember correctly. So yeah, she's under 60. I know that much. But yeah, she's under 60 years old. Beautiful. Thank you, sir. So we got an hour and a half here. So the plan moving forward, as most of you be joining us, like Corn Pope coming late as fuck, as usual. We're changing the course of history here, obviously, with a new show. Happy Day show. Today's been manic. So tomorrow we'll be covering potentially a new trial starting tomorrow, right? Probably starting at 9:00 because it's due to start today, but we're going to be zooming it. Zoom in every trial. So, and we got Ashley Benefield tomorrow as well. So she is going to be on 1:30 Eastern. And then Wednesday, I might actually just leave this trial till Wednesday and just zoom through it all on Wednesday because we'll have about a day and a little bit, and the Wednesday day, which will fit into a day. And Thursday is Laurie Shaver as well. She's been sentenced on Thursday. So right. This is the trial we'll be following, and I'll go into it now for the next hour and a bit. It is called the Wedding Night Horror Trial, South Carolina versus Jamie Komoroski. That is the trial. So it's scheduled to start today, but it may not start today. Obviously, we're doing Boone today. Boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Booney, Booney. And I'm going to be doing different things differently now to what we have done in the past. So I'm not going to be like streaming like non-stop. So twice. Let me get a preview for us all. Okay. Let me get a preview. Right. This is Court TV, so you got to take it with a pinch of salt, obviously. Hang on, that's another one. Okay. Let me put that one on here. This is just to get us up to speed. Okay. So, as those are late, like Spacey Stacy, fucking late as fuck, Stacy. Our new show means we're going to be doing things differently. So I'm not going to be like on the money starting stuff at the same time. So what I propose today for the next hour and a half is that we play some background information from Court TV on this new trial. Tomorrow, I might play more because there's phone calls and stuff like that. I might play a little bit more tomorrow, play by ear. The trial will be live by tomorrow, and there'll be streamers streaming it and whatever. That's great. Hey, round of applause for the streamer streaming it. I will not be doing it quite the same way. I'm going to be zooming it, streaming it, because I find that people prefer zoom. So we will be shortly behind them throughout. And as a lot of you like coming from behind. So that's what we'll be doing. So I'm not sure if we'll be doing this tomorrow or not. We will be doing a little bit of the background work tomorrow, and then Ashley Benefield's on tomorrow as well. So we're covering that as well tomorrow. And the trial will be on, but we probably won't see much of it tomorrow, if any at all. We'll start on Wednesday, and we'll zoom it, and we'll zoom it all. And then Thursday, we might play a little bit of it, but the concentration is going to be on Laurie Shaver, her sentencing, and then Friday, we'll catch up Friday, all day Friday, then we'll catch up on it. So some people won't like that. I get it. You want to watch it totally live. I get it. That's totally fine. There's plenty of streamers out there, but I prefer to zoom stuff. I can't be asked waiting there during breaks. I can't be asked and stuff. I want to be able to stop it when we see something and be funny and stuff like that. So that's the plan. The Happy Days show is totally different to what I thought it would be. Ashley sentencing is, yes, normal sentencing. Daffy Dill, thank you, my darling. And also people complaining that you keep not sending them my dick pics, Daffy Dill. Stop being selfish, Daffy. Wow, Dylan getting spicy. I'm getting spicy, Robbie. I'm getting a little bit spicy only because I've been, I want to do things differently, a little bit differently. So, as I say, there's Law & Crime, there'll be Court TV, all following this. If you want to watch it live, go watch them. It's absolutely fine. I want to do it a little bit differently. This is not what I thought we'd be doing, but she's getting said this today. Yes, 1:30, Corn Pope. 1:30 Eastern. This is what I mean. This is why I want to make sure that we can cover some of these things. And Ashley Benefield, I want to make sure we cover it. That'll be on for hours as well. So yeah. So bear with me as we transition. I'm going to fuck up this show as well at some points. This show is supposed to be 3 hours long, and already this is going to be over 3 hours today, over 3 hours tomorrow, over 3 hours Wednesday, over 3 hours Thursday, and probably over 3 hours Friday. I'm a fucking idiot, but doesn't matter. So this is, let's get on it. We got an hour and a half, right? So let's get on it. This is the third part, but please, are you doing trials and more? Yes, I am, but differently. I'll be doing Karen Reid trial live as we normally do, and some of the trials may be live as well. I'm just not going to do. I'm not going to be tied to it. And I'm not going to do 2 trials a day anymore and stuff like that unless I can zoom it within a few hours. So yes, I'll still be doing it. You just can't. I missed you guys. I missed you. Honestly, I missed you all. Even Corn Pope, I missed it. So thank you, my darling. Right, here we go, everybody. Share screen. Let's see what they say about this one. Boost it for Deb. Boost it. I'll play at 1.25 to see if everyone can understand it. And the trials we'll be zooming on as well. I will not be playing at 1.5 speed and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll play at 1.25 to see if it's okay. But so don't worry about stuff like that. Anyway, here we go. These are the couple. Here you go. No worries, people.
Miller and Eric Hutchinson were in love. And on April 28th, they publicly proclaimed their love for one another at their wedding in Folly Beach, South Carolina. It was a beautiful ceremony and a wonderful reception afterwards. 2 young newlyweds surrounded by the most important people in their lives. Eric remembers hearing Samantha telling him, "I don't want this night to ever end." But the reception did end, and in a very dramatic moment, the bride and groom were whisked away in a golf cart. But moments later, everything changed drastically. That golf cart was struck by a car reportedly going more than twice the speed limit. Samantha was killed, and Eric ended up in a coma and miraculously survived. The woman behind the wheel of that car was accused of driving under the influence. Her name is Jamie Komoroski, and tonight we will hear her jailhouse conversations with her father and boyfriend as we investigate the tragic death of Samantha Miller.
I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you so much for joining us tonight here on Closing Arguments. And this hour, we're looking at the lives of 2 young, and everything was just beautiful and wonderful and full of joy and love and thinking about the whole world and what's next and happiness. Right? That was that night. And really the life of Samantha Miller, right? Up until that point. Like I said, the contrast couldn't be greater. Then there's Jamie Komoroski. She's an alleged drunk, like on a bender, breaking laws, being completely reckless. Those are the allegations. Driving twice the speed limit, way over the legal limit, according to prosecutors in this case.
Right, I don't know if this woman's guilty or not, right? I don't know much about this case. I know the case, but I don't know what happened, right? But if you listen to this fucking prick, Vicky, I was going to say Vinny, he's already presumed she's guilty. She may well be guilty, I have no idea. But already he's like, yeah, she's guilty. This is why I always say to people, please be careful what you watch. Because of people like Vinny, if you watch him, he's guilty as fuck. Well, she may well be guilty. She may well be. From what I've read, she probably will end up being guilty. But like Vinny, the way his tone there, an alleged drunk, let her have a day in court, Vinny, and let's see if she's found guilty. If she is, piece of shit, go to prison for life. Just fucking chill out, Vinny, for fuck's sakes. And as I say, and that's me saying I've read about this case and I think it's crazy. But like, Vinny, chill the fuck out, Vinny.
There's nothing pretty about that. There was nothing great going on that night for her. There was nothing special about what she was doing. But you go to the contrast. She's alive, and Samantha isn't. The contrast is even greater when you think about this. For Eric and Samantha, Eric will never be able to see Samantha alive again. He'll never be able to share a moment. He's got memories. I'm sure he's got, I don't know how much of a memory he has of that night or of the crash because of what he went through, but he'll remember her, but he'll never be able to spend time with her, never be able to talk to her, never be able to talk face to face, hear her voice, share stories. That's gone. That's gone. So let's talk about the contrast. Because for Jamie and her, not her husband, but her boyfriend, right, doing video calls from jail. You're going to see him tonight on the show. But her life continues. Her relationship can continue, and she can, can go on to the next day. Yeah, I understand she's in jail. She didn't get bond. Well, probably pretty appropriate under the circumstances. But the contrast couldn't be greater. She gets to wake up in the morning, go to sleep at night, think about the future, talk to her loved ones. Samantha doesn't. I want to bring in a special guest joining us tonight to give us a little more insight, because as we do in all these cases, you have to understand that, there's going to be someone on trial. There's going to be someone we'll hear a lot about her, but let's learn.
Just to clarify, right? This woman, she ran the back of the woman that died, right? She was drunk and stuff. She there's no contesting whether she's going to be found guilty or not. She's, in the sense of, she did it. What the contesting is going to be is the charges. She's up for 3 charges. So it's not about her running into somebody or anything. She did it. She did it. That's not even being contested. It's about the vulgarity of it and how toxicated was she. Those are the charges that's going on to this. That's why it bothers me with Vinny's like painting this picture. We know she's a piece of shit, Vinny. She fucking killed somebody. We know that. She's going to prison. Jimmy, she killed somebody. It's just how long she's going for, basically. Because it's reckless and stuff like that. I just hate it when they dramatize it. Talk about the charges now and then, so we can understand what the charges are instead of everything else.
A little bit more about Samantha. Samantha's sister, Mandy Jenkins, joining us tonight. Mandy, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I know so many people have asked you.
I'm such a piece of shit. That I should be more sympathetic, I think. I normally am very sympathetic in these situations, but Vinny just riles me up. I don't know why I watch him. He riles me up with his behavior.
And the rest of your family to speak, and it's exhausting, it's difficult, it's tough. But I appreciate it because you can give us a perspective that I can't, and a soundbite can't. So I'm glad you're here tonight. I want to start with just one word. If you had to put one word to describe your sister, and you can take a moment here to think, what would that word be?
I think that word would be light.
Explain.
Sammy was the light of everyone's life. No matter if she knew you for a minute, or if she didn't know you at all, or if she knew you for a lifetime, she was the light of your life.
What was it like? And I'm just guessing here out of the blue, but I have a feeling she was really excited, and the entire family was extremely excited about this wedding, and there was planning and parties and celebrations even before that night. Give us an idea of how important this was for her and for your family.
I mean, as you mentioned earlier, a wedding is everyone's favorite time of their life, right? Like, you're finally vowing to the person that you love. And Eric was her person and is her person. And when she told me that they got engaged, it was the most beautiful moment. And I just knew that he was the one. So the wedding was amazing. I mean, beautiful. It couldn't have gone more perfect.
I'm looking at the pictures, and beach weddings, right? Beach weddings can always be a little iffy. Is the surf going to be up? What's the weather going to be like? We're outside. But it looks like everything worked out perfectly.
Yeah, there was a little hiccup. So we had our rehearsal, wedding rehearsal the day prior, and the wind was blowing a different direction. So when we did plan on the bride's family's going to be on this side and the groom's family is going to be on this side, Sammy was very insistent on which side she was going to stand on based on the direction of the wind, because she wanted her hair not in her face. And so when we got to the wedding, we had to swap sides. I was like, we didn't practice this. And my girls were the flower girls. And I'm like, I know I told you to go to this side, but now you have to go to this side. So it was funny, but yeah, exactly.
How's everybody holding up? I know every day is difficult. When you think of her, what's the image that comes to your mind? I
really stick to everything that we know of Sam and how amazing she is and was. I mean, I hate saying was, even though I understand that she's not here anymore. But everything that she is, because she's changing people to this day, making moves on people that may have not like connected with our family or her or anything. And just, she is leading people in a direction that they need to go because of this. So I'm happy for it. How we are healing, we are so much better in a sense of, and this may be me speaking out of turn, but I uprooted my family from, we were living in Florida and moved back to North Carolina right after it happened. I left Florida to come to the wedding and never went back to Florida with my daughters and my husband. And we are since like very close to my mom and my brother and everyone. And it's very grateful, like to have us each very close.
And that's her, like making sure everyone's together.
That's Sam.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
absolutely.
100%.
I want to take a moment, and you can pass on the question if you want, and I'm fine with that. But tonight we're going to show some of these jailhouse calls by the woman who's accused of driving drunk and causing all of this. Did you watch them? Did you have any reaction to them? Have you avoided them? What are your thoughts there?
I think as a family, we've almost avoided them, but not in a like sense of I don't want to see them. It's just, how is that going to change?
I can't do it anymore. Vinny is a piece of shit. I can't do Vinny anymore. I've got to cancel it. I can't do him. He's a fucking idiot. I hate him with a vengeance. He's one of the most horrible people out there. Especially Stacey's about Nancy Disgrace. You can put them both together. They're fucking horrible people. Right. I am going to... I don't like the way you ask questions to the family. They are going through distress here. We don't even know all this stuff. Anyway, I'm going to read stuff out for you because I can't be arsed with that piece of shit. Before I go to this, trigger warning, because you're going to see the vehicle. So be careful here now, right? If you don't, look away if you don't want to see it. I know some people don't, but it's only just the back of it. It's not like, I would put something on that you can see here and stuff on there. Here we go. So let me make it bigger. So that was the back of it. Jamie Lee, Crisco, drunk driver. This is October 18th, 2023. Let me make it bigger. Everybody. Oops, wrong one. It's like in the wrong hole. Right, here we go. This one. Go. Right. So you see, that's that there. You can see the pounding it took there. Fuck, look at the damage. She must have been sat there then, I imagine, with that damage. Drunk driver behind South Carolina's heartbreaking wedding crash. So, in the quaint and picturesque settings of South Carolina's coastal region. Hello, everybody that's coming. Bev, hello. Sue, hello. Everybody, hello to you. If I missed you, sorry. Hello to you all. In the quaint and picturesque setting of South Carolina coastal region, where the tranquil beachfronts are often considered a perfect backdrop for romantics. Okay, here we go. This tragic narrative revolves around the lives of three individuals. Jamie Lee Komoroski, a 25-year-old whose reckless actions behind the wheel while intoxicated led to a catastrophic outcome. Samantha Miller, or she used to be Lee Hutchinson, a raging bride of 34 whose life was abruptly halted, and Eric, okay, those are Eric, but Eric Hutchinson, a 36-year-old groom who found himself enveloped in an agonizing reality far removed from the blissful vows of love and companionship he had just exchanged. Okay, on the fateful night of April 28th, as a newlywed couple, Samantha and Eric, along with close family members, basked in the joyous afterglow of their wedding reception. Their lives were violently interrupted by an unforeseen calamity. As they traversed the quaint beach road on a low-speed vehicle LSV, reveling in a nascent moments of marital bliss, an intoxicated Jamie Komoroski, with a blatant disregard for the law and the safety of others, rammed her vehicle into the LSV, the low-speed vehicle. The collision was not just a brutal clash of metal, but a shattering of dreams, hopes, and the promise of a future together for Samantha and Eric. Samantha succumbed to the injuries sustained, leaving a heartbroken husband and families plunged into an abyss of grief. The incident sent shockwaves through this. You find the incident as dusk descended on the charming shores of South Carolina. The couple radiating love and happiness. I'm gonna cut through the bullshit of this. You're obviously seeing a story, a tale. As they were navigating through the peaceful lanes, the vehicle was mercilessly rear-ended by a car driven by Lee Komoroski, who was under the influence of alcohol, failed to control the speeding vehicle and crashed into the LSV, carrying the unsuspecting newlyweds and their family members. The violent impact of the collision resulted in severe injuries. In the wake of the heart-wrenching incident, the quest for justice began. Impact on the families involved. Profound impact on the incident reverberated through the hearts of the families involved, leaving permanent scar. Okay, neither that. The grave consequences. Okay, so here you go. DUI manslaughter. The repercussions of a DUI resulted in a fatality are profound and multifaceted. Legally, individuals charged with DUI manslaughter face a severe penalty, including long-term imprisonment. I think it's 3 to 85 years. I think it is. And a permanent mark on their record. The severity of these penalties reflects society's strong stance against drunk driving and its tragic consequences. In many jurisdictions, DUI manslaughter is considered a felony, emphasizing in its seriousness. Okay, delete the ghost for that. Fine, we do to that. Okay, well written, but I'm not here for stories, I want facts. So let's go to where she is here. She is out on bond, but this is ages ago, so I think she...
Where a judge has denied bond for the woman accused of killing a new bride in a DUI crash back in April. Jamie Lee Komoroski is charged with reckless homicide resulting in death. Also, she's charged with 3 counts of felony DUI after allegedly colliding with a golf cart that was carrying a couple of newlyweds and 2 others.
The new bride was killed while the groom suffered severe injuries, and a toxicology report later revealed that Komoroski's blood level was 3 times the legal limit in the state. Well, Court TV lead anchor Vinnie Politan has more on the background of this tragic case. Weddings are a time of celebration. Family and friends come together, supporting 2 people beginning a new chapter of their lives together. On April 28, 2023, Eric and Samantha Hutchinson were ready to begin that new chapter. But their story took an unexpected and devastating turn when an alleged drunk driver crashed into them after their wedding, severely injuring Eric and killing Samantha.
And Mom looks at us and says, something happened to Sam. She knew it and she felt it in her gut.
While Eric and Sam were preparing for their wedding day, court documents say Jamie Komoroski set off on a day of bar hopping. She began here at El Gallo Bar and Grill, then made her way to Folly Beach, making stops at 3 other establishments, consuming beer, tequila shots, and other shots of liquor. By the end of the night, police reported Jamie's blood alcohol level was more than 3 times the legal limit. When police arrived on the scene, one officer says he could smell the odor of alcohol coming from Jamie, and when asked on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being completely sober, she stated she was at an 8. The officer also claimed he helped Jamie stand on her feet because she was very unsteady.
She made the conscious decision to get in her vehicle way over the legal limit, and she killed my sister.
As Sam and Eric left their wedding reception on a golf cart driven by his brother-in-law and nephew, Komoroski was reaching speeds of 65 miles per hour, blowing past the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit postings, and the result would be a catastrophic collision. Eric Hutchinson spoke about the tragedy with ABC News.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. That night going from an all-time high to an all-time low, it's pretty rough to try to comprehend. I remember waking up just kind of foggy, out of sorts, and I could see my mom's face, and you could just tell something was wrong. And
Komoroski's defense is seeking to release their client on bail and enter her into rehab, claiming in the motion she, quote, struggled with alcohol dependence, depression, and anxiety. Reports claim in jailhouse calls, Komoroski says she feels like a terrible person and her life is over, but also wants to issue an apology, and the crash was a freak accident. Komoroski is charged with vehicular homicide and 3 counts of felony DUI. In Aaron's interview with ABC News, he addressed Komoroski.
She's still an amazing human being that should not have been taken.
Oh, so hard. Today, we heard from the parents of Samantha Miller, the victim in this case. During the hearing, they were arguing why the defendant should stay behind bars. Both, as you might imagine, were quite emotional.
I'm Sam's mom. I've known Sam longer than anybody in this courtroom. And yes, the defendant made a conscious decision to get into her vehicle after drinking all day and take away my daughter. So I do believe she's a danger to the community because I wouldn't want anybody else to go through this. It's torn apart our family. Other families, it's like, you didn't, I'm sorry, she didn't just kill my daughter. She killed all of us. Somebody asked me the other day how I'm feeling. Funny question, right? Ask any mother how they're feeling when their daughter gets killed suddenly. And I do know that she's had prior court dates that she did not show up, and therefore a risk for flight is definitely in place. So I would recommend that she stay where she's at until the trial. I just want to talk about one other thing, and I know that's not what it's about, but I just want to give y'all the picture of 428 at 10 o'clock when we're notified of the accident. And get out of the car, like Mandy said, running down the streets, nothing but sirens. And we were told that everybody got taken to the hospital. And then we go over there and stand there for 3 and 4 hours till almost 3 in the morning. And then my husband calls and said, Sam's still here. She's still on the street because she got killed. If you haven't experienced that moment, I wish on nobody, but all I can say is one person is responsible for tearing our lives apart. And a community, our community of Charlotte, where she's from, is torn apart. So thank you for your time.
I would give anything to hug my daughter again. Anything. Anything. They're gonna, if I set her a bond, they can probably afford it. And they're gonna get to hug her and to hold their daughter. I just wish and pray that we all do the right thing because the wrong thing was done. If I had done this and said I got out on bond, then that's to revoke the passport. I assume that's one thing, because if not, if it was me, I'd be gone. Your Honor, I just pray and hope that you can see our side of the family. We're dark. We're torn apart. We're never going to get hungry again. Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, we also heard from Miller's siblings at the hearing. Here's some of what they had to say.
I think the defendant is clear danger to the community. I mean, it's hard for me to say or believe that she made those kind of reckless decisions just because of alcohol. I think that driving over 60 miles per hour on narrow, pitch black, pedestrian village streets in Bali, I mean, it's beyond reckless. It almost feels like intention to hurt somebody. I don't think that she can be trusted to be responsible to show up to court or to not hurt anyone else or to, not do anything. I think she should be held without bond. And I think if she gets out, she will hurt somebody else. Just don't think that she can be trusted now with what she's already shown.
I spoke at the first bond hearing 12 hours after the defendant killed my sister. And it is just as hard to stand here today, only 3 months later, and the defendant is a danger to the community, to society, because that could have been my daughter. And now they don't get their Auntie Sammy. And I have to explain to them every day when the sirens go off. And I think about that time running down the street, screaming my sister's name, because it was a conscious decision to drink. It was a conscious decision to get behind the wheel. And as my brother mentioned, going 65 in a 25 before drinking is a decision.
All right, we want to welcome our guest still with us this hour, former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. And Nima, I personally think not allowing her out on bond was the right decision, because the problem with the DUI, I think the sibling said it best, the brother, hey, she could do it again. We don't know what her experience is with alcohol, but I think it's a risk. But what are your thoughts?
Well, actually, I got to say, I was surprised, because when you're looking at bond, there is a presumption of bond unless someone's a risk of flight or a danger to the community. Here's someone, of course, who killed someone, is potentially a danger. But typically, in these types of DUI, vehicular manslaughter cases, judges do allow some type of bond. Obviously, they're going to look at the defendant's criminal history. Is this someone that has had a prior DUI or DWI? Is this someone that's at risk of reoffending? And again, as a prosecutor, I think it's always to the prosecution's advantage to have someone in custody. They're much more likely to plead guilty. Folks sometimes have a difficult time voluntarily pleading and surrendering. And I'm not saying that's a reason to keep someone in custody, but defense lawyers, of course, like to have their clients out. That helps them prepare for trial and so forth. But, usually in these types of cases throughout the country, there's no significant criminal history. Judges do allow bond in this type of case.
Yeah, I agree with that, Nima. But in this particular instance, they're allowed to look at the nature and circumstances of the crime, which I think are particularly heinous in this case. Although, as you mentioned, the charge is only reckless vehicular homicide. She's also charged with 3 counts of driving under the influence causing great bodily harm. And normally you would see it. And there were some reasonable conditions set forth by her attorneys, that being that she attended a rehabilitation program. They admitted that she's had years of alcohol dependence and depression and other issues, so we know those are there. That she remained under her mother's supervision. She has definitely family all around her. She would no longer have access to vehicle or alcohol, and that she was willing to be under house arrest during that time. Those are some reasonable suggestions by the defense. Do you think the public nature, the publicity around this case might have had something to do with the judge's decision?
You know, Michael, I do think that may have look, you know, judges are ordinary people. In certain states, they're subject to recall or they have to run for re-election. So it's impossible for ordinary human beings, I don't care if it's a prosecutor, defense lawyer, juror, not to be affected by the media attention. But I mean, you nailed it, you know, and obviously every state's different, you know, but on the federal side, you know, bond is appropriate unless there's no condition or combination of conditions that can ensure the defendant's appearance at trial. That's really what it's all about. So, you know, if you're talking about a DUI, you can have someone that surrenders their driver's license. You can have someone that needs an interlock ignition device. That means they have to blow into a vehicle before it can even start. So there's a lot that you can do if you're a defense attorney to try to convince the court and a judge that this defendant will not reoffend, will obey all laws, and will appear at future court proceedings. That's what bond is there really to do. And, you know, you see all this talk about bail reform and so forth. So, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if a case like this, you know, this goes up on appeal and the appellate court looks at this and says, you know what, the trial judge made a mistake because I think there is some bond number in terms of a monetary amount and conditions that would guarantee this defendant to appear in trial.
And I do understand that from all accounts, they could likely pay a bond that is set under conditions, but that the resources are there. That's not always the case. And I agree with you. I think it might be appealed, but in the alternative, give us a little bit of legal education, Nima, about what an attorney can do if they down the road say, okay, now she's been a model citizen in jail and she's done a rehab program in jail. Can they do a renewed motion for bond or not?
Absolutely, Ashley. And sometimes you see it on both sides, right? Someone's out on bond, they're not complying, and the state will come in and try to revoke.
Good night, Viv. See you tomorrow, Viv. I knew you wouldn't be able to, because Sarah Boon's going to be a while, I think. Sarah Boon's on in an hour. Right, just to clarify a couple of things here. I don't think, you know, when we say innocent unless proven guilty, I don't think there's a question about that she smashed into the back of this. That's not whether it's innocent or not. The length of a sentence is between 3 years and 85 years, allegedly, from what I read. So it's a case of where do you set that? Because there's 3 charges she's up for. You know, obviously driving 65 miles per hour in a 25 miles per hour zone, dangerous driving under being drunk, and something else. She's obviously could be found guilty in all 3, I presume, if they can prove it, and rightly so, and then be thrown in the booker. So I think it's more of the sentence it is, rather than whether she can be found guilty or not, unless she plays a card of mentally unstable, and, you know, it was an accident, she had drugs in the system, she, you know, and all that. I don't think she will get maximum sentence, Robin. I don't think she will. I'd be very surprised if she did. But that all depends on what her history is. Maybe there's a plea deal, and plea deal's like 50 years, and she's like, no, I think I can go to court and get less than 50 years, potentially. I'm just spitballing, I'm guessing. I don't think they'll go 85. The only reason I don't think they'll go 85 is because, as far as I'm aware, it's first time event for her. So, and most people like this in Georgia especially don't go you know, that high up. Georgia, I don't think Georgia's a jury thing, but the jury doesn't decide sentencing. No, I don't think Georgia. I don't think they do. She's guilty, yeah, but again, it has to be on what grounds she's guilty on. Because everything has got step procedures for it. So the prosecution are going for 3 charges. The maximum she can have is 85 years. Maximum on those 3 charges. It's whether the jury are going to find her guilty on all 3 charges. And if they do, that's fine. But then it's up to the judge then to weigh those sentence levels then against the trial and what they think. I'd be surprised if she gets 85 years. Maybe she will, but I'd be surprised if she does. Is manslaughter included in the charge? Yes. manslaughter under the influence, driving under the influence is manslaughter, yes. So it's 3 different separate things. It's not quite that easy. It's not quite that easy. I wish it was easy. She probably will be found guilty on all 3 counts, but it's not quite as easy. It's not it's manslaughter, it's blood levels, alcohol levels, and there's something else as well. So it's not just a tick box. I think she'll be found guilty on all 3. I do think she will be, but that's why it's her risk to go to court and go. Even she knows she'll be found guilty. Probably she knows that, but what's important to her is the sentencing. That's what's going to be important to her, is 100% sentencing on this. Whether she can get, if they offer her 50 years, she probably turns that down because she thinks probably she can get it down to about 20 years or less. I don't know. That's the risk of it, isn't it? So just because she's found guilty on all 3 counts does not mean she gets 85 years. Again, she does great, not a problem, but I don't think she will for 85 years. So it's not quite as black and white as just pure guilty on it. So again, I think she'll be found guilty on all 3. I don't think that's the question here, Danielle. I don't think it's about whether she can be found guilty. I think she's going to be found guilty on all 3. I 100% believe this is based on the sentencing and the guidelines and everything. They're going to fight that she gets less sentencing, which is why I think they wanted to get her out on bond and prove she's willing to go into rehabilitation and stuff like that. Hello, Toots. How are you doing, my darling? So, unfortunately, as much as people might not like it, courts are games as well. And I don't like playing games, but unfortunately, it can be games. I believe she will be found guilty on all 3 charges. And I think she knows she's going to be found guilty on all 3 charges. Unless one comes out. I don't know. But I think the whole world knows she's going to be found guilty on 3 charges. It's not the charges is the question. It's the sentence length is the question. I would be interested to hear if she has been offered a deal and how much that was. I had not read anywhere that she'd been offered a deal. Maybe she has. I don't know. But I'd be interested to see how much it is. She is facing between 3 and 85 years. So the prosecution will be going for 85 years. The defense will go for 3 years. That's what this is all about. This is what the fight is about now. Whether she's going to get 3 years or whether she's going to get 85 years. So, by the sounds of it, she's got money as well. But they were saying, by the family was saying, I hope they can probably afford the bond. I hope that's not the case. Anyway, a lot of cases, Rhode Island, the family don't have to agree at all with the deal. They don't have to. It's up to the prosecution. Obviously, you try and obviously inform them, and in lots of cases, they do ask they go with the family's wishes. But there's so many cases these days, the family don't want to deal, but they're like, well, we go into it because we're not going to win it otherwise. So it's a nice thing that the family agree to it, but whether they do or not, that's another question. Well, I'm going to skip this guy and see what is next here. I hope that's quite clear why they are standing this. Maybe I'm not explaining it well enough. And there's a good chance I'm not explaining it well enough, to be fair. But as I say, forget about the fact whether she's guilty or not. That's not even in question. It's the sentence length that's in question. That's what they're fighting for. Yeah, that is a lot of it. A lot of it they do. And when I say dismissive, that they don't ask everybody, there are examples of cases where the family said no and they've still gone and done a deal, and the family are pissed about it. The nice thing to do is that you ask the family and everyone's on board. And I think that a lot of prosecutors, if the family said no, we want to prosecute, would still prosecute. I think they only go if they think they've got a weak case. Do you know what I mean? Thank you, Daffy. Thank you. Case in CT. Where's CT? Is that Connecticut? Killed by drunk wrong-way driver, got prison time, and family sued him just for the sole purpose. Remember why they every month they didn't want a huge payout. They are making him send them a check of £20. Yeah, so I think the husband have got 800,000, 850 something thousand dollars compensation from the family. But allegedly there's been fighting between the husband and the mother now about the money because she thinks that she should get the money where the husband was given the money. So but yeah, that's a different thing. Swivel, baby, swivel. And it is Connecticut. There you go. Right. Let's listen to this. I think this might be the family of Jamie Lee herself.
I couldn't even comprehend what that pain must be. And I'm truly sorry for that.
Okay, so this is her family then. This is her family speaking. She's from Oceanside Elementary School, middle child of 3.
We and I were very close. She is a loving young woman with big heart. And I know that she will not.
To the family of the Hudsons and the Millers, I'm devastated, and I can't find perhaps exact words to express my deep sorrow for them. I just want you to know that if Simon Jamie to be bonded, I will take full responsibility and commit myself and dedicate myself to making sure that she will be following all the rules put upon her. And I know that she will not break any rules. And I just want you to know that I will be there and offering my dedication, commitment to help Jamie with her sobriety, to get her to AA meetings, and anything else that she needs to be doing.
I love my sister more than anything in the world. Her heart has no limits. No matter what happened that day, she'd open her arms for us. And she'd always be by my side no matter what. And I'm going to commit myself to making my mission every day to be by her side and help her through her path of recovery.
My sister Jamie, my family here, we're very closely bonded. I promise we will do everything in our power to help you feel the most comfortable in making the decision today. I have faith that you will do, what is right, and we're here to support that no matter what. Jamie is a kind, loving person who just needs some help.
All right, still with us, former federal prosecutor Nima Rahmani. Nima, what we're hearing here reminds us that a crime like this, or a situation like this, it devastates both families. But the defendant's family is in a particularly difficult situation because they're not the sympathetic ones, although they feel devastated as well. And we can make all the arguments about, well, their child is still alive and all this other business, but they're in a difficult position. And it's interesting when you hear them speak, how they have to be respectful on one level, but also make sure that they let the court know, our daughter's a good person and we're here. She has a family supporting her.
Well, absolutely, Michael. They have to walk a fine line. You want to be sensitive to the victims. They've lost a loved one. But you also want to make sure that you advocate on behalf of your family member and show that they have a support system in place that can help them, whether it's a mental health issue, depression, or some sort of substance abuse issue, that you have someone that's going to put them in counseling or drive them to and from medical appointments or to court proceedings. Those are things that the judges will look into. Or, in some systems, the judges are going to actually want to know who are the sureties, who are the financially responsible people, who are the ones that are going to either put up their money or the house or collateral, who's going to guarantee that this individual comes to court. And oftentimes they're going to have to show up at these bond or bail hearings and address the court and testify and provide letters and evidence and so forth to convince the judge that, even if you have doubts about this defendant, these individuals are there to support the defendant and make sure that he or she appears in court.
Well, another part of that, though, is they've already said she suffered, as we heard, from the alcohol dependence, the depression, and anxiety. And that's part of their plea to say she needs help. They even said she's a kind, loving person who just needs some help. On the other hand, how does it affect her potential defense? Does it interfere with what they may decide as a defense during a course of a trial, if it goes to trial, that they've already put that out there?
Well, it can affect it. That's why if you're the defense attorney, you don't want the defendant herself from testifying, because those statements can be used against her, just like any other admission. And here's a proceeding. It's also former testimony, so it's a non-hearsay. So you have to be very careful. You don't want to, win the battle but lose the war. Now, I'm not saying this is a case that's necessarily going to go to trial. Here's someone that's made some pretty bad admissions already to law enforcement, admitting her level of intoxication. There's going to be chemical tests and so forth. So it may not be the type of case that you want to defend on the merits, but you're absolutely right. Ashley, there are sometimes, as a defense lawyer, you need to wait a little bit. Maybe it's at a bond hearing, maybe it's at a suppression motion, maybe it's even at trial. I mean, I've seen in death penalty cases where, defense lawyers, they want to play it safe, maybe sandbag a little. They think that they're likely going to get convicted at that, guilt phase, but they're saving their good evidence and arguments for that penalty phase.
And this case is a little unusual to me, Michael, because I feel like no matter what happens, if she's convicted and sentenced, I don't think it'll be enough for the family of the victims. And on the other hand, no matter what, if she's convicted and sentenced she gets, it's going to be too much from her family's perspective.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's definitely one of those types of cases. And the question I had for you, Nima, was you heard some of the comments from the family members talking about, the choices that she made and adding up to intentional behavior, the idea that she drank to that level, made the decision to get into a car, did these things, and they're a little confused as to why perhaps this wasn't charged as an intentional crime.
Yeah, I hear that a lot where, family members want individuals to be charged with murder, right? And then you're dealing with a manslaughter. Well, murder requires intent. Obviously, first degree requires that specific intent. You intend to kill someone. But, even second degree murder will require at least malice or the depraved heart. So, obviously, we lawyers, we know what that is. But,
I'm surprised. I would have thought this was a slam dunk second degree murder. This is one of those, I'm confused why it's manslaughter, if I'm being honest. I thought this would be second degree murder. I am very surprised with what they've gone for. I think they've gone light, whereas I think this is a case that I think you could prosecute and say it's murder too. Different states, different things. Because she did not kill with malice. The intention, but still, idea, maybe. What's he say again? He says something again. Let me just check.
Family members want individuals to be charged with murder, right? And then you're dealing with a manslaughter. Well, murder requires intent. Obviously, first degree requires that specific intent. You intend to kill someone.
Yeah,
but even second degree murder will require at least malice or the depraved heart. So, obviously, we lawyers, we know what that is. But for lay people, that's sort of the example is you're shooting into a building. You don't know if someone's going to be there or not. What you're dealing with.
This is where I still think it's second degree. The first bit is fine. First, it's not first degree. I agree because there's no intention there, which is fine. But knowingly driving drunk, he said about the intention. Well, if you are shooting into a building, you don't know who's going to be there. The same with when you're driving drunk, you don't know who's going to be in front of you. So the intention was there. You know that there's a risk that there could be people on the road, people around you. So I think that in a way, malice was there. She knew what she was doing or should have known better. So I would have personally prosecuted murder too. So I would have done that. And then you got the manslaughter after that. I think most juries would have said that she was guilty of murder too. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. No, she was drunk. Deb says, was the groom not drinking? The groom was drinking, but he wasn't driving. The groom and the bride were both in the back. They weren't driving or anything. She was wrong, but I bet manslaughter. Yeah, maybe you're right. Debs. Maybe you're right. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong, but I think it would fit into murder too for me. But hey, I've been known to be wrong sometimes. Anyway, here we go. I'm going to grab my bacon sandwich. I'll be back now.
With DUI manslaughter cases, recklessness. It's criminal recklessness. It's someone that should be held responsible, but you don't have that intent under the law. I mean, I'd be hard pressed to find someone that's going to say, hey, I'm going to do alcohol or drugs. I'm going to get in a car and I'm going to intend to kill someone, or I don't care if someone dies. It's really that criminal recklessness. And that's why it's a significantly less sentence when you're dealing with involuntary manslaughter. And let's be honest, there's even voluntary manslaughter, which is less than murder. And that's when, the example is you walk in on a loved one and, having an affair with someone else, and you just basically, in that heat of passion, you kill someone. That's even less than murder. So, you're looking at different degrees of homicide, and the law is pretty clear. This is involuntary manslaughter. There's some enhancements and so forth, maybe for use of a vehicle or being under the use of drugs or alcohol, but this is not murder and will never be prosecuted as murder.
It is just a heck of a case. Every time I think about it, I think it kind of makes me sick to my stomach because there's just no good outcome. But this is the reason for organizations like MAD, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, because the reality is when you get in a car drunk, these things can happen. It's not an accident. It's done because of your actions and your behavior. So, you always hear intoxication is not a defense. Intoxication is not a defense. And that rings more true than any other type of charge to me than this one, because intoxication is the reason, I would argue, why this happened, Nima.
Yeah, so voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. However, it can potentially negate the mens rea if you're dealing with a specific intent crime, something that needs to be done purposefully or willfully. So again, it doesn't negate the offense to a general intent crime, something that's done knowingly. So that's one of the distinctions that's there between the voluntary intoxication where you're dealing with a specific intent or a general intent crime.
All right.
So this is my moment. This is my bacon sandwich. Gary will appreciate it. Dana will appreciate it. There you go. But yeah, I'm not covering it live. No, I'm covering this trial Zoom. So I'll be covering it maybe tomorrow morning a little bit. I'm just gonna zoom it. Zoom it all. That's ham. That's not ham. That is Deb medallion. That is bacon. Trust me. So she looks very young. Are you talking about the victim? I think the victim was 34 and the defendant is about 24, 25. Just out of uni. Canadian bacon, probably. That's real bacon, yeah. So, yeah, I would not be showing this live. Sarah Boon starts in about half an hour. After that, then we're not covering anymore. I'm going to finish after Sarah Boon. And then tomorrow, there's jail call, so we can play and stuff like that, maybe. And then we'll just take play by ear. Probably we'll play a bit of this tomorrow to catch up day one. And then play the jail calls, and then this. And then do Ashley Benefield in the afternoon, and then Wednesday we'll catch up all day then. Right, here we go, everybody. Here you go.
All right, always great to have you on with us, Nima, to break all this down. And coming up, we're going to bring you more tears from the victim's mother in the case and the message she had after the judge's ruling today. Stay with us. You're watching Court TV, your front row seat to justice.
Tonight on Closing Arguments, new developments in the Gilgo Beach serial murders. A man suspected of killing at least 4 young women appears in court today. We'll bring you
Thank you for joining us both today. Jamie Lee Komoroski was denied bond after appearing in court today on charges related to a DUI crash back in April. That crash killed newlywed Samantha Miller and left her husband, Eric Hutchinson, severely injured.
Now, the mother of the bride, Lisa Miller, spoke out along with other family members after the judge's ruling. So let's listen now to their emotional reaction.
If she's been incarcerated for 3 months, she's probably very clean now. And they do have addiction programs in the jails. So she can access that if that's really what she wants. And I don't think that 3 months spending time in jail, 3 months is nothing. I mean, it seems like yesterday for us. And like I was saying in there, we are tore up. I mean, our family is tore up. Eric's family's tore up. Our families are in discord. Is that the word? Yeah. Like we're not together on one page anymore. It's just created such havoc in everybody's life. And why should she get out and just go about her merry way? You know. And I definitely don't think she should go to Jersey or anywhere around here. I think she should stay in the community where it happened and feel it like I do every time I come down here. I was here last week. Every golf cart I see. I went over to the marina and I turned around and there was the
Wedding venue.
The wedding venue. And on the way home in the car, I just all of a sudden broke down and had this major anxiety attack. I didn't know why, because I see those things and I don't say anything. And it's hurtful. And she should have to see them too. That girl rocked this world, okay? She was nothing but, oh, here I go. Love and care. And she literally was like born an angel. She did nothing but want to make people feel good. She couldn't stand when she thought anybody, even a stranger, felt bad, felt sad. It was her job to make them feel better. You know, she's at Bojangles giving the homeless guy biscuits when she's like 7 years old. You know, like that's just who she was. And I want people to know that she was a bride for 3 hours or 4 hours, however the amount was, but she has 34 years of who Sam was. And Sam was an awesome, free spirit, beautiful person inside. And that's what I want people to talk about.
This was a little more difficult with having people around me that I love, even though that sounds like it would be supportive. But knowing how much this has affected our entire family, standing up there and just talking about Sam and what this has done.
Were you pleased with the judge's decision on bond?
I am so happy I could run and scream, and I'm crying happy tears. I'm very happy. I'm happy because I feel like it's been 3 months and the time hasn't been served, and she is a risk of flight and she is a danger to society. And the judge felt that.
And we're also working on planning a service for her in the near future. We kind of wanted to get through, celebration of her life. We're wanting to get through this step for sure. And then maybe have a little bit of time to breathe and be in the right frame of mind to plan that celebration for Sam.
Heartbroken for the family. I have to say, Michael, you know, a lot of it to me was...
So, UK time, I'm going to go live about 9 o'clock in the morning. UK time, sorry. What was 2 o'clock UK time? Probably playing the trial from about 2:30, 3 o'clock for a few hours. Then watch Ashley Benfield after that. In the middle, because we'll try and time it. So when the lunch break is on, we can watch Ashley Benfield. So yeah, I'll go live about 9. We might listen to some phone calls, and then I'll start streaming the trial about 10 o'clock, 10:30. Eastern, which is 3 hour time, Unicorn.
Wasn't surprising that 3 years the 3 months she spent in jail is nothing. It just happened yesterday. But then when she said, I think if she got out, she should stay in the community so that she has to see where it happened just like I do. I thought, well, I hadn't even thought of that point or that perspective of the victim's family.
Yeah, again, when you listen to family members and how they're processing this type of thing, it's always, just devastating to listen to. I mean, this is a family that went from arguably one of the happiest days in the life of a family, right? There's a union going on and you raise this child and they're getting married and then life ends on that day. I can't even imagine what the feeling is like under those circumstances. All you can do, and this is some of the best advice that I've heard under these circumstances, is you try to honor the memory of the person who's dead. You also try to, and she talked about who Sam was, her daughter was, you try to honor what their wishes might have been.
Yeah.
And if she's really a good person and she really treats people the way that she thought, try to honor that as you move forward. And I think that helps the healing process.
And I love the description she gave her and said, remember her, talk about her 34 years of free spirit. And I thought, what a great way to describe her, because that evokes something in me of what she must have been like. But let's talk about the legalities a little bit, because you and I were talking and I said, it's really hard in a case like this legally. If we just look strictly legally, arguably, it was a mistake.
Yeah.
She got in a car after drinking. It was a mistake, but with dire consequences. Is that any kind of defense? It was a mistake.
No, because I think the focus has to be on the second part, the dire consequences part. The other part that we've seen many of these cases, and we hear this kind of talk when you're talking about prosecuting a case like this, getting behind the wheel of a car is a deadly weapon. It's a deadly weapon. And we know enough now, and there's been enough education out there in the public that when you go out to drink that way, you have a designated driver, you do things the right way so these things don't happen, because there are and can be devastating consequences. Going out and having a good time, no problem with that. But once you get behind the wheel of a car, that is a deadly weapon, and the consequences have to be borne by the person who makes that mistake with dire consequences.
And different factually completely, but you make such a great point. Darrell Brooks, the parade that he drove into, again, the car was the deadly weapon that he chose to get into, and the death and havoc that was wreaked by that. Completely agree with you. So this is a heck of a case that, of course, we're going to continue to cover here on Court TV.
One quick point, difference in the Darrell Brooks case, they found intent there.
Yes.
There was intent.
Very different.
So he was cognizant of what he was doing and did it purposefully.
With that deadly weapon, though.
That's right.
Absolutely. Good point.
All right.
Okay. Right. Bear with me whilst I find the next bit. Don't want that, don't want that. Oh, baby, baby, you let me go. Oh, I want you, babe. Let me see you. Right. Oh, hang on. Right, here we go, people.
Time of celebration. Family and friends come together, supporting two people beginning a new chapter of their lives together. On April 28th, 2023, Eric and Samantha Hutchinson were ready to begin that new chapter. But their story took an unexpected and devastating turn when an alleged drunk driver crashed into them after their wedding, severely injuring Eric and killing Samantha.
And Mom looks at us and says, something happened to Sam. She knew it and she felt it in her gut.
While Eric and Sam were preparing for their wedding day, court documents say Jamie Komoroski set off on a day of bar hopping. She began here at El Gallo Bar and Grill, then made her way to Folly Beach, making stops at 3 other establishments, consuming beer, tequila shots, and other shots of liquor. By the end of the night, police reported Jamie's blood alcohol level was more than 3 times the legal limit. When police arrived on the scene, one officer says he could smell the odor of alcohol coming from Jamie, and when asked on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being completely sober, she stated she was at an 8. The officer also claimed he helped Jamie stand on her feet because she was very unsteady.
She made the conscious decision to get in her vehicle way over the legal limit, and she killed my sister.
As Sam and Eric left their wedding reception on a golf cart driven by his brother-in-law and nephew, Komoroski was reaching speeds of 65 miles per hour, blowing past the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit postings, and the result would be a catastrophic collision. Eric Hutchinson spoke about the tragedy with ABC News.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around it. That night going from an all-time high to an all-time low, it's pretty rough to try to comprehend. I remember waking up just kind of foggy, out of sorts, and I could see my mom's face, and you could just tell something was wrong. And
Komoroski's defense is seeking to release their client on bail and enter her into rehab, claiming in the motion she, quote, struggled with alcohol dependence, depression, and anxiety. Reports claim in jailhouse calls, Komoroski says she feels like a terrible person and her life is over, but also wants to issue an apology, and the crash was a freak accident. Komoroski is charged with vehicular homicide and 3 counts of felony DUI. In Aaron's interview with ABC News, he addressed Komoroski.
She's still an amazing human being that should not have been taken.
I mean, this story, incredibly tragic. She's been denied bond, so she's not getting out. Emotional statements from the family in court. And in the piece, we mentioned these jailhouse calls. Well, we have those calls now. So let's begin. I'm going to play a call for you. This, again, is the woman accused of drunk driving and killing Samantha Miller. This is her with her father. Take a listen.
How are you?
I'm good.
Okay. Better than.
Yeah, it's just it's CA's birthday. And
Well, let me tell you something. He's doing it anyway. He ain't missing nothing.
yeah, but I love him, and it just makes me think of everyone.
I know. Well, I'm here, and guess what? They ain't doing nothing. They don't want to do nothing.
Well, I spoke with the lawyers today.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
How do you like them?
I like them.
They're top notch. They're hot to chop.
They seem really good.
Who?
They seem really good.
They are really good. At the same time, we can't be doing any better than what we're doing. We got the best team to help you. Right?
I still just don't know why this had to happen to me.
Because bad things happen to good people, honey. That's why. It's just fate. It's just something that happened to you, and we are going to deal with it the best we can. Okay? And it's life altering. You're going to, experience stuff that you never thought of, and when it's all over and done with, and everything is finished, you're going to be a better person.
Then what if they send me away for a really long time?
Well, we're trying to avoid that, aren't we? We cannot do anything more than what we're doing. You know what they said about your attorneys, right?
What?
They said the family must be mafia to hire them to keep. The other
I
thing is,
didn't say that.
I swear to God.
I just want to hug you guys so bad.
So do I, Jamie. So does your mom. Okay. And as soon as it is possible, we will be hugging you.
Some of those lines, you know, get your blood boiling, right? Why did this have to happen to me? No. Turn that over, turn that around. Here she is now with her boyfriend.
The deputy sheriff, like whatever, like the head person of Charleston County, I met with her today. And she's like trying to help me out.
That's good.
And she like is like, you don't need, like, I don't want you in here. Like, you should be with your family, like, blah, blah, blah. So that's like really good.
That is good. Yeah.
So then I can hopefully be home sooner. She's the head deputy, whatever. She was really nice too. I think her name is Kirsten DeMontes or something. But she's really nice, and I think she's gonna help me. So I think things are looking up. Things are looking up. Something similar happened, I guess, like to someone that she knew personally, and so she like related to the story, and like she like was just like really relating to me, and she just seemed really like sincere, and like she really wants to help, and like so I'm really happy. And she also is the one that got my mom and dad able to like visit me like in person.
So obviously that little part makes the sheriff look not great, right? Because he's been, you know, released publicly, locally as well. So here's a statement from the Charleston County Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Graziano is in the agency's detention centers often, and is also not unusual for her to visit jail residents. Komoroski is not an exception, and the sheriff met with her one time and had brief in-person contact with her a second time to introduce her to CCSO Mental Health Director William Malcolm, whose responsibility involves visiting detention center residents to ensure various needs are met. The sheriff does not have a special relationship with Komoroski's attorney. It is a professional relationship. What has been surmised by some from the Komoroski's video calls is not accurate in regard to any sort of special treatment. Some may think the situation is special, but it is not. Let's bring back in our think tank Judge Gail Byers, Randy Kessler, Bernard Villalona. All right, Judge, let's start here. Do you think there's any special treatment going on here for this defendant?
So, Vinny, here's what I would say. Even if there is no special treatment being provided to this defendant, which certainly the videos seem to suggest otherwise, just flat out, there is at least the perception that there is certain treatment being afforded to this defendant that others would not enjoy, even if they were similarly situated. And so I think that's one of the biggest hurdles that the sheriff's department is going to have to overcome. The mere fact that you say nothing to see here, there's nothing going on here, oh, don't be worried, the sheriff's not treating this defendant any differently than anyone else. First, the videos tell one story. And, you know, our eyes and ears don't lie. So we hear what we hear, we see what we see. And of course, the argument is often, well, it's taken out of context. I think there's enough video there to place things properly into context so that there's a really fair appreciation for at least what's in the mind of the defendant and how the defendant believes that she is receiving special treatment that is separate, distinct, and different from everyone else. And therein lies the problem for the sheriffs. They need to be accountable for how, again, the perception is being created for this defendant that she's being treated differently. Not to mention, you're going to have, you know, quite a bit of an issue with all of the other defendants that are there that are not being treated the same way. So that is problematic. Whether it is or isn't the point. The fact is it looks bad and it stinks.
Randy Kessler, you know, some of the most famous jailhouse calls we had were from that woman down in Orlando, Florida. And she was like, what about me? What about me? And here I hear this young woman talking about, why did this happen to me? I don't, like, no sort of realization that Samantha, the bride, on the night of her wedding, it was your car, you were driving. You can contest whether you were under the influence or not, but it's pretty clear that it was your car that struck this golf cart. So at a minimum, you're responsible for crashing into a golf cart and killing a bride on her wedding night. I don't understand the mentality here, Randy. Do you?
No, I mean, that was a tremendous remark and a comment on her, and it was just terrible. I mean, the rest of the interview actually was somewhat sympathetic that she's someone in trouble, and the person we feel sympathy for, all of us watching, of course, is her father, who doesn't know what to say to comfort his daughter. What can you say? You're a terrible person. I mean, he's doing everything he can do, so kudos to him. But yeah, her saying, why did it happen to me? Yeah, things you don't think, things you shouldn't say if you do think them. And if you do think them and you do say them, you don't say them on a jailhouse phone that's being recorded. I mean, they're just terrible all the way around.
Oh, I'm back. Right. For some reason, I got too many tabs open, I think. It just went nuts to me. Let me close some stuff down. I don't know why that happened. Let's see if this works.
Also, Laura, I'd say, please, 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 if you think it, don't say it. And if you say it, only say it to me when it's confidential.
All right, Bernard, I saved another one just for you. Here she is again with her boyfriend.
Lunch today was it was 2 slices of white bread, an uncooked piece of bologna like this big, uncooked piece of bologna, and then like cabbage and 2 cookies.
Oh, you got 2 cookies. Do you get any like condiments, like mayonnaise or mustard?
No. They fed us hot dogs one night, 2 hot dogs, and no ketchup or anything.
Oh my gosh.
No buns or anything. It's so bad. But I just got my snack pack in the mail today, so I have Doritos and cookies. These cookies are so addicting. I already ate like 20 of them today. So the cookies that they give you for dessert, sometimes you get cookies and sometimes you get cake. These cookies that they give you at this jail, I'm going to start buying them when I come home. I'm not kidding them.
Oh my gosh.
And I really like their soap.
Bernarda?
Well, it seems like she's going to leave jail with another addiction to cookies and also the jail soap. That's something different. I never heard of anyone saying, oh, the good thing about being in jail is the cookies and the soap. You know, Benny, I got to agree with Brandy. One of the most disappointing things now being on the defense side is when you hear the prosecutor say, oh, I have several jail calls of your client on their phone that I'm seeking to put into evidence. So you know that the prosecutors listen to phone calls. I listened to hundreds and thousands of hours of phone calls when I was a prosecutor, hoping to get that one gem. So even if these conversations don't come into evidence as being relevant, you know where it may come into evidence? It's at the time of sentencing, where the prosecutor is going to argue, Your Honor, even while she is in custody, still she exercises no remorse for her actions, and that's going to be against her.
And the bottom line is, it seems like she's being.
So, Unico makes a good point. I really want to hear the facts of this case now. This is unbelievable. I really like to go to cases without knowing anything. So do I. And hearing it as jury does, I really hope they find a lot of this admissible in court. So the reason I didn't do a lot of research into it, because she did it, essentially. You know, she's 100% like she'll hit him. She's guilty. It's just a matter of what counts as she guilty. Do you know what I mean? So that's why there's not much to debate on it, really. This should be a very short trial as well, I think. Hey, Greg, how you doing, fella? Hope you're well, buddy. Hello, Anthony. How are you, sir? Nice to see you. I didn't know you were covering this. I'm covering it a day behind. I'm not covering it live. I'm covering it a day behind, Vanessa, because then I can zoom it. I can avoid all the breaks and can avoid everything then. We're just going to watch the actual trial rather than anything else. Hey, Greg, how are you, sir? Hope you're well. Are you still going to Boston next year? Yes, I am. May of next year. If you do post loads of pics, I will try to. Yes. I think I come very different conclusion based on what comes in. I know this happens in a lot of cases, but in this one, it seems especially significant to the finding of facts. Yeah, potentially. I think it's going to be more clear cut than most trials. Personally, on this one, I don't think there's anything she's going to be able to deny. I think the prosecution. I said earlier on, Unicorn. I don't think it's a matter of guilty or not guilty. I think it's a matter of how long she can be in prison for. That's the main question. I think that both sides, unless they're able to check some stuff out, or let's see that how they did the bloods was wrong, and I like dirty tactics, you know. So, right, there's that. The final thing I'll show you today before we go to Boom Boom Boom. Everybody loves Sarah Booney. Boom Boom Boom. Everybody loves Sarah Booney. Sarah Booney, she's so fine. No, I'm joking. What's the fine? Hey, how are you? Do you think she'll take a plea? I think it depends on how much the plea is. It depends how long the plea is. If it's 50 years, I think she'll just roll the dice. But if it's like 20 to 30 years, she should consider it. But who am I? I don't know. Hey, hey, go Blue! You had a great weekend. You had a great weekend. Thank you, my darling. Is very, very happy after Michigan Blue beat Ohio State. Right, let me post this and then we'll go do boom, boom, boom. Everybody say Booney, Booney. Right. So this is about story all about how I got turned upside down. So this girl now that's oh no. It won't go up. The driver charged with mowing down new bride Samantha Miller on wedding night started outlining her plans for her own nuptials in a tearful jail phone call with her father, obtained exclusively by the Post. So she's planning her own wedding. I want to be at my wedding. I want you to be at my wedding. She told her father, I want you to walk me down the aisle. I want you to be with me. I want to go on walks with you. Who is originally from New Jersey, faces up to 25 years in jail over the crash I think it's more, but I'm sure, and seriously injured 3 others, including the groom. The Coastal Carolina University graduate also told her dad she what her fate that she hates not knowing what fate will be. Still believes it to be dating boyfriend Evan Tatro. Do you recall the 2 December Komoroski pushed over how to be picked up her mum at the airport while she was in jail and thanked him for his help? It means a lot to me, he told. She told him during the call. I can't wait to get a hug from you. Oh my gosh, you just better wear you just better wear a rain jacket, she said, referring to how teary she expected to be when they reunited. So yeah, she's got visions of getting married. Can't believe it's already December. Honestly, I really can't. This is the hardest part, So we're getting through it. I miss you. The couple exchange I love yous at the end of the call. That's the damage to the car. Cheapers. Pictures of them kissing. Okay. Gross defense lawyer previously saw a release of $100,000 with a condition she would enter a substance rehab program. They also cited Komoroski's lack of prior criminal history. If the trial delay could be released on during a full August 1st court appearance attended by Miller's mother, Judge Michael Nettles ordered Komoroski to remain behind bars until the start of the trial, scheduled to get underway in March. Okay. If the trial's delayed, which it was, Komoroski could be released on $150,000 security bond that would be subject to electronic monitoring and placed on house arrest. So I believe she is on bond at the minute. She is out on bond. So there you go. I mean, this woman, she is the she doesn't have a clue what she's done. I don't think, as in, right. So let's get to Boone, shall we? Because that's about to start. But that was interesting. That trial has now just started. This trial, but 2 minutes ago. But it's actually just her being questioned. So I'm not really sure what that's about. Let me set this up for you. Present Al Shahati. Right, here we go. Boost for Deb. It's like a little ritual now. Every time I do something, it's like boost it for Deb. And then here we go. You and me, we go girl. Right, what's the other one then? We are on fire, my only desire. And I want it that way. Mm-hmm. Okay, this is that. Oh, I think she's been sworn in, is what she's been doing, I think. So, anyway, I think she's been sworn in. And here we are. We'll stick with Boone for now because it's about to start. I want to cover this because, you know, I agree she's guilty, but she's had previous DUIs and her actions earlier that night, plus no remorse, will alter what I would be looking at conviction-wise. I think the judge will know all this. I think the judge will know for sentencing. I think she's going to be found pretty easy guilty all across the board, and then it's going to come down to sentencing. Because I think it's just manslaughter under the influence, drinking 3 times over the legal limit, and I think the other one is 75 miles per hour in a 25 miles per hour zone. So they are all quite factual from what my understanding is from reading it. Was she doing 65 or 75 in a 25 zone? The prosecution are going to have to prove that. Do you know what I mean? I presume she was. They're going to have to prove it. I presume they can. Then the 3 times the legal limit, well, they're going to be able to prove that through bloods. Otherwise, why would they put her in? And manslaughter under the driving influence, which I don't think there's any doubt about that. So those are the 3 things. In terms of her history of DUIs and her actions and stuff like that, I think that will be more of a thing for sentencing. And I think that's what they were saying earlier on Court TV. It's not about getting those phone calls into court is not the issue. They don't care about that. It's getting them played during sentencing, because that's when it's more appropriate to be basically, look, she deserves to have the full amount, because look at her, she's still misbehaving. She does not take account. She's talking about marriage. She hasn't got a reality check yet, blah, 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 all that. So that's why I think they will play that, not an actual in the trial itself. I think the trial itself is black and white. I think it's again, I could be wrong, but I think it's black and white. But the sentencing is the one that's not black and white, shall we say. Anyway, that's just how I've interpreted it all. But you all know I'm not always right. I'm just 99.99% right most of the time. Once this is done, people, I'm streaming. I'm ending the day. Then it's supposed to be 3-hour streams. I'm supposed to do from now on as part of the Happy Days crew show, and we're already at 4.5 hours. Cheapers. We still got 35 people hanging in strong with me. Thank you, people. So tomorrow we'll do day 1 of. So tomorrow, I'll show you now. This is what we got for tomorrow. Tomorrow, this is what we got for tomorrow. Day away. Hey, hey. Let me put it on you. We will do. Oh shit, wrong one. For you. You and me. I know. I'm hoping I'll be doing something. It's starting today, but I think she's been sworn in today. So no, it's not started yet. About 5 minutes ago, I think she's been sworn in that she is, I've never seen that before, but I think she's been sworn in. So it will be probably open statements today, Sass, I presume. But I'm going to be playing them behind, so I can zoom. No, it's fine. No, I don't control the. You control the amount and stuff like that, but mine's very average. I don't take the piss. Right, here we go, people. This is tomorrow. If I can find it. That's what she said. Tomorrow. So we have got in the morning. Oops, wrong one. Let me tomorrow. We got a 9 o'clock start for the 9 o'clock Eastern, which is 2 o'clock start for Happy Day show. We got an hour of the Happy Days where we do some stuff. Then we got at 10 o'clock Eastern, we got South Carolina versus Jamie Komoroski, Deadly Wedding night trial, day 1 at 10 o'clock. Then Ashley Benefield sentencing at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. There will be rough timings, but that is what we got going on tomorrow. So another full day tomorrow. But yeah, first hour will be just an easy day. Early start of the day. Hang on then. Let me stop that present. And then get back to Boone. I know what you're doing there, taking the piss. Right, this one done. Sarah Boon's one are awful because they're always late starting. Tomorrow. We all here tomorrow. Oh, fucking hell. Everyone's doing the sentences as well. It's just everybody does the body. Everybody new somebody to love. Got somebody to love. Let me just refresh this just in case. No, still not started. 18:30, just waiting for it. Literally every fucker and their mother is doing sentencings. Hey, yeah. Ooh. Oh yeah, she's still being sworn in. Fuck. Da. Ba-da-ba-dum-bum. Oh, I'm glad this week to get out of the way because there's lots of sentencing this week. After that, then we will be doing more. I could do some more newsworthy stuff then. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-da-bum. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Do 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 do. Bam. Ba 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 ba. She's been sentenced today. Yes, we're just waiting for her to be sentenced. Just waiting. It's all good. It's all good. I mean, there might be more. Like I'm still going by what I've just learned today. So, it might not be as easy as I'm making it out to be. To be fair, I'm such a fucking nerd. I'm lucky you guys tolerate me. We love you, Heather. See you tomorrow. No worries, Asmas. I get it. Do not worry. I get it. It's all good. We'll see you later tomorrow. Well, I'll be going offline once Boone's done. And then come. Oh, shit. Look at me down here. I'm on fucking Dennis's penis. I'm on Dennis's penis. Do you see me, people? Here's me. Down here on Dennis's dick. Right. I'm moving myself. Moving on up, moving on down. Dennis penis. I'm on the top now. Dude. I had to get off his penis. I know. Me and Dana, we gotta hide our penises. Dennis is like fucking slung along. Like a fucking donkey, do you know what I mean? He's fucking just get on it. Don't worry about it. Tomorrow it is. Enjoy. I loved it. I love anywhere near the Sweeneys. I love it. I love Dennis. I love Brenda. Sarah P, dirty bitch, and she. That's a new meaning to head. Sarah P is the expert of head, yeah. Oh, let me just play the disclaimer before, because some arsehole's about to say something.
Warning. You're now entering a stream that isn't suitable for everyone. Be warned that this channel will have swearing, singing, sexual innuendos and lots of jokes that could easily offend. It is advised that you must be a little bit weird yourself to enjoy this channel, as those that thrive and enjoy the stream are weird in their own little ways. The chat is called El Chatty and is a wonderful community. It really is. However, again, it might not be for everyone. We want to hear everyone's opinion, no matter what it is. We encourage debate as long as it's done respectfully. If you're easily offended or don't like differing views, then again, this channel is not for you. By entering this stream you do so at your own risk. If you want to try it out, that's absolutely fine, but if you don't like it, no need to announce your departure, you can just leave quietly, as this isn't an airport.
I have to play that because Sarah P. Dirty Mouth is here. So those of you new here, just ignore Sarah P. She is a bit dirty, but the rest of us are quite clean. So it's fine. We'll balance each other out. Here we go, here we go, here we go. So she got offered 15 years and she turned it down. You stupid mofo. Do you wonder, right, that if she'd gone back and went 15 years, nah, 10, if the prosecution would be like, oh, fuck it, let's just do it because this is going to be a shit show. Or, from what I understand, she had a good standing going into or just after her. So there's a cock up allegedly by the prosecution, and she's coming out of it looking okay. Maybe she should have gone then and gone, look, 10 years. And the prosecution would probably be like, make it 12. Or make it 13. I'd be like, I go OCD, I can't do threes, so make it 12. Already served for nearly 5 years. Oh, she's been out in 5 years. Fucking. Oh. Now she's going to be in there for. Now, if you remember the treadmill dad, I think he was offered a deal or something like, paraphrasing here, but it's like 30 years, and he turned it down. And he was wrong guilty, but he got sentenced for 20 years. So sometimes plea deals, I mean, I think sometimes prosecutors offer the wrong plea deals. Just do something reasonable, and you'd be a lot less for taxpayers' money and stuff like that if it's, reasonable. I'm not saying every case should have plea deals at all, but there's some that should be plea deals. Like the one mentally unstable one should be a plea deal, in my opinion. It should be like, let's offer you 30 years, but 30 years in institution to get your head right, wherever, and then you can be released if deemed to be fit. That was whatever her name was, the last one we watched together, I think. Sarah Boon. So we could hear impact statements and all the malarkey today. Sarah Boon's probably going to not admit to it. She's now got a girlfriend, so she's got to put on a show for her girlfriend. But stupid cow. If you got a girlfriend, you could be out in like 4 or 5 years. I won't say what they could be doing together. But now, probably won't see you for like 20 plus years. All for fame, I think. All for fame and her 2 minutes of fame. But she's already disputed it. They're already appealing the decision and stuff, aren't they? So, if you're a huge D-bag or a giant puss, we will trigger you, I promise. I think they find that out quite quickly. If you see new people in the chat, they go, hi, oh, I love your chat, I love your chat. We'd never see them again. So there's a lot of that, which I find quite funny, to be fair. I ate another piece of pizza, my butt is getting bigger, but your butt's fine. We all love big butts, I cannot lie, Deb. Who doesn't like a big butt? Something to grab onto. Do you know what I mean? Good butt and a good pair of tits, and you're fine. Had to jump on a corner. No, you've not missed anything, Robin G. Not missed anything, my darling. The other trial, the other one we're covering, she's been sworn in as we speak. So I think opening statements in that one today, but I'll cover that tomorrow. Unicorn, love you, see Unicorn, love Unicorn. They love our chat until they don't anymore. It is funny though, isn't it? Everyone's like, "Oh, I love your chat." Everyone's so friendly. Then Potty Mouth comes in, and it's like, "Oh, fuck this, I'm off." Exactly, Gary. And I'm not sure about that. I did call someone a cunt a couple of weeks ago, so I'm not sure. But he deserved it. Troublemaker. Call camera shaking as beeping. Yeah, I've always said though, Sarah, you have to be a very unique person to be. I mean, no one gets abused more than Sarah P. To be fair, no one does. She gets the most abuse out of everybody. But she loves it. She loves it. She always says to me, harder, harder, abuse me harder. She says, I'm like, fucking hell, Sarah P. Jeepers. Today's gone on a lot longer. I've enjoyed it, people, but it's gone on a lot longer. True therapy. Is a cameraman getting a handy? Might be. Boone might be going, look, I need to give you a hand job because I'm gagging here. That just means I'm the favourite he does. Look at you. Don't tell Josie she'll hit me. No, I'm joking. Love you all. But yeah, I just love the fact that you can take the abuse. It's good. On their exit, who taught that little hoodra manners? They did a terrible job. What a potty mouth. Yeah, today I wasn't planning this today to be so long, but I've enjoyed it. I have enjoyed today. It's been going good. It's nice to chat to people again. Tell each one of us that we are the favourite. No, I don't actually. Don't tell. I only speak to you live like this, so you all know what I say. Well, I mean, to be fair, I think I would you and Josie, 99% of the time you both are here, so you've always been like that though from day one, from a year ago when you became the proper mods, and everyone else has come on. They've been, they mod other places or got other stuff on as well. Like Mexi can't be every day. Jonathan's never here anymore. Erin, she's here most days, but she goes off and does her own thing. So most people are like a lower level mod type of thing, Murph's Turf and stuff like that. So and Hens as well been busy. So yeah, it's tough. Rhode Island says yes. I'll be over here with a long dramatic courtesy bow, like Katniss in the Hungry Caves. So yeah, Potty, you've done the premium ads. So okay, there might be 1 month I might do ads free. There might be a month. We'll see. We'll see if I follow through on it or not. But I'll tell you with enough advance warning so that you can cancel it for a month. Oh, here we go. Oh, look at her looking back up, girlfriend. What the fuck? Right, the court is quiet, so it's not me, it's court. Oh my days, she's not going to read all that out, I hope. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, hey, hey. Boone. Boone, Sarah. I hope she doesn't, because I go on the couch. I'm going to be listening from the couch if that's the case, because I can stretch these out now to my couch. Boone, So now, yeah, she loves the clams, tits and clams. She's like Shari D. She loves tits and clams. So she met her girlfriend in prison, I think, or jail, and now she's got a little lickety lick. Let's play tricks. She's prepared to read a book. Yes. Back of my hand with hot. Oh, Duffy, what are you doing? Hot glue. Hey, Duffy, you're used to doing stuff with one hand. I know you are. You can use your mouth as well, Duffy. I know you. We all know you pretty well by now. Dee, dee, dee. Oh, it's going to be lots of victim impact statements, I think. She gets a carpet clean jail. She used to. I'm not sure if she still gets it clean or not. No, she doesn't get it clean anymore because her girlfriend is out on the streets now. This is why it's weird to me that she didn't take the deal because she could be muff diving in about 5 years, carpet cleaning all night long. But she decided to take the risk and probably going to end up with 20 plus years now. I don't think she'll be. Oh, hang on, they got a stream open. I hope they. She should have taken the deal. Look at her spine back going, I fucked this one up. I could have been munching on that rug in 5 years. Now I gotta go hungry. Na 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 na. Hey hey hey. Goodbye. Has anyone seen Sopranos when Tony is saying about muff diving to his uncle when they're playing golf? No, I've not watched The Sopranos for ages. I need to go through it again. Tits and clams are one thing. It's the whole Sarah Boon experience that is a solid and hard nope. Not the motherfucking chance for me. I don't know. I think you'd enjoy it. I'm joking. Just in case Seth's around. She's gonna be somewhere. That's all you can eat. Sarah P. See, all you women, dirty carpet munchers. Look at you. Dee, dee, dee. Oh, oh. No, he's not. Okay, that's fine then. So I can say that you would love to munch it. That's fine. Munch it, just a little bit. Munch it. Heather Taylor, munch, munch. Munchy bunch, bunch, munch. Come on, Court. Can we just get on with it now then? Anthony says, romance. Thought I'd share this slowly and passionately. Our lips met until she closes her legs and crushed my glasses. Anthony! A whole seafood buffet. Oh no. Seats taken at a buffet. I just started watching this. I watched it years ago. I'm so behind on it. As in, not behind, but I don't remember half of them. I used to love Sopranos. Oh, oh, that's amore. So when I go to London, people want to see the outside of Buckingham Palace and all those royal places, I suppose, on a bit of London. As I walking down the street, Dane and Dennis, the kind you'd like to meet. These two speedos men, they'll be in London. Da, 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 da. Grinch trees. What's the Grinch tree? Gary, Jeepers, have you not? Sopranos was awesome back in the day. Oh. Oh, oh. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Oh. Oh, I can't. I don't think the guards are very strict. Hippie chick. I don't think if you get near them, they tell you to fuck off. Like when I say, this thing about cleaning, then off to buy a membership after the live. I thought are the worst. Oh, thank you, Vanessa. That's very kind of you. We will be, and tomorrow we will be doing day one of the trial. Oh, is this the judge coming in? There's one show stay away from. Oh, Gary, I can tell you now, you're in for a treat. Sopranos was an awesome. I'm not sure if I can watch it again now. But at the time, what a show it was. One of my favorite ever shows. The tree the Grinch has at Christmas. I don't know what tree that is. I don't put decorations up. I love Christmas, but I don't put decorations up. Because I can't be honest, because they just come straight back down again. Grinch tree. No, we don't have any of them. That's funny though. That is funny. No, we don't have any of them. That's funny though, Deb. A limp one. I don't think she's going to get life no parole, because I think it's in second degree she got, not first degree. Is it not 25 years? 25 years is the maximum, is it? Or 30? I don't actually know. I don't remember. Fucking this judge. Get on with it, for fuck's sake. Sarah Boon. She faces up to life in prison. Okay. Okay, I didn't know that. So there you go. There you go, Vanessa. You were right. I was wrong. I didn't know she was facing life, people. She's smiling at Katie. She's smiling at her girlfriend. Lou Syke. No yet. It's not started yet. It's not started yet, my darling. We're just waiting for the judge to come in. I think she's smiling at her girlfriend, going, I wanna touch you. I wanna lick it. I wanna prick it. Play cricket. Daffodil, you are Grinch. When I was in Fall River, Mass, Charlie Hunnam was filming a movie. Ooh, I don't know who that is, but it sounds famous. What's the difference indefinitely when your balls are up against the ass? You're indefinitely. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Tits and Clams is what she's definitely thinking about Tits and Clams. We could take Shari D and Sarah Boon out. Sarah B and Shari D out for Christmas drinks. We're not seeing Lady Di today. Hopefully Di is okay. So not seeing Lisa Reed today. Lisa Reed. Hope everyone that's normally Carol, Disney Queen, Crystal, Jeepers. Not seen anybody today. That's interesting. Oh, Carol's on holiday. She's on a cruise ship, Disney cruise ship. Oh, she's having the best time ever. She looks super happy. Hey, Unicorn. See you later, my darling. Lovely to see you here, Unicorn. As always, lovely. Always lovely to see you. Talk about lovely. Another one. Sex bot. Lisa Reed's in the house. The quiet ones you gotta watch out for. Quiet ones, yeah. Katie, another one. Quiet one. Steph, another one. Bev's here, so it's fine. They're in Disney. Oh, cool. Carol's on the cruise ship for it. Yeah, she did, Daffodil. Her and her whole family beautiful. I hope I didn't disrupt your movie making, Lisa Reed. Oh, for fuck's sakes. Come on. I'm going to get some coffee as well once it starts. So much for the 3-hour streams. Hour 5. Lisa. Boom, 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 boom. Daffodil half an hour behind. Bye, Unicorn. Bum, 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 bum. Lil G hasn't been in today. No, she's not been in today. No. But she does that though. She does take it 1 or 2 days, you know. But no, there's a lot like Steph, Hudson, Katie, and a few others. You know, who I've seen them for weeks now. Where Lil G, we saw her on Thursday. Or Miss H. Cole, where are those beesies? Probably working or something. Like, to be fair, Miss H. Cole was here for Thanksgiving. It's great to have her on screen. Miss Lil G did pop in, and I've not been doing anything since then, so. Have you tried dick? Have you tried balls? Have you licked balls? No, disappointing. Have you licked balls? Have you tried balls? Have you shoved it? No?
Don't make me cry. Don't make me cry. Was it nicer than mine? Does she lick better than me? Oh, don't say that. I'm sorry. I'll lick better next time. Heather, yes, she's busy. Spoken to little G this morning. There you go. Ask the guy, hey, thank you for being a member for 7 months. You did go missing for a while, Anthony, but you came back. Nice to see you, buddy. Hey, Rooker Shroom, I did see where you're on. I did get a chance earlier on. Hello. No, it's not that. A lot of them have been away. As in, I hope they're okay. They are around. I hope they're okay. It's all good. It's all good. It's not that I'm bothered about it. It's just more. I hope everyone's okay. That's all good. Arabitin, happy days. You're back. You're back. You're back. Oh, 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 oh. Face like a bag of spanners. You could be right. No woman, no cry. I. What's bigger spanners? That is Sarah Boon's vagina. Like a biggest bag of spanners down there. Smash or pass? Anthony, do not tell me you would pass Sarah Boon. Do not. You would be smashing it. Smash or pass? Smash. There you go. Yeah, I mean, I don't think little G give a shit if you message her though. Heather. Yeah, I know, Space Stacy. Yeah, I think she might get life. Anthony, you're lying as fuck. You are past that. You'd never pass that. Any hole's a goal, they say. Sarah's so chatty and upbeat, insane. I know, Greg. How you do, fella? I know. This is a family of Jose. I'm not even getting my decorations out. I will not be decorating my place at all. It's your Dennis is awesome. My mushy peas, which people think is sick, was delicious. The whole thing was delicious, Dennis. The whole thing was. How's your meal? Things? Yeah. I hope yours as well. Nice as well, Dennis. Hope yours is good. But I know it was good because Brenda's cooking. How lucky are you to have Brenda cooking you meals? Cheapers. She's so stupid. She should have taken the plea deal. Absolutely, Stacey. So thick. You wouldn't think there's so many thick people in the world, but there is. Pass you to that. That's not a problem. I'll smash. Anthony, smash. Leo's. The only mushy peas. Leo's. That's the only mushy peas I like. Only mushy peas I like. I've no idea what you're on about, Katie, to be honest with you. Awesome day. Happy day, Dad. Do you know what? I can't even look at cakes anymore because I just want that carrot cake. I want macaroni and cheese on fries and carrot cake. Dennis, I'll be honest with you, I need to talk to Brenda because you've invited like 6,000 people to your house for a barbecue. So, she does. Brenda does apparently, allegedly, she does. Yes. Hey, good luck in Vegas. I wish I was going to Vegas. I love Vegas. Vegas is a great place. Sloppy seconds. Pretty much everyone's a sloppy seconds, though, Ant. Do you know what I mean? Welcome to the chat. The chat's probably a sloppy hundreds in some of the chat. Brian watching court. Oh, is he in court today, is he? We'll watch that one day then. Not today, but I will watch that maybe Wednesday. Maybe if he's on for a few hours. Thanks for that, Stacey. Bum, ba-da-da-da. Oh, you're about YSL trial. Okay, I'm with you now, yeah. Well, it's not even the YSL trial, whatever the trial is called now, isn't it? Oh, weird that the waterfall video could be shown in Karen's trial. If you can watch that gas station one, you. I don't know what the gas station one is. No woman, no cry. And I. 2 p.m. Oh, what's it? Hang on then. 2 o'clock Walsh today. Hang on. I need to go on the other case first. Hang on. Where are we here now? I thought it was. So, yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I will play it after this, people. I will play it. It's fine. I know what you mean now. This is why she was being sworn in. That makes sense. It's fine. It's all good. If we get a chance, I will play it after this. Thank you, Robin. Here we go. It's fine, Robin. We know. Please don't spoil it. I'll play it. I know you don't mean to spoil it. It's more of a I want to look at it. It's fine. Thank you, my darling. Do 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 do.
Calling State of Florida versus Sarah Boon, 2020 CF 2603, State.
James Castro on behalf of the state.
Defense.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boon.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table. Ma'am, if you could please raise your right hand, Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Ma'am, can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for us?
Sarah Boon, 10-10-7-7.
We are here for a sentencing. The jury returned a verdict on October 25, finding you, Ms. Boone, guilty of murder in the second degree. We are running a little bit late this afternoon. I apologize for that. I was in court all morning and took the opportunity to review all of your submittals from earlier this morning, Mr. Owens, including the victim or the character statements, the psychological evaluation by Dr. Harper, the motion for downward departure, the motion for new trial, and the state's response to same. Before we proceed with any sentencing in this matter, the court needs to address the defendant's motion for new trial and the state's response to the defendant's motion for new trial anything in addition you'd like to argue at this time, Mr. Owens, over and above what is contained in your motion, sir?
No, sir.
State.
No, sir.
All right. After reviewing the motion and the state's response the same, the defendant's motion for a new trial is denied based on the court's review of the record, the court's participation in the trial, and the review of all the evidence of the court's prior findings and rulings at trial and prior thereto. With that, I believe that we're prepared to proceed with sentencing at this time. The court has reviewed the pre-sentencing investigation prepared by the Department of Corrections. Are there any housekeeping matters that we need to address, Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore, before we proceed?
Not from the state.
Are there any housekeeping matters from your side of the ledger, sir, that we need to address, Mr. Owens?
Judge, I do have 4 lay witnesses that are going to testify. We've got Dr. Harper here to testify. Of course, my client's going to testify. But one of the 4 lay witnesses wants to appear by Zoom. She lives up in Minnesota. I don't know if that's allowed.
We don't have an objection to that. One of our witnesses will be providing an impact statement, would also like to appear on the court's virtual link as well.
Okay, so stipulated. If you need it, just let Anita know, and I could have her email it to you right now, the link.
We do have the link. She's waiting to get on, I guess.
Who might it be, sir? Of several people.
It should be Lana Albert.
She is here, sir. She's in the, she's viewing, her camera's off and she's, microphone is muted, but she's in the lobby.
Okay.
All right, with that, State, you may proceed.
Your Honor, at this time, we would like to take an impact statement from, I believe, Anna Torres, which you will be appearing virtually.
I see several guests, but I do not see Anna Torres in the virtual lobby, sir.
Well, I think while maybe she's having some issue logging on, we have also in-person witnesses.
We can proceed with those first, sir. Please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us? Okay. Ma'am, you can go ahead.
I just want to tell Sarah Boon that I don't hate her for what she did. And I always remember that evening when that lady came into my door and she knocked at the door. And she asked for my name. I said, I tell her my name. And then she said, can I come in? I said, okay, yes. And she told me to sit down. I never think that was gonna be my son. And then she said my son was dead. Since that day, I can't sleep. It's hard for me to remember that moment. My son is not here no more. She don't only kill my son, she killed a father, a brother, an uncle. It's been hard. And my family, because all the brothers, they will always work together. But now it's like something real love is missing. Sometimes when I look out the window, I'm waiting for him to come and say, Mom, I love you. She was always there. She come and called me. I missed us, Mommy. The last time that I talked to him was at 12 o'clock in January, New Year. He came to my bed and said, Mom. He woke me up and I said, Mom, I love you. Happy New Year. Since that day, I don't see him no more. He was my son. I love him. And I miss him a lot, and my family miss him a lot too. But I don't hear her. But you know what? I was blessed. She ain't gonna be blessed like me because I have my son. I raised him. I have his children, my granddaughter, my grandson, and she don't gonna be able to have that. And I did. I raised him. He wasn't perfect, but he was a good son. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. State anything further from this witness?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, sir.
Thank you. You may call your next victim impact statement.
Victoria Torres.
I do.
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record for us, please?
Victoria Torres. My name is Victoria Torres. George is my brother. Unfortunately, my family has experienced two horrifying tragedies. I just want to make it clear that George deserves justice. As far as my other brother and Sarah deserve to rot in jail. Sarah has caused a lifetime of pain, a lifetime of horrible images, a lifetime of hearing my brother George plead for his life. This is just this moment for all of you. For me and my family, it's forever. Such a simple thing as using a suitcase is so triggering. I try not to close it all the way. I leave at least like 2 or 3 inches for the zipper. And it might sound crazy, but it just helps me. She really has flipped my family's life upside down. And I just hope that we can truly get justice for my brother. And I just want to tell the team, thank you so much for everything you did. Thank you.
Thank you. State anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
Thank you.
Your Honor, could we see if Ms. Anna Torres has been able to make it online?
Do not see an Anna Torres in the lobby, sir. I have lots of guests, HHSA, Mr. Beck, Lana Albert Jason Gunn.
Your Honor, is there a cap to the link as to the number of individuals?
Not to my knowledge.
Could we just have just a moment?
Yes.
Okay. It's tough, isn't it? It's the court audio is very bad. I've boosted it as much as I can. But the court audio is not the best. I'll boost it again. Just in case I wasn't boosted it. The court sucks. Oh. I do think that the whole clan is going to be talking, yes. Can you bring you over? No, I can't. Sorry, Comp. That's so. What I don't have is I don't have a mixer, so I can't mix it. So this is why I don't like to boost it too much, because obviously it plays up with my volume. No, there's only one volume, unfortunately. If someone's got a spare, like the one Mike Jerk's got, it's like I think it's about like $800. I wouldn't mind that one. Looks nice. But yeah, unfortunately, the only way I could do is not StreamYard, the other one, but it's so confusing. Streamlabs, they allow you to do it. My volume against the court volume, but Streamlabs sucks. What good these statements do not go to jail. It's not, but I think what it is then is it's just sentencing just for the family to get it out there about their hatred towards Boone. To get it off their chest. This has been years in the making. 5-6 years now, I suppose. I wonder who's going to speak on behalf of Boone. Will her girlfriend speak? I am trying to whisper, by the way. I'll do it quieter. But if you got AirPods on, especially, it's a nightmare, I know. I should invest in a mixer, I know, but I can't afford it at the minute. Yeah, we should all. I think Corn Pub's up next, I think. This could go on for hours. Now, we would like to call Corn Pole on behalf of the public to give her victim impact statement, please. It is. So what I'll do tomorrow, as I'm sure most of you know now, the other trial we're going to cover is gone. She's pled. So I don't know what she's pled to, how long for, or what the sentencing will be, but we'll watch that tomorrow. That is the bride that died. So
yes, sir, Mr. Cacciatore.
Your Honor, after speaking with Mr. Owens, given the fact that the victim's daughter is having difficulties with...
Is that her, Anna Victoria Torres?
Yes, sir.
Is that it? Is that who it is? All right, ma'am, good afternoon. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon. I can hear you.
Okay. Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Anna Victoria Torres, ANAVICTORIA Torres.
Thank you, ma'am. I understand that you'd like to provide a statement to the court at this time. You may proceed.
Okay. Okay. So I'll be speaking for myself and my two siblings. The murder of our father has impacted us on so many levels and in different ways. I myself, for the first year, would wake up screaming every morning or night, wishing I was having a nightmare, only to wake up to remember all over again that my father is gone and I'll never be able to hear him say he loves me ever again. To know my siblings have been affected in such a way that they are now different. They have had a piece of their heart ripped away from them, all while her son gets to hear his mother's voice and see her.
Just to clarify one thing, I'm only going by what you wrote. I've not seen it. I'm going because you wrote that she's pled guilty to all those charges. That I presume is a plea deal. That's the only reason I think there's a plea deal. I don't actually know, but I'm presuming there is because she's pled guilty now. That's why I said it's a plea deal. I could be wrong then, but I presume there is because she's pled guilty. So that's why I meant don't. If you know how many years or whatever, don't say we'll watch it tomorrow. But yeah, that's what I meant. So I'm presuming there's a plea deal if she pled guilty. That's what I meant. But it's all good though. It's all good.
Alive is pathetic. Because of you, Sarah, my sister is heartbroken. Because of you, Sarah, my brother is left wondering when he will ever see his father again. The loss of my father has left me with chronic depression and anxiety. Seeing any moments of fatherly love or kindness being shown between others in real life or even on TV leaves me in complete shambles. Seeking therapy was a must in order to navigate through my workday without a random breakdown. Thoughts of my father's demise still enter my mind ever so often. I'm left either angry, sad, or sick to my stomach to think of how his final moments were. George Torres, my incredible father. Not only was he my father, but my best friend. My personal comic provided me with wisdom and knowledge, creative and loving dad, an older brother, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, a son, and above all, our father. He was human and deserved to be treated as such. My father, George Torres, was one of a kind, an absolute gem. Unfortunately, his light was dimmed on earth by evilness, but with us, we will forever make his name live on. Especially Sarah, I pray that you see his face when you see him at night. That is it.
Thank you. Anything further?
I swear or affirm the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do.
Ma'am, could you state and spell your name for the record for us, please?
Diane Smith, Diane
Okay, thank you very much. Counselor, you may inquire.
And Ms. Smith, tell the court a little bit about you.
I was a chaplain at the 33rd Street Jail for 30 years.
And have you been a chaplain at the jail here in Orange County?
Yes, Orange County Jail
Is that the same
for
jail
30
you're
years.
referring to? Okay. And during that period of time, did you have occasion to meet with Sarah Boon?
I did.
And was it over the course of how long?
I've known her 4 years.
And if you could tell the court what you'd like to say.
Okay. Well, I first met Sarah. She came in. We have a Christian dorm, and Sarah enrolled in our Christian program. And she was in my classes for a year. And she was very sincere in her efforts to change her life and to be a better person. And I found her very helpful. She was kind and good to people. She loved to serve. And she helped the new girls that would come in, the younger girls. She would mother them and be very kind and very helpful. And then after she graduated from the program, I was her counselor for the other 3 years. And I always found her, very sincere and, trying to do better. I spoke with many inmates that knew her and was associated with her. And they spoke very highly of her and said that, she was helpful and kind and tried to help other people. And I just found her to be, very sincere and trying to be a very good person and change and help people.
Was the Bible involved at all?
Oh, yes, it was all spiritual. Yes, it was spiritual growth plus character, growth and character, trying to just be a better person in general. She liked to serve other people, like the she would help the girls wash their clothes and show them around and teach. But spiritually, she grew very, very great spiritually.
Thank you.
Hang on, ma'am, just 1 second.
Ma'am?
Hang on just 1 second, Ms. Smith. State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
I'd like to call Christina Pena.
Yeah, it's fine, Counselor. Thank you. Ma'am, come on up if you can. Raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in.
Do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Ma'am, if you could state and spell your name for the record for us.
Christina Pena, Christina Pena.
You may inquire, sir.
How old are you?
31,
And where do you live?
Orlando.
Now, it's my understanding, Ms. Pena, that you were in the county jail with Sarah Boon.
Yes.
How long were y'all in the same cell together?
Yes, I was in there for 4 years, but we're together for 3.
Okay. And I understand ultimately the charges against you were dismissed? And so you were released on what day?
April 4th this year.
2024?
2023.
2023. So you've been out for a pretty long.
I've been out for like 6 or so months now. Yeah, since April of this year, actually. Sorry.
April of 2024. And you said y'all were bunkmates there together for about 3 years?
Yeah.
I would assume that y'all got to know each other pretty well.
We did.
Okay. And if you'd like to speak on her behalf to the judge.
Sarah's one of my best friends, my only.
Tits and clams, that's a charity. Tits and clams,
She's
tits and
helping.
clams, that's a charity.
It's a lot. Spiritually and like growing and she helps everybody. She's always, I don't know, spirit. She helped me a lot, and she would come to me. She talked to me all the time and pick me up when I was down, or if I didn't know something. She just good. I don't know. She was a good person to me. She just mistakes happen. She always helped. She always helped people. She was always helping everybody in the dorm. She even like her artwork. She did art. Anybody need any help or needed anything, they'd come to her and she'd help them. And even if they, did wrong to her, she would still go back and help them and praise with them and pray over them and everything. It's just.
And was she a little bit older than you?
Yeah.
How much older was she?
40 in her 40s.
Did you think of her as maybe an aunt or a big sister?
Big sister, yeah. She was like a big sister, like a sister I never had. Because I have brothers, so I never, we clicked right away. I don't know. We'd be walking out in the backyard and she just would always try and talk to me, but I'm a quiet person and I don't trust a lot of people. So for me to open up and trust somebody, it's a lot. So.
And obviously y'all are there under difficult circumstances.
Yeah.
She assisted you in getting through that.
Yes, and she helped me a lot with my my case, and I would help her with with hers too. We're both. Justice is not what it is. I don't know how.
Bless you.
We both helped each other out. I don't know.
Ms. Pena, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Any questions, State?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I appreciate you.
Ms. Hill?
I thought she was a girlfriend, but now I don't think she was.
Yes, sir.
Bow, chicka, wow, wow.
I do.
Ma'am, good afternoon. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Mariela Hill, Mariela, last name Hill, Hill.
Thank you. You may proceed, sir.
Ms. Hill, briefly tell us a little bit about yourself.
I met Sarah in jail. I spent 3 months in jail and went through a lot of unfortunate circumstances myself.
All right, now this was in the Orange County Jail here in Orlando?
Orange County Jail.
And when would that have been? Do you recall the dates?
Yes, it was April, from April to June of this year.
Of this year,
2024.
2024.
Correct. Yes.
And did you develop a relationship with Sarah Boon over the course of that 3 months?
Yes, yes. We met when I was moved to the B dorm, and I needed help with a form that I needed to complete, and one of the COs pointed to Sarah to help me out. And since that moment, we became really good friends, and she was so helpful, so kind, so respectful and loving, not just to me, but to everyone. And I have nothing but good things to say about her, her character, her loving heart, and how deep her faith is, her faith in God and believing in justice for everyone. That's what I believe.
State any questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Hill. I appreciate it. Ms. Albert, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me? This is Judge Crane. And if you can, I would ask you to turn on your camera and unmute yourself at this time, please.
Sir, how do I unmute turn on my camera? I know how to unmute, but I'm not sure how to turn the camera on.
Turn the volume down.
So, ma'am,
is that better?
When you join the link, there should have been an option for like a pull down on the left-hand side of the screen for you to open out or turn on a camera. I don't know what device you're appearing on, if it's a cell phone or a laptop.
It is an iPhone. Should I try to re-enter the room?
Yeah, try to do that. There should be an option for you to pick a camera. You'll either select the default camera and hopefully we'll be able to see you at that time.
Okay, let me just give me 1 second.
Sure.
Right, hopefully he gets this straight away now. Hopefully. Oh.
Did that work? Can you see me?
No.
I cannot.
Shoot. Yeah, it's saying default camera. It's saying front camera. I chose it. It didn't show my face or anything like that.
My technological skills are limited. State?
I have no objection to the witness making their statement here.
Okay, appreciate it. All right, Miss Albert, good afternoon. If you could just state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Certainly. Lana, Lana.
Oh, fuck.
Albert,
I thought it was a boy. It was a guy.
Albert.
Okay. All right, Mr. Owens is going to ask you some questions. And if you could just answer them, ma'am, I would greatly appreciate it.
Mom, oh, fuck, it's a girl.
The ability to turn your volume down.
Yes, I just did. I can't hear you very well when I do that, though.
You can't hear me?
I can hear you, but very, very quietly.
It's not his.
Now?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I okay?
Yeah, you sound a lot better. You were too loud earlier.
It's on your side,
Okay.
you dickhead,
Can
not
you hear
his.
me okay?
I can hear you.
All right, Miss Albert, tell the court a little bit about yourself briefly?
Well, I live in Minnesota. I currently have end-stage renal disease. Before that, before I became disabled, I was a business owner in the Twin Cities here.
All right. And how old are you?
I am 50 years old.
All right. And you're considered disabled?
Yes, I am.
All right. And have you had an occasion since this event to establish a relationship with Sarah Boon?
Yes, I have. We have been friends for the past a little over 11 months.
And how do y'all communicate?
We've communicated a lot of phone calls, lots of tablet back and forth, and a lot of letters as well. I'd say many hours of time spent with each other.
All right. And do you want to speak on her behalf here today?
I would, please.
All right. Would you please tell the court what you would like for the court to know?
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Your Honor, for the privilege of speaking on behalf of my friend, Sarah Boon. I also want to extend my heartfelt condolences to everyone here affected by this terrible tragedy, which has brought us all here and listening in. Many articles and videos and opinions of Sarah have gone out in the airways and on the webs. Opinions that have been formed and commented on so much that it's hard not to give into the temptation to treat people like a comic book or a fictional character. In the case of my friend Sarah, the words narcissist, Karen, villain, many other things, they roll off the tongue with little regard to the humanity that is dismissed so flippantly. And under a lot of circumstances, I was one of those people, as I have a love of true crime. And becoming friends with Sarah has shown me that there's a lot more depth to the people I see on the screen. I'd like to share with the world and with the court about the Sarah Boon that I know. Sarah Boon is a kind, honest, and good person. The Sarah Boon I know is one who loves animals, especially the kind who are damaged and defenseless. How many of us would take in and pour love for a hearing impaired and a sight impaired pair of dogs? She has a natural instinct to help reach out and give of herself, her time and energy and love, especially to those who are hurting or damaged. You all have seen her fight for her own life and truth here. I tell you this, she fights even harder for those she loves, giving time, attention, and companionship without a single thought for her own gain or what somebody can do for her. And one huge example is in the matter of our friendship. As I said before, I have end-stage renal disease caused by a genetic illness called polycystic kidney disease. As my life has progressed, things I've taken for granted have been taken away from me. I could not appear in court in person because I can no longer walk, as my dialysis treatments have affected the circulation of my legs and has confined me to a wheelchair. To say that my life has radically changed is an understatement. Through it all, I have many friends and family I love and cherish. Sarah has distinguished herself differently in this way. In the course of getting to know her, I started sharing the progressing state of my health. It was like lightning had struck her. The moment Sarah had learned the depth of my struggles health-wise, she straight up offered strenuously to donate a kidney to me. I got to tell you this. I hope she's not mad for me showing this, but she had no hesitation, no concern over personal risk or personal gain. I want to convey to this, out and around the world, that is merely offering is a good and heroic act. I've had many friends. I've not had one outside of my brother who has offered me a kidney. That is huge. I don't have anything of equal value to give to her. And that's not the actions of a narcissist. She did it as a reflex action, as a good person. After the verdict came in October, we spoke that night. And I hope Sarah doesn't get mad at me again for disclosing this, but out of all the shock and seriousness of what had happened in the court, the thing that made her emotionally break was that she realized she could no longer be a donor to me. I mean, I was sitting there like, hey, you know, it's going to be okay. But she was so broken up, she couldn't help me. That's a friend. She is not, nor does she come up anywhere remotely close to being a narcissist. Now, one more thing before I go. Social media has worked to rip the blindfold off of Lady Justice, to take the sword out of her right hand and start assassinating Sarah's character. However, the scales are the balance. As it says in Psalm 85, mercy and truth are met together. Righteousness and peace have kissed each other. Justice isn't justice without mercy. Our pursuit of righteousness isn't complete and right without peace. Thank you, Your Honor, for the honor of speaking for my friend Sarah Boon. I hope that your justice is mixed with mercy here today. Thank you.
State, any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up, Mr. Owens?
No, Judge.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Albert. I appreciate you.
I'd like to call Dr. Harper. You want her on the stand or?
I'm okay with her on the stand.
On the stand?
No, she can be right now. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I want to see Kevin.
Judge, you want her on the podium?
No, she'd be at the podium. That's fine. Doctor, good afternoon. If you could please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk's going to go ahead and swear you in. If you could, Doctor, state and spell your name for the record for us, please.
Dr. Julie Harper, Julieharper.
All right, thank you. Counselor, you may inquire.
And Dr. Harper, we all know we were here a few weeks back for the trial, and your testimony, the judge knows quite a bit about your testimony, but if you could, I know that you prepared a report, and we have submitted that to the court, which the court has read and has taken out a copy. And I don't know if you want to refer to that or just speak on wrong about Sarah Boon and what you did to assess her, and then any opinions that you want to express.
All right. I think that during trial testimony, I reviewed all of the documents, excuse me, and all of the records that were available. They're documented in my report as well. In addition to the forensic clinical interviews that I conducted, I also have had the opportunity to talk to her brother, Philip Paulson, in the interim since the trial, and I included his information in my report as to her family background.
If you could, give the court a synopsis of what your findings are, and what you uncovered maybe from the brother, whatever you think the court needs to hear in this relevant material to his decision.
So referring to the summary section of my report, I'll keep it brief, but I'll outline the highlights that I feel like haven't been conveyed before, which is an understanding of Ms. Boone's early family life, in that she is the middle child of her parents' union, and that her parents did not have a happy marriage. They didn't provide an opportunity to have a good role model as to how to have a partnership together. Ms. Boone was born in close proximity to her youngest brother, 11 months apart. And in my clinical experience and training, I would say that that disrupted her attachment with her mother, some being close in proximity with her younger brother, whose temperament just seemed to suit a relationship with her mother better than her own. So ultimately, Ms. Boone bonded with her father. Though he wasn't described by either child as an affectionate person, he was somebody that was there for her at sporting events and more of a primary parent for her in that way. His untimely death by heart attack during her high school years was marked by her brother as a turning point for her in how she was acting at home. Her demeanor, her relationship with her mother took a turn for the worse. She was not coping well. She was using substances based on what her brother was saying. And it is my opinion that that early lack of foundational relations with her mom and not feeling very secure, the death of her father, destabilized her. That's a period of your life when you're leaving high school, when you should have formed a very solid foundation to go out in the world. And I don't think that that's what she had at that moment. She bonded easily with Mr. Boone, and you can see that there are elements of that early difficulty with her relationships because she took on a parentified role, in my opinion, during that relationship. And therefore, there's a power imbalance in that she was making decisions and not, again, having an equal relationship. I think that that led her to a sense of being a need to be right, a need to feel like she is the one that's making good decisions, to have some ego support by being in the right all the time with Mr. Boone. And I think that that led to some behaviors that she carried over into her relationship with Mr. Torres, in that she's parentified around him and acting more like a parent-child relationship, being a facilitator of housing and applications for jobs and things like that. So again, there's a power imbalance that I think was very seriously misaligned, as her brother and the property manager of their apartment had verified. They saw her being abused, physically abused in serious ways, or the effects of the abuse in bruising or calls to them. It is my opinion that she called for help, but when people got tired of her not leaving Mr. Torres, they stopped responding to those calls. And basically, Ms. Boone handled things on her own. And as other people with healthier boundaries probably would have left, she being acting out the pattern of intimate partner violence did not leave. She stayed long past when it would have been smart for others, or others would have said to leave, sorry. The undergirding of that not leaving the relationship is a long-term anxiety problem that became post-traumatic stress disorder. There is an earlier instance of exposure to traumatic stress in that she was the person in the hospital after her father died who found him having students perform CPR on his dead body. So that was an early exposure to high traumatic stress, witnessing that incident. And based on her brother's description, that was something that changed her. When a person is exposed to numerous compounding stressors, their adrenaline system is changed. It alters your body. And things that might be an otherwise neutral situation, you tend to have a cascading adrenaline response to that. And I think that that ultimately for her, as she succumbed to other instances of serious physical abuse from her partner, became post-traumatic stress disorder. I do think that that is a condition that is still existent even while she's in jail. It's something that she needs treatment for because those triggers are unmitigated, meaning that she hasn't really had the kind of therapy to address them and reduce her adrenaline and anxiety responses when she thinks of past instances of traumatic events that have happened to her. You can also respond to post-traumatic stress disorder clinically by using antidepressant therapy, and that would be something that could assist her ultimately in reducing symptoms if she had counseling and antidepressant therapy.
Now, Dr. Harper, I know you testified in the trial that, in your opinion, she suffered as a battered spouse, the syndrome that is legally recognized in Florida, in the courts of Florida.
That's correct.
And I understand that that is tied to this intimate partner violence, which is maybe the same thing, but there's a complex mental health issue that ties into that. Can you speak on the complexity of that whole cycle that one such as Sarah Boon and George Torres were involved in?
Certainly. So intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. It's a pattern of events that occur between two partners in which the power dynamic is altered by the physical abuse or behaviors that are controlling in nature to the point that someone's safety is threatened. It's common for victims of that to have a complex mental health condition, often including depression, anxiety, and substance abuse problems. And what might be substance abuse to cope with the problem, like numbing oneself, will sometimes result in its own diagnosis. The pattern of intimate partner violence, I think we covered in the trial, but just in summary about that, there are phases in which at first bonding of the two partners might be something positive. They've got something in common or have pleasurable time together. And then the secondary phase of that is when there is change in dynamic and some kind of traumatic event occurs, some instance of physical violence. And then there's a third phase in which it's like a honeymoon phase where they're trying to right the relationship. So in phase one, when they're having something pleasurable, the tone shifts. Phase two, there is some kind of incident. And phase three, there's a honeymoon phase. As that pertains to anxiety, I think that a person who suffers from intimate partner violence never stops experiencing that hypervigilance, waiting for the next instance of violence to occur. So even though they may look happy, they might be experiencing something positive, they've not really relaxed because their memory that could or will occur again is still in their mind. So they haven't fully stopped experiencing intimate partner violence. It's just what phase of the process they're in.
Now, and Dr. Harper, it goes into more detail in your report, which I supplied to the court, which is a total of 11 pages, and I believe that's confidential documents.
That's what's been marked. I don't believe it's been filed in the court file.
Okay.
If it has, that's something if it needs to be, it's something we can address. I have reviewed it. It does reflect confidential and privileged information on the first page. I don't believe it's been filed in the court file unless you did it. Okay. It already has been? All right, appreciate it. Okay, excellent. Thank you, sir.
And Dr. Harper, you're aware that the defense has filed a defense motion for downward departure.
Yes.
And we've listed several factors under paragraph 3, the capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of her actions and conform with the requirements of law or substantially impaired, that she requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is not related to substance use or addiction, although you agree that she does suffer from alcohol use disorder.
So she has an underlying mental health disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, and I additionally diagnosed her with alcohol use disorder, which is separate.
But you agree she does require specialized treatment for a mental disorder that's not related to the substance use or addiction?
That's correct.
And you agree she's amenable for treatment?
Yes.
And you would agree that she acted under extreme duress in this unique homicide case?
Yes.
And you would agree that the uniqueness of the circumstances, the facts and circumstances surrounding the case, that the offense was committed in an unsophisticated manner?
Yes.
And it was isolated.
That's my understanding as well.
Other than she had the charge, which both of them were charged at one time, and I think she had the strangulation allegation, the felony case that was ultimately dismissed when both of them were arrested.
She had a prior felony case. Facts are different, of course, than this particular case we're here today.
Dr. Harper, I believe that's all the questions I've got, unless you would like to say if I missed anything, of course.
No,
Okay, and if not, it's in the report.
Yes.
Any questions?
Yes, may she take the stand so I can be quoted?
Yes, that's fine. You may inquire, sir.
In pages 1 and 2 of your report, you go through the sources of your information, correct?
Yes.
And that would include 8 interviews that you had with her from the course of August of 2020 through September of 2024, correct?
There were 9 interviews, but 8 dates of service are listed.
You did the Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test, or MFAST.
That's right.
Inventory of Legal Knowledge, ILK.
That's right.
Clinician Administered PTSD Scale 5 examination.
Yes.
You consulted with her attorney.
Yes.
Videotaped interviews from this court case number of Sarah Boon, interview part 1 and 2, Abraham Moreno interview, Brandon Moats interview, Brian Boone interview, Juan Torres interview, and Melissa Sexton interview, correct?
Yes.
You reviewed the autopsy photos?
Yes.
You reviewed some of the digital forensic exhibits, including the Apple iPhone XS and a Samsung SMJ 327 T1 photographs from those 2 devices.
Yes.
You reviewed Bates stamped discovery pages 1 through 413.
That's correct.
The crime scene photos are photos of a scene taken on June 19th of 2020.
Yes.
Aspire Health records.
Yes.
And who do those pertain to?
Aspire Health records are for Sarah Boon.
Florida Hospital Medical Group records.
Yes.
And who do those records pertain to?
That is also for Sarah Boon.
And Aspire, is that a mental health treatment facility?
It has an emergency department record, but that would be the place where she was detained under the Baker Act.
And it is routine and common in the practice of forensic psychology or psychiatry to rely on the records of other such practitioners.
As a source of information, sure.
You reviewed the deposition of Dr. Tanya Warner.
I did.
You reviewed the trial testimony of Sarah Boon, Brian Boone, Dr. Michael Brannon, Dr. Tanya Werner, correct?
Yes.
The jury verdict form dated 10/25/24.
Yes.
Witness list notice of filing amended.
Yes.
On this case. Records of Jorge Torres or George Torres involving case numbers 2019 MM 5114, a 911 call and PDF, case 2019 MM 7193, case 2019 MM 7193, Torres Public Records, case 2019 MM 7193, Torres Photos, Central Florida Primary Care Records, Advent Health Orlando Medical Records, correct?
Yes.
And those latter records that I just mentioned, those for Mr. Torres and not Ms. Boone, correct?
That's right.
Then you reviewed Sarah Boone written correspondence, Sarah's listing of domestic violence incidents, Sarah's writings regarding missing days of work and Baker Act, and a 74-page life story.
That's right.
And then case 2018 CF 10573, public records and photos.
Yes.
And a telephone interview with Melissa Sexton, the property manager, which you conducted on October 1st, 2024.
Yes.
And a telephonic interview with Philip Paulson, the defendant's brother, on November 26, 2024.
Yes.
Where has Ms. Boone been housed and living since February of 2020?
At the Orange County Jail.
And does the Orange County Jail provide mental health services to inmates?
It does.
And you already testified you would routinely, as a forensic psychologist, review records kept of a psychological or psychiatric treatment of a patient or a client, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, have you reviewed any mental health records generated by the Orange County Jail for Ms. Boone?
No, I have not had the opportunity to do that.
So for the last 58 months or so, if she was being seen by the mental health treatment staff at the jail, you have not reviewed those records.
That's correct.
And they are overseen at the jail, in the Orange County Jail, by a psychiatrist. Are you aware or not?
If the person's level of mental health intervention deems them eligible for psychiatry, then they will.
And any diagnosis or lack of diagnosis that they have had during the course of the last 58 months, you are unaware of because you did not review the records.
That's right.
I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect examination?
No, no, Judge.
All right, thank you.
One question. Dr. Harper, I didn't ask you to review those records, did I?
No.
Thank you.
Judge, I believe you said it at the very beginning that I had submitted several letters on behalf of Ms. Boone, and she didn't hear that, but I wanted her to be made aware.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you don't actually read those letters into the record, but you did read them.
I have reviewed them. They're in my binder here. How many do I have? Yes. Give me a second. I can tell you. I have I have 6 handwritten letters. First one is 1 page. Second one is 2 pages. Third one is 1 page. Fourth one is 2 pages. Fifth one is 2 pages. Sixth one is 2 pages. I have a typed letter from Diane Smith, the assistant chaplain. I have another typed letter from a Nicole Ray, a typed letter from a Stephanie L., a typed letter from Philip Paulson, a email from Lana Albert, and 2 pages.
Strap it in, people. She's up next, I believe. I think Sarah Boon is up next.
In length, a 2-page email from a Danielle Parsons.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Judge, I would like to call Sarah Boon.
Here we go.
Ms. Boone, you can be seated. You've been previously sworn.
Let's go, people.
You may inquire, sir.
For the record, just state your name again.
Sarah Boon.
All right. Now, this is unlike a trial, so you're allowed to speak in a narrative form, as well as I understand you have taken some notes or written a letter that you want to read from, and then you want to speak to the court after that.
Yes.
Why don't you go ahead and get started?
This is actually an edited version of. I had a lot to say. I've had a lot of time to think about things, and I didn't really know how to put it on paper. And I didn't know how much I could say or how little I should say. So what I have here is, like I said, an edited version. But I would like to read the more important parts that I feel that everyone should know that wasn't said in my actual trial. And on top of what I have on paper, I have, this is just the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. So I wanted to read this, and then if I may, I would like to address everyone in my apology on top of my statement.
You may proceed, ma'am.
Kintu Sukuroi is a kind of Japanese ceramic style which means to repair with gold. In this tradition, when a ceramic piece breaks, an artisan will fuse the pieces back together again using liquid gold or gold dust lacquer. So rather than being covered up, the breaks become more obvious and a brilliant new piece of art emerges from the brokenness. It embraces flaws, weakness, and imperfections, and also teaches the essence of resilience. Every crack in a ceramic piece is a part of its history, and each piece becomes more beautiful because it has been broken. This is the wisdom of Kintu Sukuroi. In my wisdom and with all of my repairs, then, now, and ongoing, God is, has been, and will always be my artisan. All of my gold is forgiveness. This has held me together, made me shine brighter, and overcome the damage caused by George Torres, the Torres family, the justice system, Orange County Corrections Department, social media, scoundrel detectives, infamy, defamation, ongoing constitutional rights violations, second-degree murder, forced into being pro se. Just as gold is very precious, forgiveness is invaluable. Forgiveness is not an attempt to change or forget who, what, or how you've lived through to be so gold, but an act of grace, humility, and considerable self-compassion to be set free from sorrow. Withholding forgiveness denies your brilliance and adds even greater grief and deeper heartache, irreparable cracks on top of the already that no one deserves, no matter the pain or disappointment, untruths or injustice. It doesn't matter. As the more broken you are, even though now different than before, you've become more outstanding and more extraordinary. Above all, when you let go of blame, misunderstandings, excuses, give up your anger and cease from resentment, this is forgiven. And when you forgive, you have And when you forgive, you heal. And when you heal, you move forward. My goal begins with George Torres, and every time he slapped me, kicked, punched, spit on, raped, stabbed, choked, laughed at, pushed, pulled, dragged, whipped, tripped, stole from, lied, terrorized, threatened, humiliated, forced, degraded, made me cry. Every time he tried to end me, defeat, or destroy. I forgive George for beating me senseless, for trying to sleep because I had to go to work or my son's field trip the next day, for ruining my deceased family's heirlooms, traditions, and keepsakes, my son's furniture, destroying the television we watched together, for wrecking our townhome by breaking windows, punching holes in the walls and doors, ramming his entire body into glass doors, kicking in my front and back door over and over and over, for breaking or removing the locks from all of the doors and sometimes the knobs altogether, so I had nowhere to feel safe, including the sacred space of my son's room where he beat me bloody on his bed. For terrorizing and threatening my blind and deaf dogs by leaving the gate open I built to keep them safe, telling me he hoped I'd find their bloated dead body in the pond or scrape their remains off of the pavement, for kicking them off of the bed and throwing across the room because they were trying to protect me, for threatening to make me unrecognizable to my son by breaking all of the bones in my face, like his brother Moses did to him after he kept seeing all of the bruises from George beating me, like all of the times their father beat their mother, for all of the drunken rages and fist fights with so many neighbors when wandering into their apartments during hunting expeditions after I had escaped, for drowning me in liquor and wine because I didn't want to drink, causing me to urinate on myself, then butting the end of the bottle in my face, giving me 2 black eyes and a bloody nose, for making me experience what it is to be sodomized, threatening to kill my friends and the neighbors when they checked on me to make sure I was alive and in one piece, for threatening to burn down our townhome and set my car on fire because I got a job, for holding me hostage on weekends my son was supposed to come over by keeping my keys around his neck, my phone in his crotch, and a butcher knife stuck in the middle of the table as a warning not to ask anything or try to leave, for stabbing me in the leg and not letting me call 911 for an ambulance or seek help, where I nearly bled to death until I concocted a lie to save him from being arrested, for destroying my phone with a hammer because my son called, for me experiencing ever being arrested and after today, prison, for beating me almost blind, crushing my occipital lobe, for having me experience what it means to see stars like in the cartoons where a character has a tall lump on their head. I had that too, and many times, for dragging me downstairs by my hair in the middle of the night just to sit next to him, for taking my car driving drunk with my debit card to buy more alcohol while I slept, even after I kindly explained the importance of my car to take my son to school foremost, me to work, and he to his batterers intervention classes and probation officer meetings, where I would be forced to sit for hours in the parking lot waiting for him, for causing me so much trauma and pain mentally, physically, emotionally. I had to be hospitalized more than once, for destroying my reputation and integrity, for my M for murderer scarlet letter, not letting me feel safe to live, talk to other people, spend time with my son, have a job, friendships, simply go to the bathroom with the door closed, or go to sleep soundly or comfortably. I forgive George for lying, for him trying in so many ways, so many times, to end me with his terrifying love. I also forgive the Torres family, his mother and father foremost, also his 2 ex-wives and daughters, all for knowing who George was capable of and has done in the past, his history of violence and where he learned it, then to keep turning a blind eye when I would ask for help. All of his siblings, including Farrell Torres, who is now on his way to prison for stabbing the mother of their baby in the side of her head. For everyone who knew what George was doing to me, sometimes how and when, but allowed and enabled. I forgive them for caring too late. I hope they all ask themselves while quiet and comfortable in bed at night the uneasy question, what could I have done to stop this from happening to both of them? And after all the times Sarah tried to, by asking for help from all of us and so many times. Another great contributor of my gold is social media, with its greed, insensitivity, deception, obvious exploitation, and advantageous gain from my criminal case as a whole, and for sentencing me by anticipation as a result of ignorance and hate, conjured and fabricated by the organized crime that is social media, which condemned me in the court of global public opinion since the beginning. My family law case is the new prey waiting to be picked apart and pillaged from me being made infamous by social media in my criminal case. It simply seems I cannot forgive and be forgiven and move forward. Social media has made me a pariah. It has caused great oppression and undeniable disadvantages, especially by broadcasting and manipulating my cases online. In my criminal case, as a result, my opportunities to be given a fair, proper, and uninfluenced successful conclusion was heavily depleted and poisoned. I forgive them. Also, all of the media tycoons for not having a life of their own, trying so desperately to make themselves seem so right by making me appear so wrong. Forgiveness for prejudgment, ridiculous theatrics, lies, making and taking blood money from my and others' misfortunes, accidents, and catastrophes. It's all over their hands and their keyboards. And even after all that's been said and done, theorized, hypothesized, scrutinized, and blasphemed in my case, still no one knows me. In the end, I forgive myself for not choosing my life sooner, for not being more brave, vigilant, bolder, and outspoken, stronger, mentally, physically, emotionally, and spiritually, for being hopeless, desperate, simple-minded, weak, and inexperienced. I forgive myself for not realizing I was enduring a life of domestic violence and that the vicious cycle of never ends. I had nothing to compare to. I've never been hit by a man ever before in my life. I was raised hitting a woman was wrong and should never happen. No excuse. I forgive myself for not escaping permanently, for not fighting back sooner to save myself, my son, my dogs, home, and car. Having 20/20 hindsight, thinking of everything I could have done differently or better to avoid the outcome. I think about this every day since. Also, of all the good days we had together, for him at least, while I was constantly in hyperdrive, high alert, and paranoid, making sure I did everything right all the time. If not, the great possibility I would be ended as George threatened me with so many times before. I forgive myself for falling in love with a monster, and no matter how grotesque he may become, I still loved him, hoped, and forgave. I tried breaking the spell so he wouldn't be a monster anymore. I saw who he was inside. George made me then, now, and always love him for all of his cracks also. We made each other our own brilliant pieces of art from the cracks and repairs. Unfortunately, not all cracks can be. In all of my forgiveness, George is my greatest lesson and will forever be a part of me. I think of him every day and still speak to him when alone on the rec yard. I ask his forgiveness and that he looks for me at the gates of heaven so I can tell him how sorry I am, endlessly, and that I never stopped loving him. In all of it and still. When I first came to jail, I put my mat under my bed and cried all day and all night for months, only falling asleep from being so exhausted with grief. I wrote him letters. I wrote his family and his daughters, apologizing for asking for their forgiveness. But due to fear that my life or sons would be jeopardized, I did not send. I am sorry. I cannot begin to fathom any of their grief and sadness. Please forgive me. Almost everything reminds me of him, seeing my stab wound especially every day especially. It truly reminds me that all I really did live through. George haunts me. He is everywhere. I believe because I do still love him, think of him, and miss his laugh the most. In my heart, I know he is with me and understands that this tragedy was not intentional. I hope everyone can, his family foremost. I didn't mean for this to happen. Please wholeheartedly know that, and always, I would never. Forgive me, George. Forgive me, Torres family. Forgive me, Judge Cranick. To the entire planet, please forgive me. I graciously and humbly ask for consideration, for forgiveness to be extended instead of judgment, for reconciliation and restoration for all of us to move forward. My apology is profuse and ceaseless. Allow me, please, to brush off the muck, wipe the blood off of my face, and fix the cuts in my skin. I ask for understanding in what really happened and for how long, for second chances, repentance, and redemption, to advocate for all domestic violence survivors, to help them overcome, heal, and still hope, always, to make their voices heard, to confidently walk with all of their scars on the outside and the inside, to help them not ever become a casualty of domestic violence as so many others, to stop the abuse and maltreatment before it's too late. There is always hope, and you can survive. In my soft-spoken conclusion, I ask this: would I be the darling mother, celebrated woman of the year, if it were I who died? How many daughters, mothers, sisters, aunts, grandmothers, nieces, and friends have been because they did? I am a survivor. Learn to do good, seek justice, rebuke oppressors, defend the fatherless, plead for the widow. Isaiah 1:17, all-encompassing, protect the abused.
Ms. Boone, is that the end of your written statement?
Yes.
Now, gathering your thoughts, did you want to make an oral statement?
I do.
All right, would you do that now?
Yes, please. My statement, my verbal statement, is primarily to the Torres family, to the judge, to his daughters. I know you all know who I really am, and that I did care for George, and that I do still love George. I know you know that we had very many good days, and I take offense to the statement of being said that this is just for a moment. Right now with me here in the courtroom in front of you all, this is just for a moment. But the moments before that, in order for me to be here, is endless. It's everlasting. The scars that I have on the inside, my outside scars have healed, except for my stab wound. But this has changed me as a person to see things differently and to understand things differently and to not be weak and just try to protect yourself, and forever, regardless of the time that I may receive from today, I forever will have this experience. I forever will have George Torres with me in my heart, in my mind, my body, and my soul. As he and I used to say that we were one soul split into two bodies. This is not just for a moment. It may be for everyone in this courtroom, but when I leave, this is forever. When you all leave, that this is forever. This is forever for everyone here and those who it matters to most. I am one of those who will experience this forever. I'm sorry. Words do not define my shame, and I don't know what else it is that I can say and convey to the Torres family how this happened. The ifs and whys and how really don't matter. It happened, and I'm sorry. Words cannot describe. And I hope that everyone can forgive me, the Torres family most of all, and his daughters, because I know what he meant to them. And I don't think that anybody ever understood what he meant to me and I to him. And I ask for forgiveness.
Ms. Boone, I have just one or two questions, if you don't mind. And you can speak on it if you want or not. But this is a unique case, and one of the reasons it's so unique is that you were in jail for 4.5 years prior to your trial. And I understand that when you were brought up as a child, that you did have some spirituality in your family, some church, some religion.
Always.
But I understand that you got away from that. Did you have a chance during the 4.5 years to look back at your spirituality?
Absolutely. You know, Everyone supposes that this is one of the worst experiences of my life, and it's actually been one of my greatest. If I were not beaten to death, I was going to work myself to death on the outside, and I never had time to get back into my Bible and to pray and to be with the Lord. And I, being here incarcerated, have had time, of course, to get closer to God, to reacquaint myself to Him and realize what it's all about. This is all temporary. And when I say temporary, I don't mean by being set free in jail or from prison or wherever else. It means being set free and temporary, meaning that you work for something higher, you work for God, that you strive for your crown to be placed upon your head by Jesus Christ by being said, "You have done well, my good and faithful servant." I've always tried to be a good and faithful servant. I was just a servant as opposed to doing all that I can when my family were alive and I was going through everything up to this point. I've become so much more closer to the Lord, and it's made me such a better person. And I hope that I am an example going forward of the Lord's light and can draw many people to me because of it.
Any follow-up, State?
No, I assume that was the final word.
Thank you. She can return back to council's table. Anything else from your side of the ledger, Mr. Owens?
No more witnesses, Judge, just arguments.
Okay. Anything else in rebuttal or just proceed to argument, State?
Just proceed to argument.
Okay. All right. Once Ms. Booth's seated, you can proceed with your argument, either Mr. J or Mr. Cacciatore. You may proceed, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to start my argument by what I anticipate Mr. Owens will bring up in his presentation regarding the plea offer in this case. That she was offered a resolution in this case of 15 years in the Department of Corrections to begin with. I think it's important, though, that the entire circumstance of that plea offer is put forward. And there's something very critical to that. It's not just 15 years in the Department of Corrections. It's 15 years in the Department of Corrections, but it's predicated on something. And the consideration that it's predicated on is the defendant coming to court and accepting responsibility for her actions. For her coming to court and saying, I am responsible for George Torres's death, and I accept the punishment that comes with it. That consideration was never given in this case. And because that consideration was never given in this case, the offer of 15 years in no way represents what this case is worth, or what George Torres's life is worth. That is an offer predicated on a particular circumstance, a circumstance of a first-time defendant accepting responsibility and giving every benefit of the doubt and coming to court and saying that they are ready to be punished. Those conditions were never met. So then we turn to this case, and we turn to this crime, and we turn to the actions of the defendant of taking the law into her own hands and murdering George Torres. She has never shown remorse for that. She didn't show remorse for that here today. She again painted herself as the victim. She's the victim of George Torres. She recounted the litany of evil deeds and mistreatments that he perpetrated upon her. She's the victim of George Torres's family. She's the victim of the police. She's the victim of social media. It's all about Sarah Boon. Everything's about Sarah Boon, about how she is the victim. But Sarah Boon sentenced every one of George Torres's loved ones to a life sentence. Just like she sentenced George Torres when he was in that suitcase. George Torres lived out his last nightmarish circumstance in that suitcase, begging to be let out for several minutes, which undercuts any argument that this was somehow unsophisticated. There was ample time and opportunity over and over for her to do something different. But she went forward with taking the law into her own hands and ensuring that George Torres was never getting out of there, while she went up to bed and went to sleep for hours on end. She can't say that she was in duress for the same reason. She was in such duress of George Torres that she goes upstairs and goes to sleep for 11 hours. Your Honor, there's been nothing from the testimony of Dr. Harper either that establishes any type of diagnosis that would give this court a basis to downward depart. Dr. Harper has put blinders on to the fact that she has been incarcerated for 58 months. 58 months with the opportunity to receive mental health treatment, and the expert witness is absolutely incurious about what any of those records or diagnosis or anything that would have been there would have said. There is no valid basis for a downward departure in this case. She deserves a life sentence. Thank you.
Mr. Owens, response?
Just credit. First off, I want to thank you for taking the time to hear our side, hear the witnesses, and review the letters on Sarah Boon's behalf. We've all been here for this trial. We've all been here for other trials. We've all got some age on us. We've all got some life experience on us. And this is a unique case. This was a unique homicide. It was a unique death. And as we all know, a lot of these cases are not black and white. They're shades of gray. And these crimes don't occur in a vacuum. That there's generally a history, especially involving a domestic couple, a history that comes into play that must be explored. And a lot of what Sarah Boon testified to here today probably happened behind closed doors. And we all know that many times we do not know what happens behind closed doors between a man and a woman in their home, unless there is some reason for the neighbors or law enforcement or somebody else to get involved. And that happened in this case. And so gradually over time, as this event occurred, there was an investigation, and it was learned that there was a history of domestic violence involving these two parties. And what we learned was that physically there was violence, and there were photographs to establish that. as were introduced in the trial. And then there was testimony from experts, not only the defense expert, Dr. Harper, that Sarah Boon was the victim, and she was a victim of intimate partner violence, but coupled with the fact that the state's expert testified on the stand at the trial that Sarah Boon was a victim of intimate partner violence, that she suffered from this domestic or this battered spouse syndrome as the hands of George Torres. So there's two sides to it. And in a domestic violence situation like that, 95% of the women get out of that relationship. When violence starts to occur, they've either been raised a certain way, they have a certain self-esteem about themselves where they refuse to put up with it, knowing that it's wrong, knowing that they can do better. But there is a small percentage throughout the country that for whatever reason, mental health issues, addiction issues, whatever it is, it's complex. Financial reasons, children are involved, whatever. If you do any studying on it, there are circumstances where there is a group of women, predominantly women, it can happen to men, but majority of the time it's a woman that gets caught in this cycle of what we term as intimate partner violence. And court heard the testimony about the cycle that occurs. It's over a period of time and it repeats itself, and you go through these phases. And a lot of times the victim's not a great historian at trying to articulate it. She tried to do it here today. And I think on Sarah Boon's behalf, she is a unique individual. She's got the personality that she's got. I don't know, you heard from Dr. Harper that a lot of that was formulated based on the way her mother did not bond with her, the way that her father was the way that he was, the fact that she lost several relatives at a young age, and the trauma that can result. We heard from Dr. Harper that she did suffer from post-traumatic stress as it relates to that trauma in early childhood, and then again as it relates to the events that occurred between Mr. Torres and her. So it's complicated, Judge. It's complicated, but the jury has spoken. Sarah Boon was entitled under Florida law to present that defense, and she did. That testimony was allowed to be presented. She was allowed to testify. But the jury spoke. And so here we are today with you in a position to decide what is justice for Sarah Boon. And I don't know you that much other than our time together, but from what I know you try to do the right thing. And that's what we're asking the court to do, to have some discernment, to have some understanding of the unique situation that Sarah Boon found herself in. And quite frankly, Judge, this all didn't occur behind closed doors. A lot of this was in the public eye. Mr. Torres had, I believe, 3 criminal cases before the courts of this county in which Sarah Boon was a victim. Mr. Torres was the accused. Those cases were dismissed. We know from the history of this domestic violence field that that's normal, that Sarah Boon every time either tried to bond him out or tried to get the case dismissed. At some point, somebody has to stop. Somebody has to say, wait, what's going on here? This keeps repeating. It's going to get worse. Something's going to happen. The system failed, Sarah Boon. I'd ask for you to consider that. Circumstances surrounding that failure and what led us here today. I've asked the court to consider a downward departure. I believe you've gotten a copy of the score sheet.
Not since before trial. Is the score sheet stipulated to?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may approach. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Judge, I was provided that here today, and I believe, I can't remember the total number of months that it involves, but divided by 12, I think it's 20 months. 20.6 is the low end of the guidelines or something about.
It's 246.0 months based on the score sheet.
I did the calculation, but I believe that the low end is 20 years, 20.6 years state prison, I believe is the low end.
20.5. Yes, sir.
As the court knows, I believe it's on page 3. There are some aggravators that the court can consider in opposing the sentence, and then there are a list of mitigators that the court can consider in downward departing, meaning going lesser than the low end of the guidelines. And in the defendant's motion for downward departure, we mentioned, and I had Dr. Harper testify about 2 or 3 of the grounds, and the court needs to only find one to go below the guidelines. The capacity of the defendant to appreciate the criminal nature of her actions and to conform said actions to the requirements of the law were substantially impaired. Judge, I don't have to reiterate the facts and circumstances surrounding this event. You were here, you heard the testimony, you heard the circumstances surrounding what happened and how it happened. I would ask that you consider that as a mitigator. To D, the defendant requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder that is not related to substance abuse or addiction and is amenable to treatment. I think it's fair to say here that we know that Sarah suffers from some mental health issues, objective mental health issues that have been opined by Dr. Harper and Dr. Werner. And you heard Dr. Harper testify about the borderline post-traumatic stress disorder that she suffers from as it relates to this event, as it relates to her trauma that occurred in childhood. I think we heard from Dr. Werner. Dr. Werner testified that she suffered from the alcohol abuse disorder, as did Dr. Harper, but Dr. Werner also mentioned that she was not for sure about the anxiety disorder, whether it occurred prior to or because she was in the jail for the 4.5 years. However, she does require specialized treatment for the mental disorder, and she is amenable for treatment. And then third, the defendant acted under extreme duress, I think based on Sarah Boon's mindset as she testified to her today, and then you heard from the experts at the trial that when you get that anxious about what happens, Sarah testified about they would have good days where there would be no drinking or very little drinking, and then there would be other days where there was heavy drinking. And generally when George Torres got highly intoxicated is when potentially things could get violent, and that she was constantly anxious about each day that she was with him. She loved him. Obviously, being in a cycle like that where you love someone but can't leave them. For whatever reason, George Torres couldn't leave Sarah Boon, and Sarah Boon couldn't leave George Torres, and it was a vicious cycle. But we believe that she qualifies under that it was under extreme duress at the time of this event. And lastly, the defense was committed in an unsophisticated manner, which was an isolated incident. Now, isolated, we know, Judge, that she had one prior event in which both of them were arrested. You heard her testimony that it was during an event. They ended up downstairs next to the washer and dryer, and that she was on the bottom, and she had used her hands to try to get him off, and she had tried to choke him, and there were some marks on him. And she was arrested for domestic, I think, felony domestic violence battery, as well as he was arrested. I think a few days later, both of those charges were dismissed against either party. but she has no criminal conviction record. She has never been convicted of a crime other than that event. Now, I think that can be distinguished. So we believe that it was an unsophisticated manner. Obviously, the uniqueness of this event is unsophisticated. Anybody that would calculate that they were going to murder somebody by putting them in a suitcase and let them spend the night, and the next morning, not try to dispose of the body, not try to put the suitcase in a car and go dump the body, not try to dispose of the bat, do something. She did nothing. No attempts to tamper with evidence. No attempts after the fact to uncover any conduct whatsoever. No attempts to delete the videos from her phone. Here's my phone, voluntarily giving that information. I think that goes to the unsophisticated manner and unintentional death that occurred. I remember the first time I saw the suitcase video. And I know people have differing opinions. Tony Henderson, my colleague, had a different opinion when he saw it. But I remember the first time I saw the video and I heard what she was saying to him. When he was saying, "Hey, Sarah, let me out. I can't breathe," or words to that effect. And the way that she was talking to him and the statements that she gave him, in my mind, what has he done to her? What has he done to her? Any loved one you see in a situation like that is going to run and let them out. So my thought was, obviously, they were both drinking. But what has he done to her? And I think it's telling about what she had endured. So it's not a clear-cut case, Judge. It's not black and white. There is some gray. And it's up to you to decide what's appropriate based on the court's, based on the jury's decision. But I would ask you to temper whatever justice that you think is appropriate with some mercy, and consider the fact that the state was willing to offer 15 years on a manslaughter as a lesser included offense based on the facts and circumstances that they were aware of prior to this trial. Thank you.
Thank you. Any rebuttal by the state? Court has had the opportunity to review the evidence and testimony that was presented at trial. The victim impact statements presented here today, the statements of character witnesses, both orally and in writing, Dr. Harper's report and testimony, the defendant's testimony, pre-sentencing investigation, the arguments of the state and the arguments of the defense. Court pronounces sentence as follows. Ms. Boone, court sentences you to life in the Department of Corrections with credit time served that Madam Clerk will provide to you momentarily. There are also court costs and costs of prosecution, which Madam Clerk will give you the totals of momentarily. Due to the court levying a life sentence, the court is inclined to liquidate those to a civil judgment unless I hear opposition from the state.
No opposition, Your Honor.
All right. Madam Clerk, if you could please give us the credit time served and the court costs, please.
4 years, 9 months, and 8 days, and the court costs are $418, a state prosecution fee of $100, a dirt fee of $50, and a PD. So the total would be $618.
All right, ma'am, the court costs and costs of prosecution are $618. Those will be liquidated to a civil judgment. You will be given credit time served of 4 years, 9 months, and 8 days. You will have 30 days from today to appeal the judgment and sentence in writing. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided to you. I'm going to have the courtroom deputy provide you the paperwork. Because you've been incarcerated for the last 58 some odd months, the court is going to declare that you are indigent in this matter. I cannot appoint the public defender to represent you as they are conflicted out. Similarly, I cannot appoint the Regional Conflict Counsel to represent you for the same reasons. The clerk will appoint an attorney from the conflict wheel who specializes in appellate litigation. And again, you'll have 30 days from today to appeal that judgment and sentence in writing. Do you have any questions for me? You will now be remanded into the custody of the Orange County Jail to transfer you to the Department of Corrections, and I wish you the best of luck. State, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, anything further? All right. Thank you all very much. Court's off the record.
How much is life? Yeah, he didn't say with or without parole. That's why I'm looking here now. I think life is life, though. I think life is life. 65 years. No, I think, Lou, I don't think there is an option in Florida. If you want the option, you have to state it. So I think it's, yeah, life is life. So she will die in prison. I'm just. I don't know.
It's not the same one.
She's on her way.
Okay. Can you go give me a heads up when they get her here?
Yeah, I got you.
I gotta go down and see her real quick.
No, I think it's life. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
Is this it?
I'm gonna do that. Wow. So it seems she would have been out in like 7 years. She'd be out. She as it currently stands, she will die in prison. She's obviously going to appeal and stuff like that. But yeah, she essentially is going to be like. So I would suggest the people that want to know more, lawyer will be on tonight. And he's actually in the courtroom. So Peter Tragos is actually in the courtroom. So I presume he will be going live later. And I'm sure he will address everything about, because he's from Florida, he understands the sentencing laws a lot better than I would. But from what I read is, unless the judge states it, then life is life. Yeah, he's at the courtroom. He's at the courtroom. So, good old Tragos. What's he saying? Sarah Boon sentenced to life is quick. Yeah, he says, I'd like to hear the judge's thoughts, but probably smart move to refrain. It was very smart of him not to say anything more. Straight to it. Straight to it. So lawyer knows us in the courtroom for Boone sentencing. There you go. He's there. So yeah, that'd be interesting. Thank you, Lou. Nice to see you, my darling. It's nice to see you. See you, Gary. I'm going off now as well. Guys, I came on for a 3-hour stream and we're still nearly 7 hours in. So tomorrow I will do our usual hour and start. Then we'll do the South Carolina, Georgia one we were going to cover. We'll see what that is about. And then we'll do Ashley Benefield tomorrow. Yeah, what a fool. She could have been out in 7 to 8 years. Now she's going to potentially die in prison. No, thank you, people. Welcome to the first ever Happy Days show. First ever Happy Days show. Oh, before I go, thank you, Ruka. Thank you, everybody. Before I go, hang on, I need to do this. I tried to do it earlier on, but I haven't had a break to do it. Bear with me. I'll do it tomorrow as well. I don't think they're here, so I'll do it again tomorrow as well for them. But in case they are, Les, LC, thank you for the 3 coffees from Leslie and Murph and the Chatron family. Great new setup. Happy Days are here again. Love all of you. Free Karen Reid, free Turtle Boy, free Zach Anderson. There you go, Les. Thank you very much, my darling. Heidi, missed you and you made up songs, lyrics. So glad I was working phone back. Happy Days, Heidi. Thank you very much for the 3 coffees, my darling. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate you for that. Yeah, this is what we're saying, but it needs to be with a word in because he didn't say parole. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is what we guessed. It would be life. She will die in prison, basically. So, yes, not bad news. No worries. Yeah, no worries. I won't spoil it. Well, you probably know now anyway. So, right, everybody. Thank you for the inaugural Happy Day show. Lovely to see you. It did exceed double the time I expected it to, but it is what it is, and nothing can do about it. And as I outro myself, 7 hours in stream, I am lowering the desk. As you can see, lowering the desk. Have a great day, people. Oh, happy days. And you, thank you everybody that was here today. I'll see you tomorrow, 9 o'clock Eastern. And we got Ashley Benefield tomorrow, remember, people. She will be on tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon for sentencing. So with that, I am going to end the stream. Take a good evening. Take a good look at yourselves. Strap it in, strap it off. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Take care. Love you all. Can't find the mic. Here we go. I love you, baby. And if it's quite alright, I love